406. Before Chen Pinggan accompanied Maro Xiaodong down the mountain to the Confucian temple in the capital to try their luck, he made arrangements for the people in the academy in case someone took advantage of the loophole. If the bait failed, the enemy would be lured away from the mountain. First, he asked Pei Qian to move out of the guest house and live in the house where Xie was staying. Accompanying him was Sharu. Chen Pinggan gave the golden demon binding rope to her. Lin Shuyi had been cultivating in Kui Dongshan's house during the day. Since Du Maro had moved in, Lin Shuyi decided to live in the house after chatting with Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan asked Zhu Lian and Yu Lu to secretly look after Li Baoping and Li Huai. Zhu Lian and Yu Lu. One was a hunchbacked old man who would smile whenever he saw a girl, while the other was a tall young man who always had a smile on his face. Who would have thought that they were two pure martial artists in the golden body state? Li Baoping and Pei Qian would live in Kui Dongshan's house at night. Kui Dongshan would not have any objections, nor would he dare to. Xie and Lin Shuyi each lived in a side house. Sharu was an otherworldly item and could be the night watchman. Li Huai and Lin Shuyi shared a room. Zhu Lian did not need to live in the house. He could sleep in the guest house. However, Yu Lu had to partner with Sharu to keep watch at night. Chen Pinggan did not believe that Sharu could deal with unexpected situations. On the other hand, Yu Lu was always reassuring. In Maro Xiaodong's academy, there were always civil and martial artists among the night watchmen. For example, Dong Jing, the great Confucian who favored Lin Shuyi, was an old golden core cultivator who was proficient in the thunder spell. There was also a nascent soul earth immortal who came from Dali like Maro Xiaodong. He was the old man with the surname Liang who guarded the gate of the academy. At critical moments, he could replace Maro Xiaodong to guard the academy. In the end, Chen Pinggan called Li Baoping to one side and gave her the two items he got from Li Baozhen. One was a jade pendant engraved with the words Dragon Palace, and the other was a high-level talisman of the day and night wandering god. Li Baoping was a little puzzled. Chen Pinggan did not hide anything and told Li Baoping about his encounter with Li Baoping in Qingwan Kingdom. Finally, he rubbed Li Baoping's head and said softly, "In the future, I will not take the initiative to look for your second brother. I will try my best to avoid him. However, if Li Baozhen does not give up or feels that he was humiliated in the lion's garden, I will not be merciful to him in the future. Of course, this has nothing to do with you." Li Baoping was a little depressed, but her eyes were still bright. "Youngest uncle, you and my second brother can follow the rules of Jianghu and distinguish between kindness and hatred." Li Baoping stopped and asked, "Youngest uncle, can I write a letter to my eldest brother to persuade him to stop?" Chen Pinggan thought for a while and nodded. "Okay." Li Baoping was about to say something and was about to give the jade pendant and the talisman to Chen Pinggan. Before youngest uncle went down the mountain, he had already told them about the current situation. Li Baoping wanted to let youngest uncle have two more items. Chen Pinggan was already smiling. "I was in the lion's garden with a very powerful Dharma saber female Taoist. We worked together to capture an extremely rare monster that was equivalent to a living treasure bowl. The harvest was quite bountiful. The Taoist female Taoist monopolized the monster. As compensation and reward, she gave me 62 grains of grain rain money. So I want to borrow the true body talisman of the day and night wandering gods from you, not to buy it, but to borrow it. It's a bit like a pawn shop, but we'll do the opposite. You give me the talisman pawns, and I'll give you the divine rain money. Because this talisman's grade is very high, and it can be used repeatedly. As long as the divine rain money can support it, the 2 day and night wandering gods can always exist in the world. Even after the spiritual aura golden body is dispersed, as long as the person who drew the talisman has the ability to add the finishing touch to the talisman's gallbladder, he can still order the two gods to appear. To be honest, 62 pieces of divine rain money is a lot of money, but it's still not enough to buy this priceless talisman. So I'm not buying the talisman." After holding it in for a long time, Li Baoping couldn't help it and said seriously, "Youngest uncle, I'm very sad that you treat me like an outsider." Chen Pinggan explained patiently, "I don't treat you and your brother as outsiders, but I still need to treat the whole Li family of Fulu Street as outsiders. After you pawn the talismans in youngest martial uncle's temporary pawn shop, you can ask Maroshan Mountain Lord to help you send the Guyu money to Longquan County. Your grandfather is now a nascent soul immortal born and raised in our hometown. He probably doesn't lack all kinds of magic treasures. After all, when it comes to the skill of picking up scraps in Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, the 4 great families and 10 great clans are definitely the best at it. As for the immortal money, your grandfather must have more of it now. Although the magic treasures at home can also be sold for money, for chi cultivators, they are generally not willing to sell them unless it is a spiritual weapon or magic treasure that is incompatible with their own great Tao. Li Baoping beamed with joy. It turns out that youngest uncle is still thinking for me. I've wronged you, youngest uncle. I've been rude. I've sinned. Li Baoping began to bow and apologize to Chen Pinggan. After Li Baoping stood up straight, Chen Pinggan stretched out his hands and pinched her cheeks. He joked with a smile, "Hurry up and pinch the little bottle before it grows up." Li Baoping stood still, her pair of bright eyes narrowed into crescents as she smiled. Chen Pinggan finally watched Li Baoping run away. They went to the gate of the academy. Maro Xiaodong had been waiting for a long time. The two left the academy, walked through the main street, and turned into the white thatched street. Only then did Chen Pinggan quietly pass the talisman to Maro Xiaodong. Maro Xiaodong glanced at it and kept it in his sleeve. The tall old man asked Chen Pinggan through the ripples of the Heart Lake, "I've never seen this talisman before. The material is also strange. Is there any explanation?" Chen Pinggan replied through the condensed sound of a pure martial artist, "It's an ancient talisman from the authentic works of alchemy. It's called the talisman of the real body of the day and night wandering god. The essence is in the word real body. The book says that it can connect with the deity. It's not like the ordinary Taoist talisman sect. It relies on a little bit of the talisman's gall to summon the Dharma image of the deity. This talisman is more like the deity. It's said that it contains a part of divinity." After that, Chen Pinggan explained in detail how to use the talisman and what to pay attention to. The more Maro Xiaodong listened, the more surprised he was. Where did such a precious talisman come from? Chen Pinggan skipped over the personal grudge with Li Baoping and only said that someone asked him to give it to Li Baoping. Maro Xiaodong smiled and asked, "You gave it to me just like that?" Chen Pinggan said, "In the hands of Maroshan Mountain Master, everything can be used to its fullest. I'm a martial artist who uses talismans. I don't know how to use it. I haven't learned the most authentic Dharma access of the authentic works of alchemy, so it's easy to damage the essence of the talisman gall. Any talisman who receives a little bit of inspiration from me is like draining the pond to catch the fish." Maro Xiaodong said something strange. "Well, I've learned it myself." Chen Pinggan was confused. Maro Xiaodong did not expose him. No wonder Kui Dongshan called him the child of wealth. He really gave gifts and money to everyone he met. The two walked on white thatched street. Chen Pinggan asked, "Little Baoping skipped so many classes for me. Isn't Maroshan Mountain Master worried about her studies?" Maro Xiaodong said, "Li Baoping is the one who has learned the most in our academy. There are so many books of sages in the Cliff Academy's library. Studying is very interesting. If you are not sincere and not enlightened, the words in the books will be very delicate and arrogant. Those words will not grow legs from the books and move to the scholar's stomach. Li Baoping is very good. Some of the principles explained by the words in the books are not big. Not only did they grow legs and live in her stomach, they also went to her heart. In the end, those words returned to the world and the world. They flew out of her heart and grew wings. They flew to the ox cart she pushed to sell charcoal for the old man. They landed on the chessboard where she watched the game without saying anything. They separated the two naughty children from the quarrel and ran to the old woman she helped support. These things may seem trivial, but they are actually very impressive. Haven't our Confucian ancestors always been pursuing this? There are 3 immortals in studying. People of later generations often drool over the 3 words of speech, merit, and virtue. They don't know that standing is the key. There is a lot of knowledge in how to stand up and stand. Maro Xiaodong put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky of the capital. Chen Pinggan, you missed a lot of beautiful scenery. Every time little Baoping went out to play, I secretly followed her. After this lively little girl in red appeared in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, it felt like it had come alive. Maro Xiaodong said it emotionally. Chen Pinggan was simply happy for little Baoping. He was happy that little Baoping was learning well in the academy. Maro Xiaodong suddenly said, "Now that you are reading both Confucian and legalist books, I have to remind you. If Confucian studies are mixed but not refined, it will be easy to mess things up. It will be as if you can find the principles you want from the books, so it will be confusing. Especially when it comes to major issues, it will make people feel lost. But you should also pay attention to this. Why is it that throughout history, there has never been a country's monarch willing to publicly proclaim that legalism is the only school of thought?" Without waiting for Chen Pinggan to speak, Maro Xiaodong waved his hand and said, "You are underestimating the tolerance of the Confucian sages and underestimating the strength of the legalist sages." Maro Xiaodong sighed softly. "Do you know how the sages view the depth of a certain school of thought?" Chen Pinggan laughed. "Of course I don't know." He subconsciously took off his wine gourd. These heartfelt words of Maro Mountain Lord tasted very good when paired with wine, giving Chen Pinggan endless aftertaste. Maro Xiaodong stretched out his hand and pointed at the people on the bustling street. He smiled and said, "For example, Confucianism makes people go on blind dates, while legalism makes people go far." Chen Pinggan was deep in thought. Maro Xiaodong said, "This is just a thought of mine. It may not be correct. If you think it's useful, then take it and chew on it as a side dish. If you think it's useless, then throw it aside. It's fine. There are so many priceless words of wisdom in the books, but I've never seen the people of the world cherish or fully comprehend them. My half-baked knowledge really isn't much." Chen Pinggan drank his wine and said nothing. Maro Xiaodong was silent for a moment. He looked at the endless stream of people on the streets of the capital, and for some reason, he thought of a certain little bastard's casual remark. The things that push history forward are often beautiful mistakes, certain extreme thoughts, and a few inevitable coincidences. Maro Xiaodong's thoughts drifted far away. When he came back to his senses, Chen Pinggan still did not speak. The old man turned his head and said in surprise, "Shouldn't you say something like Maro Mountain Lord is extremely knowledgeable and shouldn't belittle yourself?" Chen Pinggan was speechless. "Mr. Qi, sword immortal, Kui Dong." Then there was the tall old man beside him. Chen Pinggan felt that the difference between the disciples taught by old Mr. Wen Sheng was too great. But when he thought about it, his disciples Kui Dong Shan and Pei Qian seemed to be in a similar situation. If possible, with the addition of Cao Qinglang from the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, everyone would be different. He remembered that a book once said that spring was when 100 flowers bloomed together. It made sense. In the twilight, Chen Pinggan and Maro Xiaodong had not returned to the academy. Kui Dongshan's courtyard was crowded for the first time. Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shuyi, Yu Lu, Xie Xie, Pei Qian and Shiru. Lin Shuyi and Xie Xie sat at the two ends of the green bamboo corridor, each doing breathing exercises. Shiru, who was restrained, only felt that there was no place for her in the academy. In this courtyard, she was even more uneasy. Chen Pinggan had mentioned Li Huai and the others' background and cultivation strength intermittently. Shiru had seen Li Baoping's second brother, Li Baozhen, before. He was an extremely shrewd and ruthless person. Li Huai's father was said to be a 10th realm martial artist. He once almost killed the vassal of Dali, Song Jianqiang. He even climbed the mountain alone with his 2 fists to tear down the ancestral hall of the Tongyi sect. Chen Pinggan did not mention Yu Lu's identity, but Shiru already knew that this young tall scholar was a pure 8th realm martial artist. Xie Xie's current identity was said to be Kui Dongshan's maidservant. Shiru only knew that Xie Xie was once a cultivation genius of a great dynasty. Shiru stood at the entrance of the courtyard, intentionally or otherwise distancing herself from everyone. Shiru knew that this was the first time these people came to the Great Sui to study. Along the way, it was Chen Pinggan who was in charge. According to what she heard when Chen Pinggan was chatting with Pei Qian and Zhu Lian, at that time, Chen Pinggan was only a martial artist of the second or third realm. Why did these people, who would be God's favored sons in any dynasty, seem to think that Chen Pinggan, an outsider who had just arrived at the academy, was making arrangements for him as a natural and even justified thing? Li Baoping was copying books in Kui Dongshan's small study. Pei Qian and Li Huai were lying on the green bamboo floor at the entrance of the main room. They took out Kui Dongshan's favorite chessboard and chess jar and began to play five-piece chess. The rules were the same as when Kui Dongshan cheated Pei Qian. Yu Lu sat cross-legged between the two. Pei Qian and Li Huai had agreed that each of them would have 3 chances to ask Yu Lu for help. Yu Lu, who was a two-timer and acted as an incompetent advisor, was even more focused than Pei Qian and Li Huai, who often bickered. Shiru felt that she was an outsider. But she was clearly the master of an immortal's remains. She had great prospects for the great Tao, and her future achievements might be greater than everyone in the courtyard. If she was in any sect in the Aquarius continent, shouldn't she be worshipped? But here, everyone was polite to her. But that was it. Their politeness revealed undisguised estrangement and coldness. Shiru could not understand. The Cai manor finally sent that cheap ancestor out of the door as if they were sending off a god of plague. From Cai Jinxian to the cooks in the kitchen, everyone was relieved. Perhaps the only ones who were slightly disappointed were the pretty maidservants who had the chance to serve that handsome immortal. Kui Dongshan left the city and did not go straight to the capital. Instead, he stayed in a large Taoist temple in the capital. In the Taoist temple, there was an old Taoist priest who presided over the temple and guided people to enter Tao. Therefore, he was called Master on the Taoist pedigree. He came to visit in the name of discussing Tao. Wei Xian was well aware that the old Daoist was definitely a spy from Great Li who had been planted in the territory of Great Sui. This was not strange at all. When Kui Dongshan had nothing to do, he showed Wei Xian a list of the Great Sui Kingdom's men of sacrifice, spies, and all kinds of people who were still lurking in Dali. Naturally, there were more spies that had not been discovered yet. There were many names circled in red. Kui Dongshan said that they were spies who specialized in selling information. They were the most fun. They did not recognize family and only recognized money. It was more refreshing to deal with them. However, to Wei Xian's surprise, although the old Daoist was undoubtedly a spy of the Great Li, after he finished his report, he really began to sit on a praying mat with Kui Dongshan. They sat down and discussed Tao, chatting about anything under the sun. Wei Xian dozed off. After the old Taoist priest left, Kui Dongshan pointed at the futon opposite him and said, "Sit down while it's still warm." Although Wei Xian sat down, he did not sit on the futon but on the ground. Kui Dongshan took out a small antique table filled with the 4 treasures of the study. He spread out a piece of paper that was probably made by the imperial court and began to write. Wei Xian asked, "Why did Mr. Kui suddenly change his mind and leave the Cai family to rush to the capital? Why did you stop here?" This was a question that Wei Xian could not understand. Kui Dongshan did not raise his head and did not give an answer. Instead, he asked, "Do you think the human heart is complicated?" Wei Xian nodded and said, "Naturally." Kui Dongshan was once a master of calligraphy in the Central Plains. Even Wei Xian, who was watching from afar, felt that his calligraphy was pleasing to the eye. Kui Dongshan continued to write the summary of all the intelligence reports and said slowly, "The human heart seems to be unpredictable. In fact, it is far less complicated than you think. People are greedy for life and afraid of death. This is human nature, even the nature of all living creatures. The reason why humans are different from beasts is that they have deep affection for their children, love for their children, and the rise and fall of their country. Am I right? The more outstanding a person is, the more obvious a certain emotion will be." Wei Xian thought for a moment and said, "That's true. But there are more people who have a vague sense of balance." Kui Dongshan stopped writing and put it on the porcelain pen holder. He shook his wrist and sneered, "What sense of balance? It's just a muddle-headed person. His mind is wavering and he goes with the flow. When he sees a beauty, he is lustful. When he sees money, he wants fame and fortune." Liu Qingfeng, Li Baozhen, Wei Li, and Wu Yuan, These 4 people belong to the category of smart melons. But they also have their own shortcomings and problems. Wu Yuan, who is the governor of Longquan County, agrees with my theory and is also my disciple in name. But in her early years, she was indebted to the imperial concubine who practiced Tao in Eternal Spring Palace. She believes that everything she has today was bestowed by the imperial concubine. So, she wavers between personal kindness and national affairs, living a very tangled life. What Li Baozhen wants is not strange, nor is it in line with the orthodoxy of Confucianism like Wu Yuan. It's all for the sake of meritorious service. One day, he will rise to the top. But Li Baozhen does not understand that great wisdom can appear stupid. But the so-called smart people in the world are nothing. They're worthless. Wei Li of Huangting country is the most refined of the 4. His heart is the most important, the mountains, rivers, the country, and the common people. But his worldview is still small. He has seen the land of a country and the customs of 100 years, but he is not used to seeing the land of a continent and the great plan of 1,000 years. The small county magistrate of Qingwan country, Liu Qingfeng, I think the most highly of the 4. But unfortunately, he has no aptitude for cultivation and can only live for 100 years at most. Is it because the heavens are jealous of the talented? Wei Xian was a little surprised when he heard this. Mr. Kui was actually willing to describe others as talented. Wei Xian had actually been thinking about Kui Dongshan's so-called theory of the human heart. Kui Dongshan grabbed a stack of classified spy reports from a few tables and threw them to Wei Xian. These are the latest failed poems of the imperial examination scholars of Dali and the Great Sui Kingdom. It's one of the methods I use to relieve my boredom when I'm bored. After Wei Xian caught them, Kui Dongshan said, "You probably want to ask me about the method of determining the depth and direction of a person's heart. It seems feasible, but in fact, the world is unpredictable. A person's heart fluctuates. Maybe a change will cause many temporary changes. It's still very troublesome and difficult to be precise. So it can't be considered true knowledge, right?" Wei Xian nodded and did not deny it. Kui Dongshan smiled and pointed to his head. When cultivating in the mountains, in addition to longevity, your head will also follow the spiritual light. Kui Dongshan then flicked his wrist and scattered a bunch of immortal coins on the tables. The division of the human heart that I mentioned earlier can be supplemented by the calculation of the Shu family of the 100 schools of thought. Judge from 1 to 10. You will find that the so-called ups and downs of the human heart will not affect the final result. Before Wei Xian could speak, Kui Dongshan smiled and said, 1 to 10 is still not accurate enough. What if you can do 1 to 100? Wei Xian sighed. The method of the Shu family has always been regarded as a small Tao in the vast world. Isn't it always praised by merchants with bad reputations? Can Mr. Kui use it like this? Could it be that Mr. Kui is also one of the supporters of the Shu family in addition to Confucianism? Kui Dongshan sneered. Is the Shu family worthy of my praise? Kui Dongshan stood up. I even want to know the difference between God and man, the 3 souls and 6 spirits, and the most minute things in the world. The Shu family of the Shu family of thought is nothing. Wei Xian held the stack of papers filled with the poems of the scholars of the 2 countries and was speechless. Kui Dongshan took a detour and finally returned to the question that Wei Xian had asked at the beginning. I know everything about the academy. The only variable now is the weak Master Zhao. Wei Xian was puzzled. An old scholar and a scholarly sage who is in charge of a small world in the academy. Can the former cause any trouble? Moreover, according to Mr. Kui, Maro Xiaodong is not a rigid Confucian. How can he make a mistake? Moreover, according to Mr. Kui's explanation, the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom would not dare to make a move against Li Baoping and Li Huai unless he is seeking his own destruction. Kui Dongshan looked at Wei Xian in disdain. Think about it carefully. I reminded you before to look at the problem from a higher perspective. Wei Xian was shocked. Kui Dongshan rubbed his cheeks and sneered. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom is in charge of the country. However, would the people behind the scenes care about Dali and the Great Sui Kingdom fighting to the death and destroying each other? If the assassination of one or two people could decide the direction of the situation of a continent, would you be tempted? The disciples of the Shang family would be happy to see it happen. After all, in a war, you can make a lot of money from the dead. As for those who like to sneak around and hide behind the scenes, they would be even more so. Wei Xian's emotions were surging and his hands were trembling. This was the world that the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom really yearned for. Chaos and war. Whether it was on the mountain or under the mountain, the emperor, general, minister, immortal, or deity, they would all be wrapped in the torrent of the general trend. They would all be chess pieces that could not control themselves. However, Qi Dongshan seemed to have thought of something sad. He wiped his face and said sadly, "Look, I have such great ability and knowledge, but now I am doing such a shitty thing. Scheming and scheming, it's just cutting meat from a mosquito's leg. It's a small business. The old bastard is happily scheming for the entire Aquarius continent. I can only watch over his house and watch over a place like the Great Sui Kingdom. Using a snail's shell as a training ground, my family business is too small and I can only mess around. I also have to worry about being expelled from the school if I don't do my job well." Qi Dongshan clenched his fist and pounded his chest. "Old Wei, my heart hurts." Wei Xian looked at the white-clothed youth rolling on the floor in the room and then looked down at the poems in his hands that were said to show his true temperament. He did not feel heartache, but his heart was tired. The Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom treated scholars well. This was a tradition since the founding of the country. Not to mention the new top scholar Zhong Dai. Although he was still in the Hanlin Academy, he already had a courtyard with 10 rooms in the capital. This was paid for by the Ministry of Revenue of the Imperial Court. That evening, Zhong Dai took a walk in the empty courtyard. After feeding the red carps in the large vat, he went to the study room to play chess by himself. Zhong Dai was born of a local cold family. His writing in the county and provincial examinations was commendable, but he could not be considered a genius. He only shocked the world in the court examinations and became a fish that leaped over the dragon gate. After becoming the top scholar, he moved to this courtyard. The only change was that Zhong Dai hired a coachman and a carriage. Other than that, Zhong Dai did not have many banquets or social gatherings. It was hard to imagine that this young man in his early 20s was the new top scholar of the Great Sui Kingdom. It was even harder to imagine that he would appear in the Cai family's residence and speak so generously. Finally, he would be able to leave in the same carriage as the Dragon Bull General Miao Ren, who had contributed to the founding of the country. Whether it was Cai Feng or Miao Ren, they all thought that it was reasonable. Zhong Dai had a very valuable status as the top scholar and was one of the 4 spirits of Great Sui whose reputation spread throughout the court. His status was humble but clean, and he was hot-blooded, so he was easy to control. They felt that this person was willing to take the lead for the sake of the country. Zhong Dai heard a knock on the door and stopped playing. He looked up and said, "Come in." It was the old coachman who was staying in the courtyard. The old man stood at the door of the slightly dark study and said slowly, "Maro Xiaodong has already left the academy with a young man called Chen Pinggan. Didn't they say that they wanted to kill the scholar demon Maro Xiaodong? Just kill him." Zhong Dai said expressionlessly, "Ask the spies in the academy to find a reason to let Zhao Shi and the white deer leave the academy together. Find a secluded place, knock them out and hide them. After controlling the white deer, you must remember not to let Liang Renzi, the nascent soul cultivator guarding the door, become suspicious. As long as you can enter the academy smoothly, you must act decisively. You must kill at least 1 or 2, even better." The old man nodded. Zhong Dai hesitated for a moment. "I will leave the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom tonight." The old man smiled and said, "After this matter is done, when you return to the Central Divine Continent, you will definitely have a bright future." Zhong Dai did not comment. After the old man left, Zhong Dai put down the chess record in his hand and looked down at the chessboard. It was a crisscross game. Southeast of the Aquarius continent, at the edge of the capital of the Qingluan Kingdom, there was a private residence that was not well known. As one of the leaders of the Dali Green Pavilion spies, the young man's face was gloomy. Everyone in the hall had different identities. They were all experts in the Qingluan Kingdom's official and literary circles. Of course, they were also the trusted aides of the Dali dynasty. Li Baozhen looked at the ground, his fingers spinning the teacup that had not even a sip of tea. Everyone was trembling with fear. The reason why they were gathered here was to do one thing. They wanted to use the pen of the Qingluan Kingdom's scholarly sect leader, the leader of the literary circle, the old assistant minister Liu Jingting, who had already retired to the Lion's Garden. They wanted to consign this person to eternal damnation, and make it difficult for him to form a cohesive force with the people who were fleeing south. The Qingluan Kingdom still needed a scholarly community, but it did not need Liu Jingting to outshine everyone else. As long as Liu Jingting's reputation was destroyed, those aristocratic families would fall apart. Dali was willing to see this scene. Even the emperor of the Qingluan Kingdom would feel that there were pros and cons. He would not be held back by those people who did not understand the situation. Every day, these people who did not know how to follow the customs of the Qingluan Kingdom would criticize the current affairs of the Qingluan Kingdom. At that time, the emperor of the Tang family would be able to split the spoils with Dali, and each of them would be able to rope in those aristocratic families. But tonight, the dozens of people present had used all of their family's power and influence to attack Liu Jingting. They had practically flipped through every single article of the old assistant minister Liu. Poems, official documents, word by word, looking for loopholes. They did not expect that the results would not be obvious. Instead, it had caused the majority of the scholars in the Qingluan Kingdom to be indignant. Some of the officials who did not agree with Liu Jingting's political views, as well as many scholars, could not stand it any longer. They began to speak up for Liu Jingting. Especially those aristocratic families who had rushed to the south. They were even more agitated and ran around for Liu Jingting. Even the rumors that Liu Jingting was about to return to the center of the court and be promoted to the Minister of Rights began to spread in the capital. Li Baozhen raised his head and smiled. Everyone, don't be nervous. This matter was not done well. Instead of opening the door, we were smeared with black and fell. The first one to be stabbed is me, Li Baozhen. After that, it will be your turn. If the imperial tutor understands, perhaps he will feel that our actions are pardonable. He will change the chessboard and give us another chance. It would have been better if he did not say these comforting words. Once Li Baozhen said this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Their hair stood on end. The candlelight in the main hall swayed. Li Baozhen was, of course, extremely annoyed. A bunch of good-for-nothings. At this moment, two figures appeared in the main hall. One person walked in, and the other stayed outside the door. Li Baozhen felt somewhat helpless as he looked at the scholarly man who had walked into the main hall. He had originally thought that by avoiding this person, he would be able to do this matter beautifully. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? That person's voice was not loud. He slowly said, "Everyone, we are already halfway done. There are still 3 small steps left. The first step is to stop slandering Liu Jingting and turn around to flatter the old assistant minister. In this step, there are 3 segments. First, everyone and your friends will first throw out some neutral, moderate, and prudent articles to conclude this matter. Try your best not to make your articles completely unconvincing. Second, begin to invite another group of people to deify Liu Jingting. The more corny the wording, the better. Exaggerate Liu Jingting's moral articles to the point that they can be worshipped at the Confucian temple after his death. Third, write another article to attack all the officials and scholars who have defended Liu Jingting. Do not distinguish between right and wrong. The worse the wording, the better. However, take note that the general idea of the article must be to describe everyone as Liu Jingting's accomplices and lackeys. At first, when everyone in the main hall heard this person's first sentence, they sneered in their hearts and criticized him incessantly. However, the more they listened, the more they felt that the method was novel. That person continued, "The second step is to wait quietly for a period of time before turning the spearhead again and pointing it directly at Liu Jingting. This requires some small tricks. All the articles, principles, and foundations must be based on the words even though and even though. For example, even though Liu Jingting's morals are flawed, the flaws do not obscure the jade. There are many talents among his disciples. Then, you can list them one by one. The killing intent lies in the prominent official positions that make people jealous. Another example is even though Liu Jingting's political achievements are mediocre, he can still be considered honest. He is just a famous lion's garden. That person explained, "Why do you have to do this?" Because to the onlookers, these articles seem calm on the surface, and they are also defending Liu Jingting. Many neutral people who originally didn't want to participate in this literary battle have unknowingly started to tacitly agree with these hypothetical facts. Coupled with the so-called explanations that are filled with hidden murderous intent, it just makes things worse. Everyone in the main hall looked at each other in dismay. That person smiled and said, "The third step is to make a fuss about personal morality. For example, if you ask someone to be a ghostwriter, you don't need to care about the quality of the writing. You only need a gimmick. For example, Liu Jingting's romantic affair of staying in the nunnery on a stormy night. Or, an old man plucking the ashes. Or, for example, the lion's garden and the pretty servant girl's pear blossom suppressing the begonia. While you're at it, you can also write some catchy limericks and weave them into a storytelling story." That person saw that everyone was shocked and puzzled, but he still explained patiently, "Don't think that it's useless. Down-and-out scholars without scholarly honors love to read this. Common people who don't care about the truth love to hear this. In the scholarly forest, 3 men make a tiger. In the marketplace, mosquitoes gather and become thunder." The man finally smiled and took out a piece of paper. He walked over to Li Baozhen and handed it over. Looking around, he said, "Everyone present here may not know the way to print an erotic book, the price, and how much money you should pay to hire a storyteller. I've written down all kinds of trivial matters that are not worth mentioning on this paper, so as to prevent you from being taken advantage of. Moreover, there are many common people who do business. Although their positions are low, they are actually quite cunning and intelligent. Each of them has their own way of living. Once you give them a big advantage in terms of money, they may even look down on you." The person said goodbye and left. When he was near the door, he suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "You're all in front of me, so I have the opportunity to show off my small skills. I hope I can help you a little." Everyone stared at that person, leaving in a daze. Li Baozhen's mouth was dry and his tongue was dry. He clenched the paper in his hand tightly. The rest of the people felt their scalps tingle. That person was called Liu Qingfeng. He was Liu Jingting's eldest son. 9. 407. Maro Xiaodong was going to the capital temple of the Great Sui Kingdom to ask for some luck. This involved Chen Ping'an's foundation of cultivation. However, Maro Xiaodong did not rush Chen Ping'an to the temple. Instead, he took Chen Ping'an slowly and chatted with him. Along the way, Maro Xiaodong asked Chen Ping'an about the many interesting things he had seen and heard during his travels. Chen Ping'an had traveled far twice, but he had spent most of his time in the depths of the mountains, forests, and rivers. He had not encountered many martial temples. Chen Ping'an casually talked about his good friend, the bearded hero Xu Yuanxia, who looked boorish but was actually quite talented. This man, who had left the army, not only recorded the mountains and rivers of various places, but also painted the ancient buildings of various countries with fine brushwork. Maro Xiaodong said that Xu Yuanxia could come to the academy as a nominal teacher and give lectures to the students of the academy. He could talk about the magnificence of the mountains and rivers and the gathering of people. The academy could even open up a room for him to hang his fine brushwork manuscripts. Chen Ping'an promised Maro Xiaodong that he would send a letter to Xu Yuanxia, who had returned to his hometown, and invite him to travel to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. The largest and most ceremonial temple in the Great Sui dynasty was located in the northwest. Therefore, when the two of them set out from Donghua Mountain, they had to pass through half of the capital. During this time, Maro Xiaodong treated Chen Ping'an to lunch. It was a small restaurant hidden in the depths of a shabby alley, but business was not bad. The wine was fragrant, and the restaurant's homebrewed rice wine was very good. Maro Xiaodong said that every time he made wine, the owner would not only select the glutinous rice, but also take his son out of the city to fetch water from the Songfeng spring, which was 60 miles away from the capital. The father and son took turns to carry the water, leaving early in the morning and returning late at night. That was how the rice wine was brewed. When Chen Pinggan left the restaurant, he bought a large jar of rice wine. He went to the deserted alley and carefully poured it into the blade-strengthening gourd, which was almost empty. Then he put the empty jar into the near things. In the near things, everything is there. Clothes, books, offerings, pots and pans, choppers, needles and thread, herbs, flint, and so on. Seeing Chen Pinggan put away the empty wine jar that was not worth much, Maro Xiaodong reminded him, "Many a little makes a mickle, and many grains of sand make a tower." It's a good thing, but don't go down a dead end and nitpick everything. Otherwise, it will be difficult for your mind to be clear and bright, or it will be hard for you to be mentally and physically exhausted. Although your muscles and bones are majestic, your mind and spirit have long been exhausted. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "I'll remember it." Maro Xiaodong stroked his beard and smiled. In fact, the one who was nitpicking was him, senior brother Maro. But if he didn't put on airs in front of Chen Pinggan, how could he show his dignity as a senior brother? Since his teacher did not miss him or nag him, he, Maro Xiaodong, had to make up for it by becoming his teacher's last disciple. After walking for nearly an hour, they arrived at the capital temple, the sacred place of all the local students of the Great Sui Kingdom. Temples were scattered all over the vast world, like stars in the sky and chess pieces on a chessboard. They were like lights on the earth, shining on the world. Unless it was a very remote place, even the smallest county had to build a martial temple. All the county governors and county magistrates had to go to the martial temple to offer incense and worship the saints after they were appointed. Then, they would go to the martial temple to worship the heroes. Therefore, even the small town where Chen Pinggan grew up in Liju Cave was blocked and blocked. After it fell and took root in the territory of Dali, the first thing that happened was that the Dali Imperial Court asked the first county magistrate, Wu Yuan, to immediately prepare the location of the martial temple and the martial temple. Maro Xiaodong stood outside the temple, and Chen Pinggan and the old man stood side by side. Maro Xiaodong asked, "You drank rice wine before, and now you're looking at the temple. What do you think?" Chen Pinggan replied, "Wine is made with good glutinous rice, and there is an endless stream of people buying wine. It's clear that the people in the capital don't have to worry about food and clothing, and they have a lot of spare money. As for this temple, I haven't seen anything." Chen Pinggan answered half of the questions correctly. Maro Xiaodong nodded, but this time, Maro Xiaodong was not deliberately mystifying. He pointed out to Chen Pinggan, "There's no movement over there. This means that the guys living in the mud in the temple of the Great Sui Kingdom don't think highly of Chen Pinggan's luck." Speaking of this, Maro Xiaodong was a little sarcastic. Probably because they've been burned by incense for hundreds of years, their eyesight is not good. Maro Xiaodong continued, "Scholars who travel to study are pious. When they visit the temple, if they have good luck, the gods in the temple will sense it and secretly share some of the increased luck as a gift. The so-called wonderful brush blossoms, Zhong Tiancheng, when he puts down the brush, his wrist is like the help of ghosts and gods. This is the principle. But what the ancestors and gods of the temple can do is only to add flowers to the brocade. In the final analysis, it still depends on whether the scholar's own skill is profound or not. Those who are willing to do these little tricks are mostly the actions of the incense gods who have become gods in their own countries. The temples in the capital cities of the various countries that worship the Holy Master and the 72 sages are just clay statues of gods. Of course, nothing is absolute. There are very few exceptions. The temples in the capital cities of the 9 great dynasties usually have a great saint. Hearing this, Chen Pinggan asked softly, "Now in the south of the Aquarius continent, there are rumors that Dali is already the 10th great dynasty." Maro Xiaodong smiled and said, "Wait until all the new 5 peaks of Dali appear, then we'll talk about this. Now there's only the northern peak, the Cloud Mountain. It's still too early to talk about it." Maro Xiaodong walked forward and said, "Let's go, let's meet the Great Sui Kingdom's temple saints." Chen Pinggan followed behind. The temple occupied a large area. There were many literati and devotees here, but it did not seem crowded. But when Chen Pinggan followed Maro Xiaodong to the main hall of the temple, he realized that there was no one around. It seemed that the temple had received instructions to temporarily not allow tourists and pilgrims to approach the main hall, where the front hall was used to worship the world and the back hall was used to worship the country's saints. The courtyard was quiet and ancient trees towered into the sky. An old Confucian scholar with large sleeves and a tall crown on his head appeared in his golden body. A long sword hung from his waist as he walked out of the rear hall. He crossed the threshold and walked into the courtyard. Maro Xiaodong and this famous official in the history books of the Great Sui Kingdom bowed to each other. Before stepping into the courtyard, Maro Xiaodong had already told Chen Pinggan about the lives of the gods in the temples of the capital who were still alive, as well as their achievements in their respective dynasties. He had mentioned all of them. The temple god in front of them was called Yuan Gaofeng. He was one of the founding heroes of the Great Sui Kingdom. He was also a Confucian general with outstanding military achievements. He gave up his writing brush and joined the army. He followed the founding emperor of the Gao family of Guiyang to conquer the country. After he got off the horse, he was appointed as the Minister of Personnel Affairs and the Grand Secretary of the Wu Ying Palace. He worked hard and achieved great political achievements. After his death, he was posthumously reinstated. The Yuan family was still one of the most powerful families in the Great Sui Kingdom. The current head of the Yuan family used to be the Minister of Justice. He resigned due to illness. He had many outstanding descendants. He had made great achievements in politics, the battlefield, and the study. Yuan Gaofeng was also the first official to be posthumously reinstated by the emperor since the founding of the Great Sui Kingdom. Yuan Gaofeng asked, "What brings you here, Master Maro?" Maro Xiaodong asked back, "Why do you ask when you already know the answer?" Yuan Gaofeng's expression did not change. "Master Mao, please speak clearly." Maro Xiaodong said slowly, "I want to take a share of luck from your temple, and then I want to borrow another share. As for the ritual utensils of your temple, I want to temporarily take away a set of chimes and a set of chimes. In addition, there is a set of chimes and cauldrons, as well as 2 candlesticks. This is the share that our Cliff Academy should have. As for the blue and white porcelain jar that you later moved from the local temple and was funded by censor Yang Qingguang, I will borrow it from your temple. In addition to the luck it contains, I will return the items to you." Yuan Gaofeng asked, "Why don't you rob them?" He was indeed a Confucian general. He was straightforward and did not hesitate. Maro Xiaodong smiled and said, "If I can rob them, I will not be polite to you." Yuan Gaofeng said sarcastically, "You know it too. You are so straightforward and arrogant. I thought you were already a sage of the academy in the pure jade state." Yuan Gaofeng then said, "But it seems that the pure jade state is not enough. You can only succeed if you can move the entire Donghua mountain to the temple, right? It is difficult to move the luck of Donghua mountain with the celestial skill of moving the mountain. It is even more difficult. I am sorry to trouble you, Master Mao." Maro Xiaodong looked around and laughed. "How can I move it? The temple is big. Do you want to smash it all at once? Wouldn't the Great Sui dynasty's top temple be destroyed in a day?" Yuan Gaofeng said sternly, "Maro Xiaodong, don't try to play the tricks of a businessman. You want me, Yuan Gaofeng, to accompany you to bargain? You can be shameless, but I'm not afraid of humiliation. You know the bottom line of the temple." Maro Xiaodong did not notice. Chen Pinggan, on the other hand, sensed a majestic aura of righteousness. Vaguely, streaks of 7-colored flowing lights appeared, gathering and dispersing as they wandered about. They almost seemed to be solidifying. The genuine qi in Chen Pinggan's body stagnated. The gate of the water mansion, which contained the natal item of the water seal, closed involuntarily. The children in green who were born from the essence of water were trembling. Maro Xiaodong did not stop Yuan Gaofeng's deliberate demonstration. He let Chen Pinggan bear the suppression of the rich luck alone. Maro Xiaodong stretched out his hand and pointed to the main hall. "Let's go to the back hall to talk." Yuan Gaofeng hesitated for a moment and agreed. Maro Xiaodong let Chen Pinggan go to the front hall. As for the back hall, there was no need. After Maro Xiaodong and Yuan Gaofeng entered the back hall, A few more golden-bodied gods walked out of the clay statues. Chen Pinggan walked slowly in the solemn front hall. This was the first time that Chen Pinggan walked into the main hall of a temple in the capital of a country. When he was in Tongya continent, he did not follow Yarrow to the Mirage city of the Great Quan dynasty. Otherwise, he would have gone to take a look. Later, when he was in the capital of Qingyuan Kingdom, Chen Pinggan did not have the chance to visit because of the debate between Buddhism and Taoism. As for the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, there was no temple to worship the 72 sages. No matter how far he walked or how carefully he looked, he would miss something. It was impossible to really see everything. Time passed and it was close to dusk. Chen Pinggan was alone and almost did not make any sound of footsteps. He had already looked at the statues in the front hall twice. Previously, in the immortal book annals of mountains and seas, the writings of people from different countries, and the scattered travel notes, he had more or less come into contact with the life stories of these sages in the sacrificial temple. This was something that was difficult for the common people to understand in the vast world of Confucianism. Even the masters of the 72 academies were used to calling them sages. Why were these great sages with great knowledge and merit called sages by the orthodox Confucianism? It should be known that in the major academies, there were many sages who were even rarer. Maro Xiaodong returned from the back hall. Chen Pinggan found that the old man's face was not very good. Since they were in the temple, Chen Pinggan did not ask much. After the two walked out of the temple, Maro Xiaodong took the initiative to say, "They are all stingy and stingy. It's really hard to talk to them." Chen Pinggan nodded. Maro Xiaodong looked up at the sky and said, "After visiting the temple openly and having dinner later, we can take advantage of the darkness to go to the other places where luck gathers to try our luck. At that time, we won't dawdle on our way. Let's finish it quickly and try to get back to the academy before the rooster crows tomorrow morning. As for the temple, we can't let them be so stingy. In the future, we will come here every day." After crossing 2 streets, the two found a restaurant nearby. Before waiting for the table to be served, Maro Xiaodong told Chen Pinggan telepathically, "The atmosphere in the temple is not right. I can understand why Yuan Gaofeng is so unreasonable. But the other 2 sages of the Great Sui Kingdom who came out today to cheer for Yuan Gaofeng have always been known for their gentle temperament. They should not be so tough." Chen Pinggan poured 2 bowls of rice wine from the blade-strengthening gourd and asked, "Is it possible that Yuan Gaofeng is actually using this method to remind us? The gods in the capital temple must have seen the current undercurrent in the Great Sui Kingdom. However, they are all flesh and blood, and it is also related to the Great Sui Kingdom's national power and luck. It is difficult for them to make a decision, so they can only stand by and watch. But they are unwilling to see us being kept in the dark and destroy the Donghua Academy's bloodline. So they deliberately show a dark face and use illogical words and actions to warn us of the situation outside the temple." Maro Xiaodong was a little relieved and said with a smile, "That's right." Maro Xiaodong looked out of the window of the restaurant and clicked his tongue. "I thought that since we were baits, they would observe us more carefully or send some small fish and shrimps to take a bite out of us. Unexpectedly, it's not dark yet and we're not far from the temple. There are so many people on the street. They've directly used their trump card, which is a crazy move." Maro Xiaodong looked out of the window and clicked his tongue. When did the people of the Great Sui Kingdom become so decisive? Chen Pinggan drank the bowl of mellow rice wine slowly. Maro Xiaodong asked with a smile, "Are you not nervous at all?" Chen Pinggan put down his wine bowl and said, "To be honest, I've been through a lot of fighting and killing. I've seen a lot of the world." Maro Xiaodong asked again, "How much of the world?" Chen Pinggan thought for a moment and said frankly, "I fought an old Yuanying realm dragon guarding a small world in the flood dragon ditch, carried the sword of the big boss of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and was hit by the natal magic weapon of an ascendant realm cultivator, the sword-swallowing boat." Maro Xiaodong laughed heartily. Chen Pinggan held back his laughter and added a flattering sentence, "I also drank with you at the same table." Maro Xiaodong quickly picked up the big white bowl and said, "Let's not talk about the first part, but the last part should drink a big bowl of wine." Chen Pinggan finished the bowl of wine and suddenly asked, Can you check the approximate number of people and cultivation level? Maro Xiaodong nodded and said, I seem to be wandering around with little treasure bottle for the past few years, but in fact, I have some plans. I have been trying to do something. Let's not talk about what it is first. Anyway, within 1,000 feet of me, I know all the Qi refinement warriors below the 5th level and pure martial artists below the 9th level. Among the 5 assassins, one is a 9th level golden core sword cultivator, one is a military dragon gate cultivator, one is a dragon gate formation master, one is a remote travel realm martial artist, and one is a golden body realm martial artist. Chen Pingan said helplessly, I may not be of much help. Maro Xiaodong smiled and got up. He took out the true body talisman of the day and night wandering god from his sleeve and returned it to Chen Pingan. He laughed in his mind and said, how can a senior brother squander his junior brother's belongings? Keep it. Chen Pingan hesitated. Maro Xiaodong smiled and asked, why? Do you think that I am too conceited because the enemy is so aggressive? Have you forgotten what I said before? As long as there is no Jade Pure Realm cultivator to help them, I can handle it. Chen Pingan frowned and said, what if there is? Maro Xiaodong smiled and said, then I am more relieved. They can't kill me if they appear here. At the same time, it proves that the Academy has no backup plan or killing move. While Maro Xiaodong did not show any signs of attacking, Chen Pingan silently poured another bowl of wine. Maro Xiaodong asked curiously, what? Chen Pingan lowered his head and drank wine. Learn from Zhu Lian and drink forfeit wine. Maro Xiaodong scolded jokingly, good boy, you are waiting for a Jade Pure Realm cultivator to appear here, right? Chen Pingan smiled slightly. Maro Xiaodong glanced at the jade hairpin and did not speak. 14. 408. The 4th issue of the journal has been updated. 1. The average number of subscriptions has exceeded 30,000 a long time ago. 2. There are a lot of things happening this month, but I will try to update at least 150,000 words. It was strange. Maro Xiaodong had left, but the main hall of the Confucian Temple was still closed to the public. Instead, it seemed to be under martial law. In the back hall, other than Yuan Gaofeng and the other deities of the Confucian Temple, there were 2 groups of distinguished guests and some rare guests. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom came out of the palace in plain clothes. A white-haired eunuch in a red python costume was standing next to him. There were 2 other men. An old man with white hair still looked domineering among the sovereigns of the mortal world and the saints of the Confucian Temple. There was also a relatively young and elegant man. Perhaps he thought that he was not qualified to participate in the secret meeting, so he went to the front hall to pay his respects to the 72 sages. The old man was not from the Aquarius continent. He called himself Lin Shuangjiang, but he spoke the official language of the Aquarius continent and the Great Sui Kingdom. Lin Shuangjiang was most likely a pseudonym. However, this was not important. What was important was that after the old man appeared in the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom, his spells were so powerful that even the eunuch in the python costume who stood behind the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom and a consecrator in the palace could not hurt the old man. Lin Shuangjiang glanced at Yuan Gaofeng and the other 2 deities of the Confucian Temple who were chatting with Maro Xiaodong. Shifting his gaze, he saw some gods who were Confucian generals who made meritorious contributions to the founding of the country, as well as some gods who were civil officials in the history of the Great Sui dynasty who made contributions to the expansion of the country. These 2 groups of gods naturally gathered together like a temple. There was an indistinct boundary between them and Yuan Gaofeng's small group of people. Lin Shuangjiang finally looked at the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom and said, Your Majesty, the Great Sui Kingdom has both the military and the people. We have courage in the court and courage in the battlefield. Since the situation is like this, do you still want to endure the humiliation? When the Mountain Alliance was signed, the Great Sui Kingdom was indeed unable to stop the Dali Iron Cavalry and could not escape the fate of being destroyed. But now that the situation has changed, does your Majesty still want to drag out an ignoble existence? Lin Shuangjiang laughed coldly and said, Do you want me, a foreigner, to tell His Majesty exactly how many of the Great Sui Kingdom's officials in the capital and scholars who fled to the mountains and forests to escape Zen in the past few years? Also, from the capital to other places in the Great Sui Kingdom, how serious was the decline of the luck of the martial temples? Do I need to talk about it? Although it was said to be a 100-year covenant, His Majesty had used his infamy in exchange for 100 years of peace for the people of the Great Sui Kingdom. Was His Majesty really sure that even if the barbarians of the Song clan kept their promise and did not send a single soldier to the Great Sui Kingdom, could the Great Sui Kingdom really survive for 100 years in peace? And then look at the sky and wait for a pie to fall from the sky. The Song clan dug their own graves and then let the Gao family of Guiyang reap the fruits. Lin Shuangjiang's expression was cold. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. I'm sure Your Majesty knows what the Song clan is like. Now that the vassal king Song Jianqiang is in charge and Wu Fu is in charge, Emperor Dali could even plot against the 5 mountain gods related to the Gao family and revoke their titles. Is the mountain alliance between the Great Sui Kingdom's Mount Donghua and Dalis Mount Biyun really effective? I dare say that in less than 50 years, at most 30 years, even if the Dali Iron Cavalry is blocked in the Zhuiying dynasty, the successor to the throne of Dali and that embroidered tiger can successfully digest the entire northern part of the Aquarius continent. After 30 years, the people of the Great Sui Kingdom, from the people of the Great Sui Kingdom to the border army, then to the petty officials, and finally to the important officials in the imperial court, will use the Dali dynasty as their dream home. Lin Shuangjiang said sternly, when the people of the Great Sui Kingdom think that a foreign country is better than their homeland, how can you, the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom, who single-handedly caused the downfall of the country, face the ancestors of the Gao family of Guiyang? Yuan Gaofeng shouted angrily, Lin Shuangjiang, how dare you? The national affairs of the Great Sui Kingdom do not allow you to speak nonsense here. A civil official of the Great Sui Kingdom, who made the national policy and made the Huangting state a vassal state in one fell swoop, said softly, Your Majesty, please reconsider. Lin Shuangjiang did not say anything else. The art of political maneuvering was to open and speak at the same time. To close and speak at the same time. To leave a blank after speaking. Those who did not speak bluntly were more skillful and more capable of bewitching people. While the back of the hall was silent, at the front of the hall, a young and handsome man in a long robe, like Chen Pinggan, looked at the statues of the 72 sages. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom finally spoke. The death of Song Zhengchun brought the two of you here today, am I right? Lin Shuangjiang nodded in acknowledgement. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom pointed at himself and said with a smile, what if I'm killed by a level 10 warrior one day, or stabbed to death by the Mohist paladin named Shu Ruo with his flying sword? The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom pointed at the top of his head and then at the front of the hall behind him. If Shu Ruo kills the king, as a cultivator, he will most likely be punished by one of the sages over there. Shu Ruo is an important figure in the Mohist family. Previously, the replica of the Beko Keikyang building built by the collateral branch of the Mohist family was destroyed. The main branch of the Mohist family in Central Land changed their mind and bet on the Song clan. Shu Ruo is very likely to be a key figure. Therefore, Shu Ruo may not be willing to kill me. If he kills me, he is a pure warrior. According to the rules of your mountain, the sages of the scholarly school will not care. Lin Shuangjiang said calmly, as long as Liu has not reached the divine realm of level 10 warriors, I can make sure that he can't even enter the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. The premise is that the Confucian Temple is willing to cooperate with me and activate the city defense formation. Even so, the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was still not convinced. He continued to ask, we are not afraid of thieves, but we are afraid of thieves. Can we guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Are you going to stay in the Great Sui Kingdom forever? Lin Shuangjiang frowned. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded in everyone's heart. If Liu dares to come to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom to kill someone, I will go out of the city and kill him. I can only guarantee this one thing. I will not interfere with anything else. Yuan Gaofeng sneered and said, well, the Qi cultivators of the Central Divine Continent are indeed powerful. Killing a level 10 warrior is as easy as killing a chicken. Lin Shuangjiang did not say much. He said in a low voice, Mr. Fan said. If he can do it, he can do it. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom smiled and said, "Really?" The person in the front hall answered with a smile, "The Shang family is passed down from generation to generation. Honesty is the foundation of success." Li Huai followed Pei Qian's instructions and played 5 pieces in a row. He lost miserably. After admitting defeat, he was so angry that he wiped the chessboard that was densely filled with chess pieces with his hands. "I don't want to play anymore. This game is so boring. I feel dizzy and hungry." He listened to the crisp sounds of the chess pieces colliding with each other. Xie Xie, who was cultivating at the end of the corridor with the green bamboo floor, felt his eyelashes trembling. He felt uneasy and had to open his eyes. He turned his head and glanced over. Pei Qian and Li Huai were picking the black and white chess pieces and throwing them back to the chess jar beside them. Although the chess jar was made in the official kill of the Great Sui Kingdom and was worth a few dozen taels of silver, Xie Xie knew that the chess pieces were priceless. If Kui Dongshan was still in this small courtyard, Xie Xie would occasionally be dragged by him to play chess with him. Whenever she placed a chess piece with a little too much force, Kui Dongshan would slap her and send her flying into the wall. He said that if she broke one of the chess pieces, it would mean that his collection was incomplete. If it was damaged, Xie Xie would not be able to pay for it with her life. In the world, chess pieces were only made of beautiful stones. In the rich, they were usually made of pottery or porcelain. In the immortals on the mountain, they were made of special jade. However, Kui Dongshan's 2 jars of chess pieces had an amazing origin. They were the Kaiyunzi that all chess players in the world were jealous of. 1,000 years ago, they were made by the junior brother of the city lord of White Emperor City, the owner of the lapis lazuli pavilion, with a secret technique. As the lapis lazuli pavilion collapsed, the owner disappeared for 1,000 years. The special technique of great refining Kaiyunzi had been cut off. There was once an immortal in the central region who loved chess as much as his life. He got a jar and a half of Kaiyunzi. In order to make it complete, he asked for a chess piece at a sky-high price. However, at this moment, the Kaiyunzi in the hands of Pei Qian and Li Huai was no better than the stones on the ground. Xie Xie sighed in his heart. Fortunately, the Kaiyunzi was worth the money. The strong young man used all his strength but still couldn't break it. Instead, it made more and more clanging sounds. Li Huai was unwilling to play consecutive chess, so Pei Qian suggested playing a rural game of catching stones. Li Huai was immediately filled with confidence. He was good at this. When he was in school, he often played this game with his classmates. The girl with ponytails called Shi Chuanjia often lost to him. At home, he played catching stones with his sister Li Huai and never lost. The 2 of them picked up 5 chess pieces from their respective jars. After playing for a while, they found that the difficulty was too low and wanted to increase it to 10 pieces. Xie Xie's heart trembled when he heard the sounds that were clearer than the sound of chess pieces landing. He only hoped that Kui Dongshan wouldn't know about this tragedy. From time to time, 1 or 2 Kaiyunzi would fly out of the back of his hand and fall on the bluestone floor of the courtyard. Then, they would be picked up by the 2 little guys who didn't care about it at all. Xie Xie was completely unable to meditate. He simply stood up and went to his side room to read books. Li Baoping walked out of the study room and squatted beside Pei Qian and Li Huai to watch the game. Li Huai was still defeated. Li Baoping silently grabbed 5 black chess pieces from another jar and put the 5 white chess pieces back into the jar. On the floor, there were 5 black and white chess pieces each. Li Baoping explained to the 2 who were looking at each other, "It's more interesting to play this way. Each of you choose a black chess piece and grab a stone each time. For example, Pei Qian, you choose a black chess piece. After grabbing 7 chess pieces, there will be 2 white chess pieces. So, you can only count as grabbing 3 black chess pieces." Pei Qian said timidly, "Sister Baoping, I want to choose the white chess piece." Li Baoping nodded, "Okay." Li Huai said angrily, "I want to choose the white chess piece too." Li Baoping glanced at him. Li Huai immediately changed his mind, "Forget it. The black chess piece is more pleasing to the eye." Sharu was slightly moved. This little girl in a red dress always seemed to have such strange ideas. Among all of them, Sharu was the most observant because Chen Pinggan was obviously biased towards Li Baoping. She noticed that this young lady's words and actions were not deliberately acting like an old person. In fact, she was quite innocent. However, many of her thoughts were actually within the rules, but also beyond them. Not long after Sharu secretly observed Li Baoping, the battle over there had ended. According to Li Baoping's rules, Li Huai lost even more miserably. Pei Qian shook his head. He weighed a few chess pieces in his palm and gently tossed them up and down. Lonely. Is it so difficult to lose? Li Huai slyly rolled his eyes. He wanted to find another way to get back at Pei Qian. Pei Qian threw away the chess pieces, picked up the mountaineering staff at his feet and jumped into the courtyard. Sister Baoping, defeated Li Huai, let me show you what it means to fly over the roof with a long pole. My divine skill is not complete yet. For now, I can only leap onto roofs and vault over walls. Watch carefully. You must watch carefully. Pei Qian retreated to the end of a wall in the courtyard and faced the opposite wall. He took a deep breath and ran over. Suddenly, he accurately poked the mountaineering staff into the gap between the tiles in the courtyard. Pei Qian's feet left the ground. The long pole bent in a big arc. As the mountaineering staff straightened, Pei Qian jumped up high. His petite body stretched in the air and stood firmly on the wall. He turned around and grinned at Li Baoping and Li Huai. Watch. Li Huai was dumbstruck and shouted, I want to give it a try too. Pei Qian's figure lightly jumped down from the top of the wall. Like a small wild cat, he landed silently. He generously threw the mountaineering staff to Li Huai. Li Huai also learned from Pei Qian. He retreated to the foot of the wall and ran forward with small hurried steps. He glanced at the ground and suddenly poked the mountaineering staff into the gap between the tiles. With a light shout, the mountaineering staff bent in an arc. Li Huai's body was lifted up. However, his body posture and the angle of force were not right. As a result, Li Huai's legs were facing the sky and his head was facing the ground. His body was slanted and he groaned a few times before falling back to the ground. Yu Lu instantly rushed over like a breeze and caught Li Huai and helped him stand upright. Li Huai boasted shamelessly, failed at the last step. I was so close. What a pity. Pei Qian sneered, then I'll give you 10 more chances. Li Huai said in all seriousness, although I, Li Huai, have extraordinary talent, I should be a martial arts genius that is hard to come by in 800 years, if not 1,000 years. However, my ambition does not lie here. I will not compete with you on this kind of matter. Li Baoping took the mountaineering staff from Li Huai and tried once. In the end, this little girl in a red dress not only succeeded but was so successful that she directly flew over the wall. A slight sound came from outside the wall. Li Baoping, who was familiar with this kind of thing, was not injured. She just fell unsteadily and her knees gradually bent. After squatting on the ground, her body fell back and sat on the ground. Li Baoping stood up, completely unharmed. A stooped old man stood not far away with a smile. Are you okay? Li Baoping smiled and said, what can happen? Zhu Lian smiled and nodded. Li Baoping ran back to the courtyard. As a martial arts grandmaster in the far travel state, Zhu Lian had excellent foresight. Of course, he knew that Li Baoping would be fine, so he did not help. Zhu Lian continued to stroll around the courtyard. Before Chen Pinggan left the academy, Zhu Lian had heard the conversation with Li Baoping not far away. Chen Pinggan did not deliberately hide anything from him. Zhu Lian even felt sorry for Sui Yuyu that he could not hear the conversation. Before the four of them went their separate ways, the old man surnamed Zun, who had long taken a fancy to Sui Yoyo's sword immortal potential, liked to go to the medicine shop. One time, Sui Yuyu and Lu Baixiang were playing chess in the courtyard. The old man only said a few words, using the theory of chess to explain the way of the sword. Horizontal and vertical, the pieces were placed on points. The subtlety was in the word cut. This was swordsmanship. The quality of a chess style depended on the word define. Occupying a mountain as king, establishing a separate state, mountains and rivers as barriers, these were all sword intent. After the game ended and the game was replayed, Sui Yuyu remained indifferent. This made the old man surnamed Zun very embarrassed. He even laughed at Pei Qian for a long time, boasting and using empty words to scare people. No wonder Sister Sui did not appreciate it. But that night, Sui Yuyu went into seclusion to comprehend the sword. He did not leave the house for a day and 2 nights. Now, Sui Yuyu went to Tongya continent. He wanted to go to Yugue sect, which had inexplicably become the leader of the immortals in the continent, to become a sword cultivator. Wei Xian ran away with Kui Dongshan. Lu Baixiang wanted to travel the mountains and rivers alone. Zhu Lian was the only one left who chose to follow Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan made 2 moves at the lion's den. One was against the demon causing trouble, and the other was against Li Baozhen. Zhu Lian did not think it was too outstanding. But the conversation between Chen Pinggan and Li Baoping made Zhu Lian think about it again and again, and he sincerely admired it. Li Baozhen, Li Baoping, Li Shishing, and the Li family of Fulu Street. The 4 of them were tied together by blood. Although Chen Pinggan was called junior martial uncle by Li Baoping, he was still an outsider. It was extremely complicated how Chen Pinggan would deal with Li Baoping. It was even more difficult to hope that no matter what the result was, it would not hurt Li Baoping's heart. It was a dead-end situation where everything he did was not wrong, but also wrong. If Chen Pinggan concealed this matter, or simply explained the situation of Li Baoping and Chen Pinggan meeting in the lion's den, Li Baoping would definitely not have any problems and would get along with Chen Pinggan as before. But if one day Chen Pinggan killed Li Baozhen, who was courting death, even if Chen Pinggan was completely reasonable and Li Baoping understood the reason, it would not have much to do with the depths of the little girl's heart. This was the crux of the matter. Thus, there was that conversation. Zhu Lian walked slowly, muttering to himself, "This is the sword art of the human heart. It is extremely accurate to cut." What was cutting? Chen Pinggan did not kill Li Baozhen once because he kept his promise to Li Shishing. In essence, it was similar to obeying the law. Then, he used Li Baoping's family heirloom to pawn it with Li Baoping and the entire Li family of Fulu Street. It was reasonable, it was human nature. This separated Li Baozhen from the entire Li family of Fulu Street. It was like Kui Dongshan's flying sword, the Thunderpool secret technique that confined Li Baozhen within it. Li Baoping was Li Baozhen. The Li family behind Li Baoping and Li Shishing was the Li family that separated Li Baozhen. Chen Pinggan drew circles and boundaries. He also quietly pointed out a path of thought for Li Baoping, providing a kind of open-minded possibility that no one is wrong. When the time comes, everyone can be responsible for their own life and death. Looking back, even if Chen Pinggan and Li Baoping fought to the death, even if Li Baoping was still sad, she would not change from one extreme to the other. This was the so-called sword art of the old man surnamed Zun. Chen Pinggan's sword was incomparably compatible with this Tao. It was a subtle tug-of-war in the human heart. Thus, on that day, Chen Pinggan was also watching the chess game in the medicine shop's backyard. He also heard the old man surnamed Zun's priceless advice. However, Zhu Lian dared to assert that even if Sui Yuyu entered seclusion to comprehend the sword for a day and 2 nights, no matter how talented Sui Yuyu was, he might not be able to compare to Chen Pinggan's understanding of the true meaning. There were differences in the distance of the great Tao under everyone's feet, but there were also differences in height. He still remembered the 2 sentences that Li Baoping taught Pei Qian. Carrying a bamboo box, wearing straw sandals, and punching 1,000,000 times, an elegant youth is the most composed. Carrying an immortal sword, wearing a white robe, thousands of miles away, the best martial uncle in the world. Zhu Lian muttered to himself, "Little treasure bottle, your martial uncle, although he is not a sword cultivator yet, his sword immortal temperament should already be in its embryonic form, right?" Zhu Lian suddenly stopped and looked towards the end of the path that led to the small courtyard. He narrowed his eyes and looked over. An old Confucian scholar accompanied by a white deer appeared there. 10. 409. It was still noisy inside and outside the restaurant. The Great Sui dynasty had always been rich. The people were willing and dared to spend money. After all, the Jiao family of Guiyang, who sat on the throne, had created an incomparably stable and peaceful grand event in the past few hundred years. On the second floor, Maro Xiaodong looked out of the window and reminded Chen Pingan behind him, "Remember to protect yourself. Don't worry about me." Level 9 Golden Core Sword Cultivator, Dragon Gate Realm Military Cultivator, Dragon Gate Realm Array Master, Remote Wandering Realm Martial Artist, and Golden Body Martial Artist. 5 Assassins. Regardless of their identities or positions, they were all gathered together and hid within a radius of 1,000 feet around the restaurant. With such a lineup, they could even kill Jade Unyielding Realm Cultivators, let alone Earth Immortals who were not sword cultivators. Chen Pingan remembered the girl with bells on her wrists and ankles in Tsai Nation's City God Pavilion. They met by chance at that time. As the daughter of the county governor, although her cultivation level was not high, every time she helped, she left a good impression on Chen Pingan. After that, when he traveled to 2 continents and the inverted mountain, it was always Chen Pingan who fought against the strong alone, or with the help of the 4 people in the painting scroll. The one who made the final decision was still Chen Pingan. This time in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, Chen Pingan only needed to stand behind Maro Xiaodong. This situation was a bit strange to Chen Pingan. But deep down, he still felt a bit regretful. After all, he was not in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, where there was a heavenly Tao above his head. Chen Pingan's cultivation level was still too low to return to the world. Maro Xiaodong smiled. "When you reach my age, if you are still a useless nascent soul cultivator, I will scold you for master." Chen Pingan patted the blade-strengthening gourd on his waist and told Flying Sword 1 and Flying Sword 15 to be ready for the appearance of the assassins. Inside the sleeves of the golden gourd, there was a shrinking talisman on the fingertips of his right hand to prevent sneak attacks, and the true body talisman of the day and night wandering god. Maro Xiaodong was relieved. Little junior brother's long journey to Jianghu was not in vain. Maro Xiaodong's voice suddenly resounded in Chen Pingan's mind lake, asking, "Have you ever walked by the river of time before?" Compared to the suppression from the righteous Qi at the Confucian temple, it's even worse. On the other hand, Chen Pingan used his voice to form a line and replied, "I've been there twice. The first time, I didn't practice martial arts and I walked through the small town of Lizhu Grotto Heaven. The second time I was at Lotus Flower Blessed Land, I was dragged by the old master of the Taoist temple. I probably saw at least 200 years of time flow, and the order was often reversed, so even though I was already a Realm 5 martial artist, I still felt that it was abnormally unbearable. It was no worse than when I was punching people at Luopo Mountain." Maro Xiaodong asked with a smile, "Why didn't you tell me earlier when we were chatting about our journey in the study? It's such a great feat to be proud of, why didn't you share it with others?" Even a nascent soul cultivator like me had never seen the scenery of the River of Time before I became the overseer of the Cliff Academy. It's a scroll that only cultivators at the Jade Unyielding state can come into contact with. Chen Pingan had a sudden idea, and his words hit the nail on the head. Does Mount Maro really have the ability to move mountains and temporarily turn this place into a small world of the Academy? Maro Xiaodong nodded. "That's right, I've been using the protection of the little bottle to travel around the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom for the past few years. I've been deceiving everyone to complete this secret. I have to be wary of the people around me since I'm carrying the legacy of an academy on my shoulders." Chen Pingan nodded. "I understand." Maro Xiaodong laughed angrily. "You didn't even call me senior brother Maro, why do I need you to understand?" Chen Pingan admitted that he was in the wrong, so he stopped talking. With one hand behind his back, Maro Xiaodong raised his other arm and used his finger as a pen. In the blink of an eye, he wrote the words Cliff Academy. With each stroke, a golden light flowed out of his fingers and did not dissipate. After he finished writing, Maro Xiaodong shook his sleeves and smiled, "Heaven and earth in 4 directions." The 4 golden words flashed and disappeared in 4 directions. Maro Xiaodong turned his head and said, "Just sit and drink." As soon as he finished speaking, Maro Xiaodong had already disappeared. Chen Pingan took a deep breath. The familiar feeling that was engraved in his heart surged like a river. Chen Pingan was like a person who was not good at swimming, and he was instantly submerged in the water. The world was silent. Not a single sound could be heard from the restaurant. The Dragon Gate State Array Master was secretly arranging his troops. When his spiritual chi suddenly stagnated, he raised his head and saw that the pedestrians on the road had stopped moving. The birds in the sky from the corner of his eyes were only hovering in the air. The Array Master did not care about being discovered by Maro Xiaodong of the Cliff Academy. He immediately stopped hiding his aura and poured out majestically. He held a golden talisman between his fingers and was about to move. A hand pressed on the man's shoulder and said with a smile, "This array of yours is derived from the Dragon Gate array passed down by Ning Chuanzhen, the Daoist of the Central Plains, right?" The Array Master was stunned. He actually could not break free from the big hand of the person behind him on his shoulder. The man's face was red, and he hoped that one of the other four could help him in time and help him escape. An Array Master needed to borrow the power of heaven and earth drawn by the array to temper his body. Compared to sword cultivators, military cultivators, and pure martial artists, there was a huge gap. Fortunately, the Array Master did not completely despair. A dazzling sword light that originated from the northeast flew over like a white line. The tip of the sword was pointing at the center of Maro Xiaodong's eyebrows behind the Array Master. The sword light was not completely straight in the small world. The tip of the sword trembled subtly, and the body of the natal flying sword was undulating. Wherever the flying sword went, a series of sparks would fly out from the friction. It was extremely eye-catching. It was the sharp flying sword that had a conflict with the small world. Maro Xiaodong did not dodge, and there was no sign of a nascent soul cultivator's abundant spiritual chi at all. The flying sword that was less than 10 feet away from the tall old man and the Array Master suddenly caused a ripple, and like a stone thrown into a lake, it hit the water and disappeared. At the same time, the Array Master bled from his orifices, and his body involuntarily trembled. This movement caused him to collide with the water of time that existed everywhere in the small world, and he bled even more. What was even more terrifying was that not only was the energy in his body in chaos, but all the chi houses that nurtured his life-bond items, the heart, and the doors of the chi houses seemed to be nailed by thousands of needles. The Array Master tried to move the 2 fingers that held the life-saving talisman. He could move his fingers, but the thick mercury-like spiritual chi in his body seemed to freeze, and he could not move at all. Maro Xiaodong grabbed the person's neck and threw him somewhere behind him. The natal flying sword of the Jindan sword cultivator caused a whirlpool of water behind Maro Xiaodong, and like an evil guest breaking through the door, it stabbed out. But it was already too late. The Array Master, who was already seriously injured and on the verge of death, just happened to block the path of the flying sword. The Realm 9 sword cultivator in the distance did not have any intention of stopping the flying sword, and directly pierced through the body of the Array Master. He used his mind to control the flying sword, and continued to assassinate Maro Xiaodong. The Array Master died on the spot, and he died with everlasting regret. Didn't they say that Maro Xiaodong was only a nascent soul cultivator after leaving Donghua Mountain? On the path of cultivation, the 3 schools of thought and hundreds of schools of thought, and there were many paths, such as refining pills, picking herbs, eating to maintain health, inviting gods and ghosts, looking at chi and guiding, and burning and refining inner cores. Once he crossed the big threshold and entered the middle 5 realms, he would become an immortal in the eyes of ordinary people. But it was not without reason that cultivators cut themselves off from the mortal world on the mountain and ignored the disputes of the mortal world. Because there were also chi refinement warriors who did not believe in heresy at the foot of the mountain. There were also Confucian academies. Maro Xiaodong took a step forward, and his figure appeared hundreds of feet away. He turned around, and not too late, and just happened to use 2 fingers to clamp the flying sword that was following him. The flying sword. Although the feat of easily stopping the flying sword with 2 fingers could be said to be shocking, and it was enough to scare the teeth of an earth immortal of a continent. But while Maro Xiaodong was wearing down the sword intent, the small world that Maro Xiaodong was presiding over was actually shaking slightly, imperceptibly. The remote traversing realm martial artist was in someone else's world, and could no longer travel with the wind, but he still flew like lightning. In the end, he directly smashed through 2 walls, passed through the entire shop, and punched towards Maro Xiaodong. Several people in the shop were directly smashed by him, and the broken pieces finally slowly floated in the air inside the shop. This person's punch gathered all the stellar energy of that puff of pure true chi, and did not accumulate any strength at all. It was a fighting method that did not hesitate to exchange life for life. Maro Xiaodong mobilized the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to form a stone tablet with gently swaying golden characters, and a memorial arch that also appeared out of thin air, but both of them were smashed into powder by the remote traversing realm martial artist's punch. The old Realm 8 martial artist rushed forward with large strides, and his momentum was unstoppable. The other Golden Body Realm martial artist who had leapt onto the roof, like a dragonfly skimming the water, did not have the speed of the remote traversing realm old man. His golden body stellar energy collided with the flowing water of time of the small world, and the Golden Body Realm martial artist's body seemed to ignite with a large ball of flame. In the end, he leapt down, and directly pounced on Maro Xiaodong, who was standing on the street. Maro Xiaodong, who had tiny cuts on his fingers, threw the flying sword trapped in his fingertips at the Golden Body Realm martial artist. Maro Xiaodong stretched out his palm, and blocked the fist of the remote traversing realm martial artist. Maro Xiaodong's large sleeves billowed violently, and his beard fluttered. The Golden Body Realm martial artist was most likely close friends with the Golden Core Sword cultivator, and ignored the flying sword that was aimed at his heart, and continued to attack Maro Xiaodong. As expected, the sword cultivator's heart lake moved slightly, and with all his strength, he slightly shifted the tip of the sword, and only pierced through the martial artist's shoulder. Maro Xiaodong was punched in the back by the Realm 7 martial artist who should have been the weakest. The small world shook as a result. The remote traversing realm martial artist, whose fist had been blocked, but whose momentum and will were still strong, used this opportunity to smoothly punch like a drum. Like a flash of light, Maro Xiaodong retreated step by step. The remote traversing realm martial artist's arm muscles bulged, and blood seeped out, soaking his clothes, but each punch was more valiant than the last. The Golden Body Realm martial artist did not take advantage of the situation to fight Maro Xiaodong in close combat with the remote traversing realm martial artist, and instead did his best to keep up with the two. It was not that he did not want to heavily injure Maro Xiaodong in one go, but that he knew the severity of the situation. Chen Pinggan did not stand where he was, and instead leapt out of the window, and onto the roof of the restaurant that had a wide view. He also did not interfere in this battle. The remote traversing realm martial artist's final punch sent Maro Xiaodong flying back dozens of meters. The elder immediately stopped and flew backwards. He wanted to catch a breath of fresh air. The Golden Body Realm martial artist immediately took a few steps to the side, and stood in front of the remote traversing realm martial artist, standing in the line between the latter and Maro Xiaodong. Even so, it was not safe enough. The Realm 9 sword cultivator took advantage of every opening. The flying sword swept forward. It went straight for Maro Xiaodong. It was so fast that it had exceeded the first time the intrinsic flying sword had appeared. Maro Xiaodong's chi was unstable, and the rules of the world were not strict enough. In addition, the old Golden Core Sword cultivator had begun to find some gaps and shortcuts in this short period of time with just a few revolutions of the flying sword. The saints of the three sects presided over the small world, and it was said that the heavenly net had a wide net, but no matter how fine the mesh of a fishing net was, and the net was constantly spinning, there were still loopholes that could be exploited. To be able to become the sword cultivator who ate the most deities' money in the world, and become a Golden Core Earth Immortal, none of them were easy to deal with. Maro Xiaodong reached out to grab the ruler at his waist, and immediately steadied himself. His snow-white beard was already stained with specks of blood. Facing the slender flying sword that was like maggots in one's bones, Maro Xiaodong did not use two fingers to stop it. He rolled up his sleeves, and the flying sword was directly trapped in his sleeves. Then, threads of sword chi bloomed from the sleeves, and at the same time, there was a sound of silk tearing. The martial artist in the far travel state had already finished breathing, and with a stomp on the ground, the street cracked like a spider web. This martial arts grandmaster carried the momentum of wind and thunder, and once again took advantage of the opportunity created by his allies to fight Maro Xiaodong in close combat, not giving this unexpectedly ascended jade unyielding state mountain master of the academy a chance to increase the distance between them and wear them down. He was stared at by a far-travel state grandmaster. Ordinary Earth immortal cultivators' sea of chi would be attracted, and they could not afford to be distracted. A burly man clad in silver-white armor had used 2 extremely rare high-grade core talismans and a green straw cape talisman to conceal his presence. He was able to find the weakest spot in the flowing water of time, allowing him to descend from the sky. He clasped his hands together into a fist and smashed it down on Maro Xiaodong's head. At the critical moment, the flying sword in Maro Xiaodong's sleeves was about to break out. The far-travel Grandmaster's fist was about to arrive. However, the most dangerous killing move was still the Dragon Gate Realm militarist cultivator who had covered his body with armor pellets. Apart from the array master who was almost useless, the other 4 assassins could be said to be seamless. It was hard to imagine that among the 4, only the Realm 9 sword cultivator and the golden body state martial artist were old acquaintances. The ruler hanging on Maro Xiaodong's waist fell off. Like a slap to the face of the military cultivator, he flew out and smashed into a roof in the distance, and a large number of tiles were shattered. Maro Xiaodong rubbed the ground with the tip of his feet, raised his sleeves, and pointed at the sword cultivator furthest from him. "I'll return it to you." In an instant, the world turned upside down and twisted. Like a piece of Shen paper that was twisted by a naughty child, but did not crumple into a ball, it was indescribably strange and absurd. The far-travel state martial artist watched as Maro Xiaodong and himself brushed past each other. And Maro Xiaodong was in a handstand position. He was so close. But he was so far away. And that layer of paper was densely packed with golden characters, each the size of a fist. They were classic writings of Confucian sages to educate the common people. He turned and roared, "Watch out!" Maro Xiaodong seemed to be moving slowly, but he was in the east. After one Maro Xiaodong disappeared, he would appear in the west, and then in the north. But no matter where he went, Maro Xiaodong was constantly closing the distance between him and the golden body state martial artist. That golden body state martial artist did not even know where he should hide. Just like that, the tall old man who had mysteriously appeared in front of him slapped his head off. As for that Dragon's Gate Realm military cultivator, his armor was constantly being struck by the ruler like raindrops. The small world returned to normal. Maro Xiaodong held the shoulder of the headless body, not letting the corpse fall to the ground. He looked at the red-eyed Realm 9 sword cultivator and asked, "Not avenging your friend?" Maro Xiaodong suddenly shook his wrist. The corpse flew out and hit the wall of a shop, turning into a big pile of flesh. The Realm 9 sword Xiao and the far-traversing realm martial practitioners saw countless tiny golden characters surging into the Qi palace of the tall old man from all directions. Their expressions were solemn and stirring, and their hearts were desolate. How could they fight? The two looked at each other. They could see the determination in each other's eyes. Maro Xiaodong looked around. From beginning to end, there were no traces. There should be no jade uncut state cultivator hiding here. In other words, these 5 assassins who were determined to die did not have any backup plans. Maro Xiaodong lifted the tattered sleeve and looked at it. He looked up and said, "You sword cultivators, earth immortals, martial arts grandmasters, don't you always say that the academy cultivators are just embroidered pillows that only know how to talk?" Maro Xiaodong smiled. "Yes, you are right." The sword cultivator and far-travel state martial artist felt their hearts tighten. Maro Xiaodong strolled leisurely like a scholar in his study. At the border of this small world, flying swords that looked like natal objects of sword cultivators flew up. Flying swords were not of high quality, roughly equivalent to the natal flying swords of sword cultivators in the Sea Observation State and Dragon Gate State. But there were so many of them, who dared to be careless? Not only that, but there were also green-robed Confucians of different ages on the roofs. Some held books, some carried swords. Their cultivation was not high. They won with numbers. Groups of burly soldiers in metal armor rushed out of the streets and alleys. Those flying swords of different shapes and sizes flew towards the golden core sword cultivators. The Confucians on the roofs and the armored soldiers on the ground rushed towards the far-travel state martial artists. Maro Xiaodong came to the side of the military cultivator who was tired of dealing with the ruler, but he did not get close. He said, You are the real death warrior. You use the military pill as a cover and have an Earth Immortal Cultivator's golden core. As long as you get close to me, you will die with me. Even if you can't kill me, you will lose half your life and leave it for the other assassins. That will be enough to keep me here. The Dragon Gate State Cultivator of the military school had a determined look in his eyes. He ignored Maro Xiaodong's words and only blocked the ruler with his fists to prevent the armor pill from shattering. Maro Xiaodong reached out his hand and pointed at the cultivator. Golden words rose from the ground around the cultivator, like the beams of a house rising from the ground. Finally, it formed a cage. The military cultivator smiled bitterly. His expression was ferocious. Countless golden rays bloomed from his body and chi dwelling, and his entire body shattered. Even if he could not kill Maro Xiaodong, he still wanted to destroy the ruler, which was definitely a crucial lifebound item. It was just that the suicide of a Dragon Gate Realm militarist cultivator and the explosion of a golden core had destroyed the golden cage made of sage inscriptions, but it was not enough to destroy it completely. The ruler was unscathed, but the spirituality of the words engraved on it dimmed a little. It floated back to Maro Xiaodong's hand. Maro Xiaodong hung it on his waist. While the Realm 9 Sword Cultivator was surrounded by danger, his life was not in danger. The far-travel state martial artist went on a killing spree. The Confucians and armored soldiers within 10 feet of him were all destroyed. Then, he mixed it with his stellar energy, turning the spirit chi contained in the puppets into a turbid chi that Maro Xiaodong could not control. Maro Xiaodong was expressionless. He let the last 2 assassins slowly consume their spirit chi and true chi. The spirit chi in the small world had a limit. This directly affected the stability of the Cliff Academy and how long it could last. Thus, the small world had unknowingly shrunk to a radius of 4,000 feet. If Maro Xiaodong was on Mount Donghua, where the real Cliff Academy was, he might still be able to maintain a radius of 8,000 feet. This wasn't the orthodox mountain-moving secret art of the Confucian Academy, but it allowed Maro Xiaodong to enter the jade unyielding state. The flaw was that the Cliff Academy was incomplete, so it was still on Mount Donghua. But it wasn't a big problem. As long as no outsiders intervened, the 2 remaining assassins would still have to give up their lives here. Even if Maro Xiaodong withdrew the small world divine power and temporarily returned Mount Donghua to the nascent soul cultivator who guarded the gate of the academy, it was difficult to kill the enemy, but it wasn't difficult to protect himself. However, if that really happened, it wouldn't be a pleasant thing. Maro Xiaodong frowned. A flying sword that looked like golden wheat suddenly broke into this small world. After it hovered in the air, the tip of the sword rose and fell, repeatedly pointing in a direction. Maro Xiaodong withdrew the divine power without saying anything and dropped back to the nascent soul level. Chen Pinggan, who had been standing on the roof and watching the battle, didn't even need Maro Xiaodong to tell him. He patted the blade-strengthening gourd and flew out. A dimension talisman in Chen Pinggan's sleeve suddenly burned. He didn't choose to target the old man in the remote traversing state. Instead, he shrank the ground to an inch and went straight for the more terrifying Realm 9 Sword Cultivator. If someone was watching, they would definitely think that Chen Pinggan had chosen the wrong opponent. At the same time, the divine true bodies of the day-cruising god and the night-cruising god descended from the sky with a more majestic aura than the previous military cultivator. Before Chen Pinggan could make a move, they first smashed toward the martial grandmaster. The day-cruising god was wearing golden armor and holding an axe with both hands. The night patrol god wore a pitch-black armor and held a large halberd in his hand. Maro Xiaodong smiled knowingly. He also patted the ruler and rushed toward the Realm 9 Sword Cultivator. The remote traversing state martial artist who was determined to die here wasn't afraid of fighting in the small world created by Maro Xiaodong. When Maro Xiaodong hurriedly withdrew his supernatural power for some unknown reason, he might have a chance of winning as long as he cooperated with the Golden Core Sword Cultivator. But just as the situation took a turn for the better and he was no longer in a situation of certain death, the remote traversing state martial artist hesitated for a moment before rising from the ground and fleeing far away. The sword cultivator was slightly surprised at first, but then he also rushed away without a word. Maro Xiaodong said, Since you don't have the upper hand, don't chase a cornered enemy. But he found that Chen Pinggan had already stopped and had no intention of chasing at all. But he didn't immediately put away the 2-day cruising gods either, letting the immortal money slip out of the money bag. Maro Xiaodong came to Chen Pinggan's side. Wait for me to rest for a while, then I will bring you back to the academy. Chen Pinggan nodded, still looking and listening in all directions. He didn't even loosen his grip on the sword hilt behind his shoulder. He let his palm burn and turn into a bloody mess. He was experienced at such a young age. That Realm 9 sword cultivator had lost a close friend here, and his killing intent was even stronger. So Chen Pinggan chose this person as his target at the first moment. No one could predict that the remote traversing state old martial artist would definitely retreat when he had a way out. But at least compared to the golden core sword cultivator, this person was more likely to abandon his allies and leave the danger zone, retreating on his own. Maro Xiaodong withdrew his little heaven and earth in an instant. Chen Pinggan also made this decision in an instant. Because of this action would make a remote traversing state martial artist feel fear and speculate. For example, why did the other choose the more dangerous sword cultivator to attack? Was he really planning to pull in the net? Or was there another trap waiting for them? Chen Pinggan loosened his grip on the sword, and at the same time, put the 2 gods' will back into the true body talisman. After the world returned to normal, the surrounding screams of terror rose and fell. Chen Pinggan glanced at the head of the golden body state martial artist that rolled on the ground not far away. 3 were dead, and 2 had escaped. Get ready to leave. 4:10. Zhu Lian had never met the headmaster, Zhao Shu, who had been invited to visit the academy, but Li Baoping had mentioned the eye-catching white deer. Zhao Shu, who was wearing a laurel belt, walked with loud footsteps and slow breathing, just like an ordinary old man. Even though Zhu Lian did not notice anything strange, Zhu Lian's heart immediately tightened. At this moment, everyone who appeared in the courtyard was likely to be the great Sui Kingdom's men of sacrifice. Celestial spells were ever-changing and impossible to guard against. Celestial spells were a battle of wits and courage. Zhu Lian had sparred with Kui Dongshan twice and knew the many magical uses of cultivators' magic treasures. This was an eye-opener for him, who was once the most powerful person in the Lotus Flower-blessed land. If not for the fact that he had followed Chen Pinggan and that his household register was in the Dali dynasty, Zhu Lian would have already made his move. It was better to kill the wrong person than to let the wrong person go. However, just because he was stubborn and did not kill, it did not mean that Zhu Lian did not have the means to test the other party's strength. Zhu Lian glanced at a sycamore tree on both sides of the road. A green sycamore leaf quietly broke off and shot like an arrow toward Old Master Zhao Shu, who was accompanied by the white deer. Zhao Shu did not notice and just continued forward. Just as the sycamore leaf was about to cut off the old master's head, it suddenly lost control and turned into an ordinary leaf. It fluttered and fell to the ground. Zhu Lian had been to 2 continents and knew the weight of a Confucian academy. Even if it was not one of the 72 academies, but a private academy set up by the Confucians of various countries, it was the best protective talisman. This kind of status was similar to that of a human monarch or a king of the imperial family. They would be protected by the Confucians. If a cultivator dared to assassinate without permission, they would be hunted down by the Confucian Academy. The entire world was under the control of the Confucians, so where could they run to? They could either hide in some unknown and broken blessed land through secret channels, or they could just stay away from the world. However, if the treacherous officials, eunuchs, or relatives of vassals killed the monarch, usurped the throne, or supported a puppet, the 72 academies would not interfere. If Zhu Lian really cut off the head of a hill master of a private academy, and if Zhao Shu was not a death warrior, but a genuine old Confucian who had come to visit Kui Dongshan on a whim, Zhu Lian would definitely be in deep trouble. However, Zhu Lian did not give up. He kicked a cobblestone on the side of the road towards Zhao Shu's calf. He had skillfully controlled his strength at the level of level 7 golden body. The pitiful old master cried out in pain. He looked down and saw a bloody groove on one side of his calf. His head was covered in cold sweat. Zhao Shi raised his head and gritted his teeth. Who are you? Why do you want to hurt people? Don't you know this is Cliff Academy? Zhu Lian looked surprised and a little scared. He muttered and scolded. Didn't they say that the master of the academy was a brilliant qi cultivator who spoke with the heavenly constitution? Since he had the white deer as his companion, how could he be so easily beaten up and turned out to be a good-for-nothing? Miserable, miserable. Then, Zhao Shi saw that person jogging over. He smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry. I was in a trance just now and was kicking stones for fun. I accidentally blocked Mountain Lord Zhao's path. I deserved to die 10,000 times. Zhao Shi was in so much pain that he had to bend over. His face was pale and he was sweating profusely. He probably did not dare to look at the bloody wound and glared fiercely at the trembling old man. Zhu Lian came to Zhao Shi's side and reached out to support him. Hill Master Zhao, I'll help you to the courtyard to heal. Zhao Shi allowed Zhu Lian to hold his arm and sighed. How can there be such a careless and impatient martial artist like you? Since you have learned some martial arts, you should restrain yourself even more. How can a child throwing a tantrum and rolling on the ground and fighting with a strong young man be the same? Chivalrous people use martial arts to restrain others. It's referring to people like you. Zhu Lian nodded repeatedly in agreement. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Lian, who was already used to bending over, suddenly shrank his body like an old ape. He turned sideways and stomped heavily on the ground, fiercely crashing into Zhao Shi's arms. A natal flying sword that should have pierced between Zhu Lian's eyebrows only pierced through his shoulder after Zhu Lian turned into an ape. Zhao Shi was knocked back by Zhu Lian's powerful impact and flew backward, directly knocking the white deer behind him away. Zhao Shi's body floated and landed firmly on the ground. He was in a bad mood. Why was there a martial artist of the distant travel state hiding in the academy? Zhu Lian ignored the wound on his shoulder that was soaked with blood. His eyes were burning and he grinned. I've finally learned the ability of an earth immortal sword cultivator. Awesome. In the courtyard, Yu Lu leaped onto the high wall and said in a low voice, They're here. He reminded them, Bao Ping, Li Huai, Pei Qian, the three of you retreat to the study in the main room. Remember to close the door. Unless I open it, none of you can take a single step out. The three children did not ask any more questions and ran into the house. Lin Shuyi said softly, I may not be able to help now. Yu Lu stared at Zhu Lian and old Master Zhao Shi who were confronting each other on the road. Find your own chance. Xie Lian came to the courtyard and silently chanted incantations in her heart. Her hands formed a seal and her feet moved. According to the secret technique taught by Kui Dongshan, she began to control the small courtyard's spiritual qi and temporarily turned it into an exquisite pocket world. She would have a chance to taste the feeling of a sage controlling the river of time. If the time controlled by Maro Xiaodong was a river, then Xie Lian could only control a stream. Fortunately, the courtyard did not occupy a large area and it was not easy to have too many loopholes. The old master who had mysteriously become an assassin did not use his natal flying sword to fight to the death with Zhu Lian. The flying sword drew a long rainbow in the air and swept into the courtyard again and again. Every time the flying sword tried to break into the courtyard, it was blocked by the canopy of the small world and exploded into a ball of brilliant light, like pieces of glass shattering. Yu Lu had already retreated into the courtyard and asked softly, How long can you last? Xie Lian's forehead was covered in sweat and her voice trembled. She smiled bitterly and said, Even if Zhu Lian can delay this swordsman and prevent him from using his flying sword, I can only hold on for half an hour at most. The flying sword's attacks are too fierce and the spiritual qi stored in the courtyard is too quickly consumed. Swordsmen were the best at breaking through all kinds of barriers in the world. It was not a boast that swordsmen in the world could break everything with one sword. Xie Lian said helplessly, It's a pity that Mountain Master Maro has left Mount Donghua. Yu Lu shook his head and said, If Mountain Master Maro does not leave Mount Donghua, the enemy will have other countermeasures. Maybe Mountain Master Maro and Chen Pinggan have already succeeded in luring the enemy's main force. It's more dangerous than here. On the small path outside the courtyard, Zhu Lian's figure was so fast that only a trail of green smoke could be seen. The swordsman tried his best to avoid him and focused more on breaking through the small world with his sword Kinesis flight. The sky above the small courtyard bloomed with colorful glaze. Facing a long-distance grandmaster who had the geographical advantage and could fight in close combat, the old swordsman was having a hard time dealing with him. If it were a pure martial artist and a chi cultivator who were on par with each other, once the former closed the distance, the latter would complain incessantly. However, the reason why no one wanted to provoke a swordsman was because of their long distance and close combat abilities. Their sudden outburst of killing power was terrifying. Zhu Lian swept the swordsman's head with his leg, causing it to crash into a sycamore tree and break the tree. Zhu Lian did not have it easy either. His opponent's natal flying sword pierced through his abdomen. Zhu Lian was indeed a martial arts fanatic. He wiped the blood flowing from his stomach and looked at it. He laughed loudly and wiped the blood on his face. He continued to chase after the swordsman. The battle was in full swing and life was on the line. Zhu Lian still had the leisure to remind the people in the small courtyard, "Be careful, this old man is hiding his cultivation level. I don't think he's an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. What if he uses some *T secret technique?" The old swordsman, Zhao Shu, vomited a mouthful of blood. He smiled after hearing Zhu Lian's words and took out a military armor pill. He covered his body with armor and planned to be a coward. He then turned his head to look at the small courtyard and shouted angrily, "Open!" He swung his sword. The natal flying sword, which had always been fast, overflowed with a purest Li fire. It crashed into the small heaven and earth barrier with a boom. The water of time in the entire small courtyard began to shake violently. As a martial artist of the Golden Body realm, Yu Lu was still able to stand firm. However, Lin Shuyi, who was sitting on the other side of the green bamboo corridor and had yet to reach the middle 5 realms, found it extremely difficult to endure. Traces of blood seeped from the corner of Xie Lian's mouth. He did not move at all. As the eye of this heaven and earth formation, Xie Lian's cultivation level was too low. He did not dare to move his feet. Otherwise, the entire small courtyard's heaven and earth would become unstable and more flaws would appear. Xie Lian formed a sword seal with both hands. A drop of blood began to flow from his eyes. The old swordsman, Zhao Shu, put on the military armor pill. In the process of fighting with Zhu Lian, he laughed and said, "You've made up your mind to fight with me and let my flying sword break through the barrier. Aren't you going to save him?" If his Li Fire flying sword's intrinsic sword was cultivated to the extreme, it would not be difficult for him to burn rivers and boil lakes after he became a pure Jade Realm sword cultivator. What was a small world that did not live up to its name and was guarded by a little girl who had not even reached the Dragon Gate realm? Xie Lian's face was already covered in blood. He still persisted. However, there was a limit to one's strength. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fainted backwards and fell limp to the ground. Not only did the flying sword pierce into the small heaven and earth inch by inch, it seemed that the Li fire contained within the sword could even tear out a dustpan-sized hole. Therefore, Xie Lian's small heaven and earth, whether he was awake or unconscious, did not have much meaning. Yu Lu leapt high and punched the flying sword. The fist aura exploded. The flying sword of an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm directly pierced through his finger and broke through the ground from the back of his hand. It directly swept towards the study room of the main house. Being in the flowing water of time was already suffering. The sudden withdrawal of the small heaven and earth caught one unprepared. Lin Shuyi's consciousness was blurred and he was on the verge of collapse. He reached out to hold on to the corridor pillar and said in a hoarse voice, "Block it." Sharu's figure appeared by the window of the study room. She closed her eyes and let the Li Fire flying sword pierce into the abdomen of the immortal's remains. A finger snap sounded softly but clearly in the ears of everyone in the small courtyard. At the foot of Mount Donghua, the old swordsman surnamed Liang handed over a jade token. He stared at the young man in white who had a golden flying sword circling around him and said sternly, "Kui Dongshan, I'll trust you this time. I'll temporarily leave the academy in your hands. If anything goes wrong." The guy standing at the door clenched the jade token tightly and took a deep breath. He smiled and said, I know. You're the most talkative one. The flying sword shaped like a golden wheat ear and named Golden Autumn was the flying sword that went to Maro Xiaodong's place to warn him of the changes in Mount Donghua. Kui Dongshan stepped over the gate of the academy. He closed his eyes and looked up with an intoxicated expression. How many years has it been since I breathed in the great righteous qi as an immortal of the upper 5 realms? Kui Dongshan opened his eyes and snapped his fingers. Mount Donghua instantly became a world of its own. First, close the door and beat the dog. Then he took a step forward and came to his own small courtyard. He rubbed his hands and laughed. Next, beat the dog. Senior sister's words are indeed wise. If you want to beat the wildest dog. Xie Ru had already fainted. Lin Shuyi, who was suddenly thrown into the small heaven and earth, also fainted. Even though Yu Lu was in the golden body realm, he could not move. Sharu's current situation was the most comical. Because she had an immortal's shed skin, it was relatively difficult for her soul to receive the cleansing of the river of time in the small heaven and earth. However, after eating the Li Fire flying sword in her stomach, the flying sword seemed to have entered a lightning cage. It flew around crazily like a headless fly. It caused Sharu, who was blocking outside the window, to fall back and forth in the air, tossing and turning. Seeing Sharu's behavior, Kui Dongshan rolled his eyes. He felt that it was too embarrassing for him. He stretched out a palm and gently patted the void. Sharu's entire immortal's shed skin was slapped into the green bamboo corridor. The floor shattered into countless pieces. The seemingly casual slap directly knocked out Sharu's spirit and consciousness, who were hiding in the remains. Kui Dongshan stepped on Sharu's abdomen. The Li Fire flying sword, which was accidentally knocked into by Sharu, immediately stopped and quieted down. Kui Dongshan squatted down and was about to use a secret technique to pick up the flying sword of good quality from Sharu's abdomen. On the road outside the small courtyard, the nascent soul sword cultivator drew a long rainbow and fled towards the west of Mount Donghua. He actually saw that the situation was not good. After confirming that killing anyone had become an extravagant hope, he was even willing to abandon his natal flying sword. Kui Dongshan yawned and stood up. Fortunately, Maro Xiaodong is not in the academy. Otherwise, if he saw the next scene, he, as the saint of the academy, would be so ashamed that he would dig a hole and bury himself in it. At the edge of the small heaven and earth of the academy to the west of Mount Donghua, a golden body statue of a Confucian saint appeared. The sword cultivator was so frightened that he immediately flew towards the north. Another golden body Dharma idol that accompanied the saint stood between heaven and earth. Probably because Kui Dongshan's patience was not good today and did not want to play cat and mouse with the sword cultivator. In the east and south, 2 statues were erected at the same time. The sword cultivator gritted his teeth and suddenly rushed towards the sky dome of the small heaven and earth of the academy. At the peak of Mount Donghua, the tallest statue appeared. It was the image of the Dali imperial tutor Kui Dong. It stretched out a big golden hand and directly grabbed the nascent soul sword cultivator. After clenching it, there was a rumbling sound in the palm of the hand, as if thunder was rolling in the palm of the god. A young man in white stood on the shoulder of the old embroidered tiger statue. He was as handsome as jade. He rubbed the red mole between his eyebrows and slowly waited for the nascent soul sword cultivator's cultivation to be worn down by the abundant spiritual energy of Mount Donghua. Of course, if the old man was willing to go all out and explode his golden core and nascent soul, Kui Dongshan would not stop him. After all, only the literary luck and spiritual energy of Mount Donghua would be damaged. However, Kui Dongshan still hoped to squeeze something out of the hands of this nascent soul cultivator, such as the natal flying sword that was temporarily isolated in the abdomen of the immortal's remains. Kui Dongshan turned his head and looked at the small courtyard. The white deer was indeed the spiritual object of the sour scholar, Zhao Shi. It was just that an expert had used a secret technique on it. As for the old man that was caught in the palm of the golden body, naturally, it was not Zhao Shi. Although Zhao Shi was the mountain master of a secular academy, his body did not have the aptitude for cultivation, and his knowledge had not reached the level of heaven's perception. One day, when he read to the point where he could connect with the saint, he could suddenly form a small cave. Therefore, how could he suddenly become an extremely rare nascent soul-stage sword cultivator? In the Aquarius continent, there were only a few nascent soul sword cultivators. This poor Earth immortal who failed the assassination, even if Kui Dongshan used his buttocks and knees to guess, he would know that he was not a native cultivator of the Aquarius continent. He was most likely the follower of the Great Sui Kingdom's new champion, Zhong Dai. The direct descendants of the House of Zongheng traveled the world secretly with various identities. They usually had one or two great cultivators as their follower. Kui Dongshan sat down cross-legged and said, "You ran fast, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was a good plan. The Song clan and the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao clan were both tricked by you. You have my style back then. We should really have a good chat. Think about it, you almost ruined my big plan. If I don't stuff your spirit into a woman's body, I won't take your surname? Yes, and it has to be a virgin. I want you to know that a man who bleeds but does not cry is not a hero at all." Kui Dongshan seemed to be rambling, but in fact, half of his attention was on the palm of the golden body and the other half was on Sharu's stomach. For this kind of follower, there was no need to torture them. They would definitely not carry anything that could give them away. Kui Dongshan had to carefully keep an eye on the Li Fire flying sword. Although he had countless magic weapons, who in the world would complain about having more money? Even if the sword cultivator's nascent soul did not have a natal flying sword to control, his combat power was still very good. He used his yang spirit to break the golden body's fist and then used his yin spirit to escape. The 3 of them each chose a direction to escape. Among them, the body of the real body, which was seriously injured and seemed to be the slowest, suddenly drew an arc of lightning and hurriedly fell and landed in the small courtyard. He still did not give up on the assassination. Kui Dongshan, who was still sitting on the shoulder of the Dharma form, sighed. "You want to compete with me in scheming? This good grandson of yours has met his ancestor and will kowtow to me." The wandering yin spirit was slapped into powder by a scholarly sage's Dharma form in the opposite direction. The surging spiritual energy was a compensation for Mount Donghua. The yang spirit's body was thrown into the lake of the academy by another golden body of the sage. The Dharma form stepped down and splashed a huge wave, crushing the body into pieces. The old nascent soul, whose soul was incomplete and without a flying sword to control, was about to explode a golden elixir, wanting to drag the whole courtyard down with him. However, the old man suddenly froze. The immortal's flying sword Golden Autumn that Kui Dongshan won from a chess bet years ago was nailed into the old man's golden elixir and smashed. Then, the old man's body was covered with strange black and gold characters. They were slightly different from the golden characters that were full of righteousness when Maro Xiaodong was in charge of the small world. Kui Dongshan stood in front of this Jiao Shi and wiped the old man's face. He took off a bloody face made by the school of Moism and peeled off the layer of flesh that originally belonged to the old man's original face with his fingertips. He shook it a few times to shake off the blood and pieces of flesh and put them into his sleeve. He looked up at the terrifying face with white bones visible and smiled. "Thank you for helping me make a small fortune." The old man could no longer speak. Not only was his skin broken like porcelain, even his eyeballs were full of cracks and broken. Only the depths of the old man's soul were violently agitated, full of hatred and unwillingness. Kui Dongshan widened his eyes and took a step forward, staring at the man. "What, do you want to kill me with your eyes? Come, I'll give you a chance." After a moment, Kui Dongshan flicked his finger on the man's forehead. The old man, who had completely lost his life, flew backward and turned into a rain of blood in the air. Kui Dongshan stood in the courtyard and walked to the main house. He passed by the unconscious Xie Xie and said angrily, "Useless thing." He kicked Xie Xie into the wall. Yu Lu stood where he was and smiled bitterly. Kui Dongshan brushed past him and said angrily, "I don't even want to talk about you." He approached the steps. Kui Dongshan slapped his head and remembered that his master was about to come with Maro Xiaodong. He quickly grabbed and placed Xie Xie's body on the other side of the green bamboo corridor. Kui Dongshan even ran over, squatted in front of her and touched her face. In the end, it became a thank you sitting and smiling. Kui Dongshan looked and was satisfied with his handiwork. However, the more he looked, the angrier he became. He slapped Xie face and woke her up. Before Xie could speak in a daze, he knocked her out again. The smiling face just now is more pleasing to the eye. He fiddled with her again. Xie continued to sit with a smile. Kui Dongshan confirmed that the unconscious Sharu and the fleeting fire-flying sword in her stomach were crying sadly. There was no possibility of it breaking free for the time being. He raised his hands and clapped heavily. He withdrew from the small world of the academy on Donghua Mountain. Zhu Lian returned to the courtyard and sat beside the stone bench. He looked down at his stomach and felt a little regretful. The nascent soul sword cultivator was restrained and he was not injured enough. He guessed that both sides did not fight to their heart's content. Kui Dongshan ran into the main house and knocked on the door of the study. He said flatteringly, "Little treasure bottle, guess who I am?" Not to mention Cai Feng and Miao Ren, even the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was kept in the dark about the insidious assassination. After Maro Xiaodong told the deputy headmasters and the headmaster of the academy, everyone in the academy began to clean up the mess in an orderly manner. At the gate of the academy, Maro Xiaodong and Chen Pinggan walked side by side on the hillside. Maro Xiaodong smiled and said, "One day, you will be able to protect the people you care about and protect them in that courtyard. The wind and rain outside and the changes of the mountains and rivers will not hurt them at all. Of course, when they grow up and walk out of that courtyard, unless someone is too unreasonable, the younger generation will suffer by themselves. If they have to cry and bleed, then they will bleed. Otherwise, no matter how old they are, they will never truly grow up." Maro Xiaodong sighed and said, "As a parent and a teacher, I can take care of someone for a lifetime. Can someone as knowledgeable as the Holy Master take care of all the sentient beings in the world? He can't." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "That's true." Maro Xiaodong was furious at the thought of seeing Kui Dongshan soon. Maro Xiaodong was silent for a long time. As he walked on the broken road outside the courtyard, he suddenly said something that surprised Chen Pinggan. "I think the most safe place in the world is not on the dragon throne or even on the mountain. It is in the classrooms of all the schools in the world. If there is a problem here, it will be difficult to save. Those poor scholars and teachers who have no hope of becoming scholars and who may hear the sound of chickens and dogs barking every day decide the future of the country. Kui Dong, or Kui Dongshan, did countless powerful and dirty things in the Dali dynasty. In my opinion, there is only one thing that even the Holy Master could not find fault with. The imperial tutor, Kui Dong, followed the principle of when the country is about to rise, it must respect the teacher in the Dali dynasty. For this reason, he introduced many policies to treat teachers well and personally watched the local officials, including this into the local evaluation to determine the promotion of officials. The imperial tutor, this is what an imperial tutor should be like. The Great Sui Kingdom lost because most of the scholars were relatively empty. The so-called barbarian Dali was not only strong, but even the scholars were pragmatic. Finally, Maro Xiaodong stopped and said, "Although I am suspicious, I still have to say something. Kui Dongshan is now tied to your Dao, but who in the world would harm themselves? In the end, he wants to be closer to Kui Dong. Although it is destined that the two will not become one in the future, you still have to be careful. This old bastard and little brat are full of evil tricks. They are the kind that will feel uncomfortable if they don't scheme against others for a day." At the entrance of the courtyard, Kui Dongshan, who still had a red seal on his forehead, jumped and cursed, "Maro Xiaodong, did I dig up your ancestral grave or kidnap your wife? How can you drive a wedge between our teacher and his student?" Maro Xiaodong waved his sleeve and took the jade pendant that Kui Dongshan had hidden back into his hand. "Make the best use of it. You, me, and Chen Pinggan will go to the study room to review the Go game. This matter might not end here." Kui Dongshan was about to curse Maro Xiaodong when the three of them appeared in the study room. The three of them sat down. Maro Xiaodong was surprised that Kui Dongshan did not pester him. Maro Xiaodong roughly told him about the trip to the Confucian temple and the assassination attempt. Chen Pinggan would occasionally fill in the gaps. After listening to the story, Kui Dongshan stared at Maro Xiaodong in a daze. Maro Xiaodong glared at him and said, Watch your dog eyes. Kui Dongshan sighed. Didn't Yuan Gaofeng tell you all the answers? It's just that you, Maro Xiaodong, are too narrow-minded. You're not much better than Wei Yixian. Yuan Gaofeng has put in a lot of effort and is also very brave. He's only one step away from telling you the truth. How did Yuan Gaofeng scold you? Haggling is a businessman's trick. It's a disgrace to the educated. Maro Xiaodong frowned and said, is there really a businessman involved? Are they trying to stir up trouble? Kui Dongshan sneered and said, that's not all. There's a guy who appeared in the Great Sui Kingdom as Zhong Dai. He's most likely a direct disciple of a school of vertical and horizontal big shot. He's participating in a secret examination. Maro Xiaodong was puzzled. There are two groups of assassins. Weren't they the same group of people who had agreed on this long ago? How could they move so stealthily and grasp the timing so accurately? Let's not talk about anything else. Chen Pinggan and I went out as bait. Kui Dongshan sneered and said, can't there be smart people among the bad guys? Maro Xiaodong's heart was heavy. He waved his hand and said, it's your turn. Kui Dongshan coughed a few times to moisten his throat. He turned around and asked, Xiaodong, don't you have a cup of tea to drink? Maro Xiaodong ignored him and closed his eyes to think. Kui Dongshan sighed and looked at Chen Pinggan with a smile. I'll have to trouble you to listen to my vulgar opinions. Maro Xiaodong could not stand it anymore. He shouted angrily, you little bastard. Can't you be more shameless? Stop disgusting me. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, you'll get used to it. Kui Dongshan was smug. He squinted at Maro Xiaodong and said, I didn't know that Xiaodong had improved after coming to the Great Sui Kingdom from Dali. It seems that you've been with me for a long time and have been influenced by me a lot. You already know how to prepare for moving the mountain early. Not only do you have the advantage of time, place, and opportunity, but you also know that you should be the first to kill the most important array master. Otherwise, you would have been killed by the explosion of the hidden jindan of that military cultivator in that sneak attack. You, Maro Xiaodong, can die, but if my master is hurt, I'll spit on your corpse. As a result, Kui Dongshan was kicked by Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan said, let's get down to business. Kui Dongshan immediately sat down and bowed. He said respectfully, I'll listen to you. Maro Xiaodong closed his eyes again. Out of sight, out of mind. After a while, Kui Dongshan stood up, walked around the chair, and habitually paced. He said slowly, this layout is roughly divided into 4 levels of people and realms. Kui Dongshan stretched out a finger. First, the descendants of Cai Jingshan in the Great Sui Kingdom, like Cai Feng, don't have a high official position. But when there are many of them, they can make the court and the common people talk about them. They hope to leave their names in history and admire the style of the founding Confucian general. Cai Feng is considered good among them. He has a nascent soul ancestor who has great ambition. He wants to die one day and be conferred the title of Wen Zheng. As for the other scholars, most of them are idiots who don't know how to manage affairs. If they can really achieve great things, they'll be lucky. If they can't, they don't necessarily fear death. If they die, then they die. They talk about their temperament with folded arms. In the face of danger, they die to repay the king. They live freely and die tragically, as if life and death are very important. As for whether there will be a mess left behind and how bad the mess is, they don't care. They can't think of these. The book records the tragedy of people being sold and cooked as 2-legged sheep. They've seen it before, but it's too far away from them. I've seen a lot of them. Kui Dongshan smiled. Of course, you should have seen them in the lotus flower-blessed land. Kui Dongshan stretched out a second finger. Second. The left assistant minister of Rites Guoxin and the Dragon Ball General Miao Ren are descendants of powerful families. The Great Sui Kingdom has been peaceful for a long time. They've been in the capital for a long time. They seem to be glorious, but in reality, they're just empty titles. They see the capital and the court as a cage. They want to carry forward the legacy of their ancestors on the battlefield. In addition, they have a lot of family friends who have real power in the border army. They work together with people like Miao Ren, the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War Dao Ju and the Deputy Commander of the Infantry Yamen, Song Shan. They're relatively pragmatic and are more familiar with military affairs. After the sudden death of the Emperor Dali, Song Jung-chun, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's fleeting and can't be missed. At this time, they're tearing up the alliance and taking advantage of the resentment of the Great Sui Kingdom. They're planning to follow the people's wishes and use the powerful border army of the Great Sui Kingdom to gamble. They're not willing to sit still and wait for death to come. They're going to be replaced by the rising Dali and become the vassal of the Great Sui Kingdom. These kinds of people are the ones who come to the conclusion after weighing the pros and cons. They're a little better than Guo Xin and Miao Ren, but they're still on the same level. The foundation of the Great Sui Kingdom lies in these kinds of people. There are many of them in the court and at the border. They can barely be considered the strength of a country. Kui Dongshan stretched out his third finger. Third, the next one is the pitiful emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. This person's situation is the most awkward. He was prepared to bear the infamy. He stood his ground against the opinions of the masses and signed a shameful alliance. He even sent Prince Jiao Xian, whom he had high hopes for, to the Deer Academy in the Cloud Forest as a hostage. In the end, he still underestimated the turbulent situation in the court. Cai Feng and his group assassinated Maro Xiaodong behind his back. Once they succeeded, they slandered him as a Dali spy and deceived the masses. They told the court of the Great Sui Kingdom that Maro Xiaodong was scheming to use the Cliff Academy to dig out the roots of the Great Sui Kingdom's literary fortune. The people of the Great Sui Kingdom have the right to punish such a literary monster with evil intentions. Maro Xiaodong didn't refute anything. Literary monster? Maro Xiaodong felt that it was a compliment. Who was the person who was once called the greatest literary monster in the world? He and Kui Dong's teacher. Kui Dongshan smiled. Of course, Emperor Dali may or may not know about Cai Feng and his group's actions. The latter is more likely. After all, he isn't very popular now. But it doesn't matter because Cai Feng and his group don't know that the Song clan doesn't care about the literary monster Maro Xiaodong's death at all. The Great Sui Kingdom's emperor cares more. Anyway, no matter what, he won't break the oath. This is what Cai Feng and his group don't understand. But Cai Feng and his group definitely want to kill Maro Xiaodong first, then deal with the Dali students like Little Treasure Bottle, Li Huai, and Lin Shuyi. But at that time, the Great Sui Kingdom's emperor doesn't intend to break the oath and will definitely stop them. But Kui Dongshan smiled eerily. It seems that Song Jung-chun's death has indeed moved the Great Sui Kingdom's emperor. As an emperor, do you really think he's willing to be blamed by the court? Is he willing to live under someone else's roof to the extent that the country is surrounded by Dali cavalry or the vassal troops of the Song clan while the Gao clan of Guyang hides and struggles at death's door? Dao Ju and Song Shan can see the opportunity. The Great Sui Kingdom's emperor is not stupid and will see further. This person is sitting on that chair and watching Cai Feng and his group's actions. How should I say it? It's half happy and half sad. It's not all disappointment and anger. He's happy because the Gao clan of Guyang has nurtured soldiers for hundreds of years. There are indeed countless people who are willing to generously repay the Gao clan with their lives. He's worried because the Great Sui Kingdom's emperor has no confidence in winning the gamble. Once the oath is publicly broken, there will be no room for negotiation between the two countries. Once defeated, the Great Sui Kingdom's territory will inevitably suffer the wrath of Dali's court. Kui Dongshan maintained 3 fingers on his hand and smiled. When I first convinced Song Jianqiang not to attack the Great Sui Kingdom, it took a lot of effort. Because of this, Song Jianqiang was furious and had a big argument with His Majesty, saying that he was nurturing a tiger and treating the lives of the Dali soldiers who went out to war as child's play. It was very amusing. A martial artist loudly reprimanded the emperor, using the words of a scholar. At that time, His Majesty hid from everyone that his lifespan was about to end. Not 10 years, but 3 years. He was probably worried about the 2 cultivators from the school of Moism and the school of Yin-Yang. At that time, even the old bastard was fooled. Facts have proven that His Majesty was right. That yin-yang cultivator from the school of yin-yang did indeed have bad intentions. He wanted to slowly turn him into a puppet. If it weren't for Alliance breaking His Majesty's longevity bridge, the Song clan would have become the biggest joke in the Aquarius continent. Kui Dongshan narrowed his eyes and stretched out a fourth finger. Then it was the turn of the people behind the scenes. They were divided into two groups. I guess that group of real masters came from the Song clan and the school of vertical and horizontal. They didn't do anything unnecessary. They didn't target Maro Xiaodong, nor did they target you. They didn't target anyone. They just took advantage of the situation and tempted the Great Sui Kingdom's emperor with benefits to replace Dali. Not to mention that Dali's cavalry had already crushed half of the continent. Half of the continent was enough to make the ancestors of the Great Sui Kingdom laugh so hard that they couldn't even close their coffins. The most interesting one wasn't the masters at the top of the mountain, but the guy who knocked out Zhao Shue, a disciple of Saint Lu. He used the identity of the new top scorer, Zhong Dai, to hide among the people of Cai Feng's level. After that, he left the city in the middle of the night. The Great Sui Kingdom and Dali couldn't wait to scour the ground, but no one could find him. As I said before, the heir of the school of vertical and horizontal used this plan as a test to apply what he had learned. What's so ingenious about this Zhong Dai? Let's put it this way. As long as the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was persuaded by the first group of people behind the scenes, he would stake everything on this one throw. Whether it was Maro Xiaodong or Little Treasure Bottle, it wouldn't change the overall situation. If he still hesitated, then after making such a big mistake for Zhong Dai, the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom could only go down the path of darkness. Then, Zhong Dai would leave, and the general situation of the entire Aquarius continent would change because of him. It's a big taboo for a cultivator to kill the monarch of the human world and cause the mountains and rivers to change, and it would be dealt with by the saints of the academy. But manipulating people's hearts, cultivating puppets, trapping and controlling the emperor, or having skills to support the dragon, the Confucian Academy would only record it silently. As for whether the consequences are serious or not, it depends on how high the Qi refinement warrior climbs. The higher he climbs, the harder he falls. If he can't climb high, it would be a blessing in disguise. Kui Dongshan retracted the four fingers and gently clenched his fist. He smiled and said, "The reason why I've laid out so much, besides helping Xiaodong to clear up his doubts, is actually because there's something more important." Kui Dongshan sat back in his chair and said seriously, "The essence of breaking through to the upper 5 levels in the nascent soul realm lies in the 2 words unification of Tao. I'm telling you this in detail because I hope you can see this world more comprehensively and thoroughly. You should know the rules and regulations of how the world works now. Which must not be touched, which can be broken and then rebuilt. Once built, that is the unification of Tao. Recognized by the orthodoxy of the world, even if the Confucian Academy and the saints of the Academy don't recognize it, they have to hold their noses obediently. Because the Holy Master and the Sage of Rites recognize it." Chen Pinggan fell into deep thought. Kui Dongshan walked to the window and looked at the mountain scenery. Suddenly, he turned his head and said with a smile, "Teacher, I also have a question to ask. I hope you can clear it up for me." Chen Pinggan raised his head and said with a smile, "Tell me about it." Maro Xiaodong seemed to be dozing off, but in fact, he was facing a great enemy. Kui Dongshan asked, "If a wrong method is used to pursue a correct result, is it right or wrong?" Chen Pinggan smiled. He had talked about this with Liu Qingfeng. Kui Dongshan asked again, "Then if a wrong method is used to achieve an extremely rare correct result, is it wrong?" For 11, it was so quiet that the sound of a needle dropping could be heard in the study. Chen Pinggan was thinking about these two questions. He subconsciously wanted to pick up the blade-strengthening gourd that contained the rice wine in the alley, but he quickly let go of it. Kui Dongshan did not urge him. Maro Xiaodong rubbed the ferrule with his fingers. Chen Pinggan said, "I don't have an answer yet. I need to think about it." Kui Dongshan nodded and smiled brightly. "Well, there's no hurry. You can ask whatever you want, and you can answer whatever you want." Chen Pinggan got up and left. Kui Dongshan said that he wanted to chat with Maro Xiaodong about the situation in the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom, so he stayed in the study. When Chen Pinggan walked to the door, he turned around and pointed at Kui Dongshan's forehead. "Why don't you wipe it off?" Kui Dongshan suddenly understood and quickly wiped the red seal. He blushed and said, "I've been away from the academy for a while, so my relationship with Little Treasure Bottle is a little strange. In fact, it wasn't like this before. Every time Little Treasure Bottle saw me, he was very kind." Chen Pinggan closed the door and walked away in the corridor. Kui Dongshan tiptoed to the door and put his ear on the door. He suddenly laughed. Kui Dongshan straightened up and stretched out his arms. He began to shake his two big sleeves like waves and said happily, "I don't need to be scolded or beaten." Maro Xiaodong looked at the smiling guy and wondered, "You were not like this when you were under Mr. Li's tutelage. When I was in Dali, Qi Jingchun told me how you were when he first met you. It sounded like you were very serious every day and liked to put on airs." Kui Dongshan leaped into the air and then leaned forward, assuming a paddling posture. He began to paddle around Maro Xiaodong's solemn study as he mumbled, "When I was tricked by old Shotzi, I was already in my early 20s. If I remember correctly, it took me 3 years to sneak out from my hometown in the Aquarius continent to the shabby alley where old Shotzi lived in the Central Plains. The journey was bumpy and full, and I suffered a lot. Who would have thought that after 3 years, not only did I fail to achieve good results, I fell into the biggest pit. Every day, I was filled with worry, eating one meal and starving the other, worrying that the two of them would starve to death one day. Can your mentality be compared to mine now? Can you imagine me and the old scholar sitting at the door with 2 small stools, our stomachs rumbling with hunger, basking in the sun, counting on our fingers to calculate when the Kui family would send us the money? Can you imagine that bleak scene? Can you imagine that one time when the ferry had a problem, we had to dig earthworms to fish by the river? Can you imagine the old Xiu's famous sentence that made all the earthly bulls in the world feel grateful? That's why I said that the old Xiu's knowledge came from starvation. This is called writing works that are hard to achieve. You see how many good articles old Xiu wrote after he became famous? Of course, there were good ones. But in fact, in terms of number and idea, they were not as good as before he became famous. He had no choice. He was busy later on. He participated in the debate between the 3 religions and was invited by the Grand Chancellor of the Academy. The Mountain Master of the Academy cried and shouted for him to preach and give lectures. He even crushed the golden body of a mountain deity with his natal characters. Then he ran to the sky screen and made a scene with the second Taoist brother, begging others to hack him to death. He went to the bottom of the river of time to fish out those broken caves and blessed lands. These were the big things. There were even more small things. He went to his old friend's wine shop to drink and chat. How could he write? Maro Xiaodong snorted coldly. "Don't show off your old age in front of me. How could you have the face to reminisce about the past years of study?" Hovering in the air, Kui Dongshan circled around Maro Xiaodong's chair, who was sitting upright. "Xiaodong, you have a good heart. You were afraid that the old bastard and I would team up to plot against my husband, so you were busy with the matter of the Heart Lake. It's just that you're not very knowledgeable after all. But I still have to thank you. I, Kui Dongshan, am no longer a scholar with a sweet mouth and a sword in his heart. Because of your kindness, I really helped you kill that Yuanying sword practitioner. The buildings of the academy were not damaged much. If you were in charge of the academy, would you be able to do it? Could you let the literary talents of Mount Donghua not suffer any damage?" Maro Xiaodong laughed. "Then I have to thank your parents for giving birth to such a kind person like you." Kui Dongshan flipped his body and turned into a posture of paddling on his back. He said angrily, "If you want to quarrel, just quarrel. If you want to scold, just scold. What's the point of involving your parents and ancestors?" Maro Xiaodong clicked his tongue and said, "After you betrayed your master, Kui Dongshan, you traveled alone in the central divine continent. Don't you know what you did and what you said? I only learned a little from you." Kui Dongshan floated to the ground and said with a smile, "Xiaodong, you are not my disciple. Why are you learning from me? If you are willing to spend money to learn, I don't mind teaching you." Otherwise, let me tell you, a scholar who steals knowledge is also stealing. Maro Xiaodong suddenly stood up and walked to the window. He frowned and disappeared in a flash. Kui Dongshan also disappeared. The two of them stood on the big tree at the top of Mount Donghua. Maro Xiaodong asked, I can only vaguely feel some erratic signs through the literary talents of the Great Sui Kingdom. But it is difficult to really find them. Do you know who is behind this? Can you name a name? Kui Dongshan sat on the high branch and took out the mask made by the mechanism master of the School of Mo with the help of the yin-yang technique. He loved it so much that he could not put it down. It was the best magic treasure for killing and robbing. It could definitely be sold at a high price. Kui Dongshan laughed at Maro Xiaodong's question and said, I advise you not to do anything unnecessary. They are already giving you face by not deliberately targeting anyone. Maro Xiaodong, you are not the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. Now the Cliff Academy does not have the title of one of the 72 anymore. If you meet a Dao Unification Stage big shot who belongs to the upper school of the 100 schools of thought and acts according to their own principles, you will be courting death. The Middle Earth Academy will not help you. It's not like there have never been such a tragedy in history. Maro Xiaodong sneered and said, the school of vertical and horizontal is naturally one of the upper school of the 100 schools of thought. But the Shang family is not even one of the 100 schools of thought. If it was not for the Sage of Rights who interceded, the Shang family would have been directly removed from the 100 schools of thought. Kui Dongshan sighed and said, have you ever wondered why the Sage of Rights, who almost never shows up, made an exception? Do you think the Sage of Rights covets the Shang family's offerings? Maro Xiaodong was furious. Kui Dongshan, don't insult the Sage of Merit and Virtue. Kui Dongshan, who was rarely called by his name by Maro Xiaodong, looked calm and composed. If you admire the Sage of Rights so much, why didn't you just change your school when the old Shotsi fell? The Sage of Rights branch has looked for you, right? Why did you go to Dali with Qi Jingchun and establish an academy under my nose? Isn't this disgusting? Why bother? If you changed your school of thought, you, Maro Xiaodong, would have been long gone. You're really in the pure jade realm. There's a rumor in the pugilistic world that the old Shotsi, in order to persuade you to take up a position in the School of Rights, said, hurry up and go to the School of Thought. If the teacher does not do well in the future, he can at least ask for a living from you. Even the old Shotsi could say such words. Why didn't you go? What's the result? Now in the Confucian school, you're only a sage. On the path of cultivation, you haven't made any progress and wasted 100 years. Maro Xiaodong murmured, is the level of a cultivator very important? Maro Xiaodong asked and answered his own question, of course it's very important. But to me, it's not the most important. So it's not difficult to choose. Kui Dongshan sighed and said, fool. Maro Xiaodong's expression was unfriendly. Little bastard, say that again. Kui Dongshan thought for a moment and felt that if they really fought, he would definitely be pressed to the ground by Maro Xiaodong, who had taken back the jade pendant. In a small world, there were treasures and arrays that were more effective against Qi cultivators. So Kui Dongshan smiled and changed the topic. Do you really think that there's no trick in Dallas envoy who participated in the Great Sui Kingdom's banquet? Maro Xiaodong asked, what do you mean? Kui Dongshan took out a folding fan with words on both sides and gently waved it. We'll completely destroy the Gao family of Guiyang and teach the Great Sui Kingdom to abide by the treaty and stay in their shell for 100 years. Maro Xiaodong was puzzled. If the mastermind behind this plan is really as powerful as you said, would he be willing to sit down and have a chat? Even Xie Shi, the Taoist heavenly lord of Taoism in the North Continent, doesn't have such power? Maro Xiaodong quickly nodded and said, Hero Shu Ruo. This Shu Ruo is indeed not simple to be able to persuade the main bloodline of the Mo family and his collateral branch to put aside their differences and bet on Dali. Kui Dongshan waved his folding fan. Xiaodong, I'm really not praising you. You're getting smarter and smarter now. Indeed, after staying with me for so long, it's like staying in a room with orchids for a long time. Maro Xiaodong glanced at Kui Dongshan. On the folding fan facing him, there were 4 words written on it, win people over with virtue. Kui Dongshan also glanced at Maro Xiaodong. You don't agree? Maro Xiaodong smiled and said, if you don't agree, what do you say? Tell me. Kui Dongshan twisted his fingers and changed the folding fan to another side. There were 4 words on it again, which was probably the answer. Maro Xiaodong looked at it and smiled. If you don't agree, I'll kill you. Maro Xiaodong waved his sleeve and hit Kui Dongshan from the branch at the peak of the mountain. This little bastard was sent crashing into the lake at the mountainside. Kui Dongshan, who was deliberately not dodging, did not fall into the lake. Instead, he kept spinning, drawing circles that grew larger and larger. In the end, the entire lake became a scene of pure white snow. It was as if there was a heavy snowfall, and the accumulated snow covered the lake. Kui Dongshan floated out of the lake and stood by the lake, admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him. It was summer, but it was as beautiful as winter. He nodded and said, well done, I'm convinced. Chen Pinggan came to Kui Dongshan's courtyard. Zhu Lian had finished bandaging his wounds. Apart from the faint smell of blood on his body, Zhu Lian was talking and laughing as he sat on the steps. He was talking to Li Huai and Pei Qian, the 2 little brats, about how soul-stirring that battle was. Lin Shuyi was calming his mind and qi. It was more difficult for him, but to enter and exit the river of time again and again, as long as no illness was left behind, it would be greatly beneficial to any cultivator. It would be especially helpful for him to break through to the Golden Core Earth Immortal realm in the future. Xielian's face was pale and her injuries were not light. Her spirit had fluctuated with the small world and the river of time. However, she did not sit on the green bamboo corridor to recuperate. Instead, she sat not far from Pei Qian, looking at the entrance of the courtyard from time to time. Sharu was pulled out from the broken floor by Yu Lu, lying flat in the corridor. She was already awake, but there was a Yuanying sword cultivator's Li Fire flying sword living in her stomach. It was overturning rivers and seas, causing her stomach to be in pain. She was waiting for Kui Dongshan to return and save her. Li Baoping squatted beside Du Maro and asked curiously, Pei Qian said I should call you Sister Sharu. Why? Sharu was about to speak when Li Baoping said considerately, let's chat after the flying sword in your stomach comes out. Sharu smiled bitterly and nodded. Yu Lu was sweeping the courtyard with a broom. His injured hand had been bandaged. Chen Pinggan let out a sigh of relief. On the way here, he saw the white deer that belonged to old master Zhao Shi. It was still lying there stiffly after being hit by the secret restriction. Chen Pinggan didn't dare to move it, so he could only leave it to Kui Dongshan. Chen Pinggan stopped beside Yu Lu and raised his hand. When he held the sword hilt of the sword immortal on his back, it was badly mutilated. He applied the hemostatic herbs from the mountains and the raw meat ointment from the immortals on the mountains. After he finished bandaging it, he shook his hand at Yu Lu and smiled, brother in distress? Yu Lu smiled and asked, how did you get injured? Chen Pinggan shook his head, it's embarrassing to say it. Forget it. Chen Pinggan turned to look at Li Baoping and Pei Qian. You guys can continue playing. It should be fine now, but you guys still need to stay here for the time being. Don't be too formal when you're staying in someone else's house. Li Huai said, Chen Pinggan, what are you talking about? Kui Dongshan is familiar with me. I'm Li Huai's friend, so your friend is Chen Pinggan's friend. Since we're all friends, it's right not to be formal. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, tell someone else your fallacious reasoning. Li Huai suddenly turned his head and said to Pei Qian, do you think my reasoning makes sense? Pei Qian said decisively, my master is right. It's fallacious reasoning. Li Huai said bitterly, Pei Qian, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Where's the morality of Jianghu? Didn't we agree to explore Jianghu together and dig for treasures? In the end, we haven't even started to make money in Jianghu and we have to break up. Pei Qian laughed and said, let's break up after we finish eating. Li Huai rubbed his chin and said, it seems quite reasonable. Chen Pinggan came to Lin Shuyi and sat down. He asked softly, what do you think? Lin Shuyi sighed and said self-deprecatingly, when the gods fight, the ants suffer. Chen Pinggan did not say anything. Lin Shuyi smiled and said, "When Kui Dongshan comes back, you tell him that I will come here often in the future. Remember to pay attention to your words. It's your idea, Master Kui Dongshan. I can't go against my destiny, so I came here." Chen Pinggan restrained himself. After all, Xie was present, so he did not tell the truth that it was Kui Dongshan who invited Lin Shuyi to cultivate here. He said, "It's not a problem if you say so." Lin Shuyi lowered his voice and said, "I owe Kui Dongshan a favor, and I have to pay it back sooner or later. It's up to him to decide. It's better to owe you a favor, but at least it's up to me to decide." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "Are you bullying the weak and fearing the strong?" Lin Shuyi shook his head and said, "I'm bullying the weak and not the weak." Chen Pinggan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank the sweet rice wine inside. Lin Shuyi asked, "The library of the academy is not bad. I'm familiar with it. If you want to go there to look for books, I can help to lead the way." Chen Pinggan said, "I don't know how to go there. I can't eat so much knowledge." Lin Shuyi laughed angrily and said, "At least you agreed to let me return a small favor. Why are you so ignorant of the ways of the world?" Chen Pinggan coughed and wiped the corner of his mouth. He turned his head and said, "Lin Shuyi, you entered a fake cliff academy and studied fake books for several years, right?" Lin Shuyi laughed. Pei Qian elbowed Li Huai and whispered, "Is my master so close to Lin Shuyi?" Li Huai didn't even raise his head. He was busy playing with his painted puppet and said casually, "No, Chen Pinggan is only close to me. He doesn't have a good relationship with others." Li Baoping quietly came behind Li Huai and kicked Li Huai to the ground. Li Huai sat up and said with a sad face, "Li Baoping, if you continue to be like this, I'll take Pei Qian and set up my own sect. I won't recognize you as the chief of Wulin anymore." Li Baoping curled his lips and looked at him with disdain. Li Huai and Pei Qian. Li Huai had gotten the position of the Donghua mountain branch under the Longquan County headquarters and was only expelled once. Later, when Chen Pinggan came to the academy and Li Huai shamelessly promised that he wouldn't be at the bottom in the next class, Li Baoping showed mercy and restored Li Huai's Jianghu identity. As for Pei Qian, Li Baoping said that public and private matters must be separated. Pei Qian's experience was still shallow, so he could only temporarily rely on the position of a small branch in the lowest level of Jianghu as a nominal disciple. Pei Qian felt that it was good, but Li Huai felt that it was even better. Compared to Pei Qian, the exiled princess, his position was one level higher. As a result, both Liu Guan and Ma Lian had become nominal disciples under the chief of Wulin, Li Baoping. However, Li Huai's two classmates had ulterior motives. The crafty Liu Guan was aiming for Pei Qian's noble status. As for Ma Lian, who was born in one of the top tycoons of the Great Sui Kingdom, as soon as he saw Li Baoping, he blushed and couldn't even speak clearly. Kui Dongshan swaggered into the courtyard. He grabbed one of the legs of the pitiful white deer and casually threw it in the courtyard. It seemed that the inhibition of the white deer had been broken by Kui Dongshan and restored its spiritual nature as a divine object. However, its spirit had not yet recovered, so it was slightly sluggish. It slid for a distance in the courtyard and whined. It was not as beautiful as the deer's whining recorded in books. Li Huai's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this the white deer by Master Zhao's side? Kui Dongshan, why did you steal it? Pei Qian and I are going to have this for dinner tonight. It's not appropriate, is it?" Pei Qian almost drooled. She wiped her mouth and quickly winked at Li Huai. Li Huai coughed a few times. "It's not impossible to eat roast venison. I haven't eaten it yet." Li Huai turned to Chen Pinggan and shouted, "Chen Pinggan, do you have oil and salt with you?" Chen Pinggan laughed and scolded, "Eat venison? Do you want to be punished by the headmaster of the academy for a whole year?" Li Huai blinked. "Kui Dongshan stole it, Master Zhu killed it, and Chen Pinggan roasted it. I just couldn't resist the temptation and was instigated by Lin Shuyi to eat a few mouthfuls of venison. Is it against the law?" Kui Dongshan suddenly exclaimed. He squatted on the ground and looked at the white deer. He found that it was staring at Li Huai. Li Huai also found this situation. He felt that the white deer's eyes were too similar to a living person's and felt a little guilty. The white deer stood up shakily and walked slowly to Li Huai. Li Huai was so scared that he wet his pants. He turned around and crawled quickly to the main house. The white deer jumped up the green bamboo corridor and followed Li Huai into the house. Chen Pinggan looked at Kui Dongshan in confusion. Kui Dongshan smiled and said, "Sir, don't worry. It's Li Huai's luck. He just sat at home and something good happened. This psychic white deer is close to Li Huai. When Zhao Shi is found by the Great Sui Kingdom, I'll talk to him about this. I believe that there will be another white deer in the Cliff Academy in the future." Chen Pinggan touched his forehead. As expected of Li Huai. A moment later, Li Huai rode on the white deer and left the main house laughing. He showed off to Li Baoping and Pei Qian, "Isn't it awesome?" Li Baoping couldn't be bothered to talk to him and sat beside her youngest uncle. Pei Qian nodded and was a little envious. Then, he turned to look at Chen Pinggan and said pitifully, "Master, when can I have a little donkey?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "When we reach Longquan County in the future, I'll help you find a suitable one." Pei Qian beamed. Kui Dongshan walked to Sharu's side. Sharu was already sitting in the corridor with her back against the wall. It was still difficult for her to get up. Facing Kui Dongshan, she was very afraid and didn't even dare to look up at him. Kui Dongshan squatted down and moved so that his back was facing Chen Pinggan. He was about to say something comforting and then do something to make Sharu suffer a fate worse than death but unable to make a sound. Sharu was shocked to find that she could no longer move. She saw Kui Dongshan's sinister and sneering face. Fortunately, Chen Pinggan said something that sounded like a heavenly sound to Sharu's ears. "Just take the sword. Don't do anything unnecessary." Kui Dongshan frowned and sighed. Chen Pinggan sat there and slowly drank his wine as he looked at the slightly crowded courtyard. Compared to the Great Sui Kingdom back then, there were Zhu Lian, Pei Qian, and Sharu this time. The only thing missing was a swordsman wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a saber. Chen Pinggan put away his thoughts and suddenly looked at Kui Dongshan's back. He said, "I need to think about it again." Kui Dongshan was focused on subduing the Li Fire flying sword that had begun to hide in the immortal's remains. He didn't seem to have heard this sentence. 7. For 12, the Cliff Academy had to be thoroughly investigated after such a big thing happened. The cause of the disaster was Zhao Shi, who was invited to give a lecture by a deputy headmaster of the academy. Therefore, Maro Xiaodong and the deputy headmaster of the Great Sui Kingdom had a chat and parted on bad terms. The deputy headmaster of the academy felt that Maro Xiaodong was purging his dissidents and smearing his reputation. He simply gave up and said that he would stay in his own study. Whether the academy directly punished him or Maro Xiaodong ordered the imperial court of the Great Sui Kingdom to exterminate his family, he would accept it. In the end, he shouted that Maro Xiaodong should stop slandering him. Maro Xiaodong was really annoyed by the pedantic old man. Therefore, he really let his dog bite him and asked Kui Dongshan to do it. Kui Dongshan was very happy and went to find someone to talk to. In less than an hour, Kui Dongshan went to Maro Xiaodong's study to ask for credit. He said that the deputy headmaster of the academy and Zhao Shi were all right. It was indeed an unexpected disaster. Maro Xiaodong was not at ease. He felt that Kui Dongshan looked like a weasel who had secretly eaten a big fat chicken. He had to remind him that this involved the safety of Li Baoping and the others. If Kui Dongshan had the guts to use his official position for personal gain and play tricks. Before Maro Xiaodong could finish, Kui Dongshan patted his chest and promised that he would do it impartially. Maro Xiaodong was skeptical. Then, Kui Dongshan swaggered out of the academy. He used the skin that he had just peeled off from the nascent soul sword cultivator's face and some unusual camouflage skills to walk into a new Dali post in the capital city. It was the place where the Dali envoy stayed. Maro Xiaodong hesitated for a moment and went down the mountain without following Kui Dongshan. Chen Pinggan needed to refine the treasure of heaven with the golden script. He needed to find the last two things through personal connections. He still needed to go to the Confucian Temple in the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom. But now, he needed to see the attitude of the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. As for Cai Feng and Miao Ren who were involved in the assassination, they would be sent to prison to give the Cliff Academy an explanation. Or they would just make a big deal out of it. Maro Xiaodong was very simple. If the imperial court of the Great Sui Kingdom vaguely responded, then since the academy was built on Donghua Mountain and Cliff Academy would continue teaching, Maro Xiaodong would never threaten the Gao family of Guiyang. However, Maro Xiaodong was not angry. Maro Xiaodong's attitude towards the Great Kingdom. Maro Xiaodli enough. Since the academy was built, do thieves and bandits come and go as they please? Then Maro Xiaodong would not mind going to the Confucian Temple and other places where the luck of literature gathered. He would do whatever he could to plunder them. As for whether he would leave the words Maro Xiaodong was here on the wall, it depended on his mood. After all, it was the Gao family of Guiyang who was shameless first. Kui Dongshan did not stay at the post house for long. He soon returned to the academy. Chen Pinggan discussed the matter of cultivating his natal item in Maro Xiaodong's study, especially the matter of borrowing the luck of literature from the Great Sui Kingdom. He needed to make a new plan. Lin Shuyi went to the great scholar Dong Jing to ask for advice on cultivation problems. Li Baoping, Li Huai, and the other children continued their lessons. Pei Qian was dragged to the class by Li Baoping, saying that the headmaster had agreed to let Pei Qian sit in. Although Pei Qian thanked Sister Baoping verbally, he felt bitter in his heart. Zhu Lian continued to wander around the academy alone. Therefore, only Xie and Sharu were left in the courtyard. When Kui Dongshan returned to the courtyard with a smile, Xie and Sharu knew that something bad was going to happen. The fleeting fire-flying sword in Sharu's belly had been stripped of the immortal slough by Kui Dongshan using a secret technique. At first, Sharu felt like a woman who had just given birth. It was very difficult for her to bear and she suspected that Kui Dongshan did it on purpose. However, Sharu did not dare to question him. Kui Dongshan kicked off his boots and walked up the stairs. He lay down in the corridor and complained, "Capable people have more work to do. It must have been hard on your master." Xie and Sharu sat not far from the corridor. They did not even dare to breathe. Kui Dongshan sat up and said, "Go and get my 2 jars of colored cloud seeds and chessboard." Xie's heart tightened and his face paled. He and Sharu brought over the chessboard and 2 celadon jars. After opening the jar, Kui Dongshan picked up one of the jars. He exhaled and carefully wiped it. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He pinched the colored cloud seed that he had obtained from White Emperor City's colored glass pavilion with 2 fingers and raised it high. It shone brightly under the sun. His 2 fingers gently twirled it. For some reason, the cloud seed at Kui Dongshan's fingertips was surrounded by mist. It was like a veritable cloud of White Emperor City. Kui Dongshan turned his head and stared at Xie. Xie was shocked. Could it be that Li Huai and Pei Qian had damaged this colored cloud seed? Kui Dongshan suddenly laughed heartily. "Well done. You've given the young master quite a bit of face. Otherwise, based on your terrible performance as Xie overseeing the core of the array, I really wouldn't be able to resist kicking you out. After raising you for so long, how much better are you than Lin Shuyi? You're a once-in-a-century cultivation genius of the Lu dynasty. In my opinion, you're just an ordinary so-called genius." Xie timidly said, "Young master doesn't blame me for allowing Pei Qian and Li Huai to abuse the colored cloud seed." Kui Dongshan slapped his forehead. "You're really stupid. Fortune favors fools." If Xie had been petty, wouldn't it have been Kui Dongshan's fault for not teaching him properly? Who would his master blame in the end? 2 jars of colored cloud seeds. Compared to Li Baoping, Pei Qian, and Li Huai, was a strand of hair really that important in his master's heart? Kui Dongshan was in a great mood. He casually tossed the colored cloud seed back into the jar. With a crisp sound, as if he had triggered some kind of secret restriction, the jar actually produced a mirage. Colored clouds floated above the jar, and the outline of a pocket-sized White Emperor City could be vaguely seen. There was also a rainbow hanging in the sky, and snow-white cranes the size of rice grains cried out in the sky. Sharu's mind swayed as she watched. Just how many secrets was this Kui Dongshan hiding? For the first time, Kui Dongshan revealed a sincere smile to Xie. No matter what, you've done well in this matter. Young master has always been fair in his rewards and punishments. Speak. What reward do you want? Just ask. Xie looked at the white-clothed demon who made her feel like a stranger, and all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. Kui Dongshan sighed and stood up. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Xie. He lectured, "Great personage, just a casual word of concern is enough to make many people deeply grateful and engrave it in their hearts. Is this really all right?" Xie felt as if she had fallen into an icy cavern. Kui Dongshan walked to Xie's side. The latter's limbs were stiff, so Kui Dongshan stretched out his hand and patted her cheek. "It wasn't heavy. It's all right. Compared to the beginning, you've improved a lot. This is enough." Kui Dongshan raised his hand and spread open his palm. The firelight flying sword of extraordinary quality slowly revolved above his palm, and the completely scarlet-red flying sword was coiled with strands of deep and lustrous pure tongues of flames. Kui Dongshan smiled. "This life-flying sword no longer has an owner. I'll give it to you. Cultivate it well. Don't expect to refine it into your life artifact. It's too difficult. You only need to secretly nourish it in a certain chi dwelling. You can use it as a trump card. When the time comes, although you're not a sword cultivator, you'll have a greater chance of winning against an enemy. Don't make a fool of your young master. Don't look at how Lin Shuyi's realm isn't high right now. That's because Dong Jing deliberately suppressed Lin Shuyi's realm. If you don't put in more effort, sooner or later Lin Shuyi will catch up to you." Xie saw that Kui Dongshan didn't seem to be joking. She carefully circulated her spiritual energy and controlled the Li Fire flying sword to fly into her palm. A nascent soul sword cultivator's life flying sword. What did this mean? It meant that all of a nascent soul sword cultivator's belongings and life's work were almost all in this little thing. If it had to be converted into divine money, then it would be at least 100 grain rain coins. Before the Lu family dynasty was destroyed, how much was the annual tax revenue of a country? Kui Dongshan looked at the tearful Xie. Because of the skin covering her face was dark and ugly. Kui Dongshan put his feet together and jumped back. He scolded. "You look so evil, yet you still want to cry endlessly. Do you want to scare your young master to death?" Xie blushed with shame. She quickly turned her head and wiped her tears. Kui Dongshan's body was crooked. He crooked his finger at Sharu. "Old sister, come here. Let's have a talk. You've protected my young master all this time. You didn't do anything, but you did some hard work. This time you helped me catch a Li Fire flying sword. I have to reward you." Sharu's hair stood on end. She shook her head vigorously. Her intuition told her that if she walked over, she would be in a situation worse than death. Kui Dongshan grinned. His wrist suddenly flipped. Blood bloomed from Du Mao's abdomen. A dragon-trapping nail was brutally pulled out of the acupoint. He then grabbed at the air and pulled Sharu in front of him. He slapped Sharu's forehead. The dragon-trapping nail pierced between Du Mao's eyebrows and into the dim light in Sharu's soul. Xie collapsed on the ground. She sat and covered her abdomen. Although the pain pierced her heart, it was still a great thing. Her expression was dispirited, but her heart was filled with joy. Kui Dongshan's 5 fingers grabbed Sharu's head. He looked down at Sharu, whose soul was wailing endlessly. She didn't make any sound. He smiled. "How does it feel?" Affected by Sharu's soul, Du Mao's immortal body began to tremble violently. Kui Dongshan stared at Sharu's pleading eyes. He asked softly, "Do you need me to tell you what to do?" Sharu's consciousness was waning. If Kui Dongshan continued, her soul might be destroyed. There would be no more Sharu in the world. The golden seed of the Tao Meridian's last bit of spiritual light would probably wither along with Sharu's heart and completely disappear. Kui Dongshan snorted coldly. He gently pressed down and threw Sharu onto the green bamboo corridor. If you dare to tell others, your future will be 1,000 times worse than this. Shiru's body trembled and convulsed on the corridor. Xie didn't know what was going on, but he didn't dare to probe. Kui Dongshan kicked Shiru into the main room. He then turned to Xie and said, "Prepare to receive the guests." Not long after, Li Huai and an old teacher appeared at the door of the courtyard. Behind them was the white deer. It was the great Confucian Zhao Shi. However, the person in front of him was the true master of the private academy. He was a disciple of the Goose Lake Academy of the great sage Lu of the South Suro continent. Kui Dongshan stood barefoot on the steps. He gloated, "Zhao Shi, you didn't look at the almanac this time, did you?" Not only was he knocked unconscious with a stick and put into a gunny sack, he even lost the treasures that he used to look after in the scholarly circles and fish for fame. Zhao Shi, whose forehead was still red and swollen, smiled and said, "It was my fortune to get it, but it was my fate to lose it." Kui Dongshan pretended to be surprised. "Why? Are you really willing to give this white deer to Li Huai?" Zhao Shi nodded and said, "No matter what, this time, someone used me to pave the way for the assassination. It is my dereliction of duty, and I should apologize. Since Bailu has already taken a fancy to Li Huai, I will not hold Bailu back no matter what." Kui Dongshan dragged out the last syllable. He smiled and said, "I'm curious. Where did you get knocked out and thrown away? How did the authorities of the Great Sui Kingdom find you? Don't hit people in the face, and don't expose people's shortcomings when scolding them." Although Zhao Shi was good at maintaining his composure, or else he would not have been able to become the hill master of a private academy highly respected by the Zhuang dynasty. However, Kui Dongshan had touched on his sore spot. He looked a little unnatural. Kui Dongshan laughed and said, "One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Zhao Shi, you are indeed a lucky man." Li Huai could not bear to listen anymore. He stared and said, "Kui Dongshan, how can you talk to Hill Master Zhao like that? How can you call him by his name? Do you believe that I will complain to Chen Pinggan later?" Kui Dongshan laughed angrily and said, "Li Huai, your conscience must have been eaten by a dog. Who helped you find this fortune? Besides, who are you closer to? Why are you siding with an outsider? Do you believe that I will ask Li Baoping to remove you from the list?" Li Huai secretly winked at Kui Dongshan, indicating that he was afraid that the old master would go back on his word and take the white deer away. Kui Dongshan should cooperate. Then I will invite Hill Master Zhao to have some tea. Kui Dongshan walked down the steps and immediately moved the tea set to the stone table. Kui Dongshan looked up at the sky. Shu Ruo should have seen the mastermind by now. If the conversation went well, everything could be discussed. If the conversation went badly, the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom could be saved. It would be the good fortune of the Gao family of Guiyang. However, whether it went well or not, it had little to do with the Cliff Academy. Kui Dongshan was no longer Kui. He would want a piece of pure land, a paradise in his heart. While Kui Dongshan was drinking tea with the old master, Zhao Shi, a tall old man finished talking with someone and went to Mr. Fan's side. They left the city together. Looking at the young Mr. Fan, he smiled and asked, "Is it done?" The old man nodded and said, "It's mostly done. It's just that personal matters are convenient, and some things are not very pleasant." Mr. Fan asked curiously, "What do you mean?" The old man smiled and said, "It's just a muddled account of old sesame seeds. I dare not dirty your ears." Mr. Fan smiled and said nothing. Swear words. He had been scolded for so many years, and the people who scolded him were either the scholarly sage or the other ancestors of the 100 schools of thought. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been scolded to death. The old man probably realized this and stopped hiding. He smiled and said, "Mr. Fan, you should know that Shu Ruo has a personal relationship with that person, right?" Mr. Fan nodded and said, "I've heard that Shu Ruo admires that person very much." The old man laughed and said, "I will say in front of Shu Ruo that Alliance is not that great. He is not as exaggerated as the rumors say." Mr. Fan was puzzled and asked, "Why do you say that?" The old man seemed to have thought of a feat that was worth bragging about. He smiled proudly and said, "Back then, 10 of us set up a trap to kill him. Didn't I escape alone?" Mr. Fan was stunned and said helplessly, "I have nothing to say." Outside the gate at the foot of the Cliff Academy, a young man and a young woman, who looked like master and servant, seemed to be hesitating whether to go in or not. He wanted to go in and have a look. He wondered if it was better than the Linlu Academy in his hometown. She was not very willing. She said that she disliked places like academies more than schools. In the end, he climbed the mountain and entered the academy alone. She was left alone at the gate. The gatekeeper of the academy, surnamed Liang, had been closing his eyes and dozing off. He deliberately ignored the two from the beginning to the end. What a heavy dragon aura. It was even heavier on the woman. For 13, the young man came to the lakeside. It was obvious that the Gao family of Guiyang had spent a lot of money and effort on this academy. The old site of the Cliff Academy in Dali was about to become the new Confucian temple in the capital of Dali. The young man turned around and saw a figure that was both familiar and strange at the same time. It was strange because the man's appearance, height, and clothes had changed a lot. The reason why it was familiar was because of the man's eyes. After so many years, the two neighbors, the illegitimate son of a brothel supervisor and a lonely bumpkin, had each turned into Song Mu, a prince of the great Li dynasty, and a scholar who had traveled thousands of miles across the two continents. A paladin. A swordsman. Chen Pinggan went straight to the point. "I heard from the Maroshan mountain master that you came to the academy, so I came to see you." Song Jisin looked at Chen Pinggan from head to toe. It was said that the half-immortal sword was a gift from the Fu family in Old Dragon City as an apology. As for the flagon on his waist, it was a blade-strengthening gourd that Wei Pai, the god of Beiyu, had carefully selected for Chen Pinggan. Song Jisin said with a smile, "When we were neighbors, we always thought that the people in Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley were rich and powerful. But now it seems that the people in Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley are more promising." Apricot Blossom Alley is supported by Ma Kushwan from Marshall Mountain. On the other hand, Clay Bottle Alley is supported by you, me, GQ, and the Little Slug. I wonder if the outsiders will see Clay Bottle Alley as a place full of legends in a few decades. Even a dog didn't like to pee there. Chen Pinggan was about to speak. Song Jisin waved his hand. "Let me finish first. Otherwise, with your bad temper, Chen Pinggan, I'm afraid that we will part on bad terms." Chen Pinggan nodded. "Then let's walk and talk." The two of them strolled side by side along the quiet path by the lakeside where the willows rustled. Song Jisin smiled and said, "You've been away for a long time. You probably don't know what the town is like right now, do you? Since the people knew the origin of Liju Cave, they opened the door to the outside world. Whether it was the rich people in Fulu Street or Peachleaf Alley, or the poor places in Dragon Alley or Apricot Blossom Alley, every family was searching for their ancestral treasures carefully. Porcelain bowls of food, stone troughs for pigs, jars of pickles, and bronze mirrors on the wall. But these were nothing people started. People. Dragon's Horn Mountain. And many people. And many people. And many people. People and people, many people, people. Silver and gold, which used to be very rare, were nothing. Now they compete with each other. How many immortal coins they have in their pockets? Chen Pinggan asked, "Have the crops been abandoned? Have the dragon kill and the porcelain kilns stopped?" Song Jisin nodded. "Isn't that so? Who cares about such a small harvest?" Chen Pinggan sighed. This was human nature. If Chen Pinggan did not have those experiences and stayed in Liju Cave's Mud Bottle Alley as an ordinary kill worker, he would be more diligent. The only difference was that he would not forget his duty. If there were crops, he would not leave them alone. If he became a proper kill worker, he would not let his skills go. Back then, after being reminded by Lu Chen, Chen Pinggan went to the Dragon Whisker River that very night when he heard that there was a possibility of exchanging them for money. He carried a large basket on his back and searched for the snake gall stones that had not yet dissipated their spiritual energy. He ran as fast as he could and forgot to eat and sleep. However, that time, Chen Pingan rummaged through the entire Dragon Whisker River, wishing that he could scour it clean. Of course, his harvest was bountiful. In reality, Ma Kuxuan only went into the water once before he found the most valuable snake gall stone. When he came out of the water with it, the stone was like a bright moon rising into the sky. Song Jisin stopped in his tracks. Do you hate me? Chen Pingan shook his head. I don't hate you. I just want to keep a respectful distance from you. Song Jisin was puzzled. That empress has already sent people to kill you. You still don't hate me? Chen Pingan asked. Was it you who convinced her to kill me? Song Jisin said self-deprecatingly, I don't have that kind of ability. This so-called mother-son relationship, after I changed my name to Song Mu in the archives of the Imperial Clan Court, of course there is. However, there are differences between those who are close and those who are distant. Still, it's nothing to be surprised about. Only now do I know that although the matters of the imperial family are relatively big, they are essentially no different from those of our neighbors in the early days. As long as a family has more than one child, the parents will always favor them in some way or another. Chen Pingan said, Isn't that enough? If there's a chance in the future, I'll just look for her. There's no need for me to hate you, Song Jisin. Song Jisin was plucking a willow tree, planning to weave a willow ring. Chen Pingan said softly, She's related to the imperial tutor. She's also one of the most powerful people in Dali. However, I don't think that's all there is to Dali. Dali has the earliest Cliff Academy, the prosperity of Red Candle Town, the Dali Border Army Scout who took the initiative to ask me to go to the fire beacon to block the cold wind in the snow, the shopkeeper who welcomed me with a smile just by relying on my household registration in the Qingwan Kingdom, and even the spy who she personally created the Green Wave Pavilion, who was willing to personally risk his life to send me a message for Dali. I think these are also part of the Dali dynasty. Chen Pingan turned his head to Song Jisin and continued, I know all these. In the future, if I still decide to kill her with a single punch, I can do it cleanly. The grudges between the two of us can be settled between the two of us, and try not to affect the other Dali citizens. Song Jisin laughed. She won't think that way. Chen Pingan laughed and asked back, I already have my reasons, and I can't even find fault with the Confucian rules. Why should I care what she thinks? Song Jisin looked at Chen Pingan again. Did you read some legalism books? Chen Pingan still asked back, the books that Mr. Qi left for you, some of them you left in the house in the town, and some of them you took away. Did you read the books you took away? Song Jisin made a small willow ring, put it on his arm, and shook it gently. Why do you care? Chen Pingan didn't want to talk more about these things, so he asked a question that had nothing to do with grudges or private matters. Why did you come to the Great Sui Kingdom? Song Jisin put his hands behind his head. Back then, Jiao Xian came to our place to look for opportunities. Someone said that I'm not as good as him, so I came here for a stroll. Chen Pingan laughed and said, How can it be the same? You came to the Great Sui Kingdom to show off your strength. At that time, Jiao Xian really went deep into the enemy's territory. Besides, Jiao Xian is now a hostage of the Deer Academy in the Cloud Mountain Forest. Do you want to learn from him? Song Jisin couldn't help laughing. Chen Pingan, you're much stronger than before. You even know how to say strange things. Did you learn from me? Chen Pingan said, Don't flatter yourself. Song Jisin squatted down, picked up a stone, and threw it into the lake. I want to ask you for a favor. How about it? Chen Pingan said without hesitation, No. Song Jisin raised his head and said with an aggrieved face, Why? Chen Pingan, ask yourself, except for that time when I tricked you into becoming an apprentice of the Dragon Kill, have I done anything wrong to you? Chen Pingan said, You don't like me, so do I like you? Why pretend to be friends? Song Jisin didn't expect such an answer. He laughed and said, Chen Pingan, you're much more pleasing to the eye now than before. If you had such a temper, I would have sincerely been your friend back then. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, Song Jisin, in fact, you know that we can't be friends. As long as we don't become enemies, you and I should be satisfied. Song Jisin took off the willow ring and threw it into the lake. Then he picked up a stone and tried to throw it into the middle of the ring. The mountain god temple of Luopa Mountain is not in a good situation now. Wei Pai has a grudge against the mountain god on your mountain. I just wanted you to help me say a few words to Wei Pai. I don't expect Wei Pai to support the mountain god temple. I just hope that one day the statue in the mountain god temple will not be changed. Chen Pinggan wanted to say something, but he stopped. The current mountain god of Luopa Mountain was the former kill supervisor Song Yuzhang. Song Jisin looked at the willow ring that was gradually drifting away and said softly, "I know what you want to say. The reason why he was kicked to the curb after crossing the river and was demoted by the Lu family. His head was cut off to cover up the royal scandal of the covered bridge. Other than that, there was also the emperor's selfishness. After all, who would want their own son to have a cheap father in his heart? Whale. His uncle told me in private that before he died, he had prayed for Whale. His uncle told me that for so many years, he had always wanted me to write him a spring festival couplet. Tell me, if such a rebellious subject doesn't die, who will die?" Chen Pinggan thought for a while. "I was going to return to Longquan County, and I will talk to Wei Pai about this matter. But I will not ask Wei Pai to do anything, and I don't have the ability to order a Beiyu god around. I can tell you this now. I can even tell you now that Song Yuzhang will most likely stand on your mother's side in the future. As the mountain god of Luopa Mountain, he wants to deal with me. When the time comes, as long as I can do it, I will definitely smash Song Yuzhang's golden body into pieces. There will be no possibility of piecing it together again." Song Jisin laughed. "Why do I feel that I don't need to thank you for these two debts?" Chen Pinggan sneered. "I had never thought that you, Song Jisin, will thank me in this life." Song Jisin exclaimed, making a series of TSK 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 sound. He stood up and clapped his hands. "Chen Pinggan, your words and actions right now are really like a cultivator from the mountains. You have the temperament of an immortal." Chen Pinggan was unmoved. Song Jisin smiled and asked, "Now that I've seen you and asked for your help, I'll be satisfied and go home. By the way, Zhigue is waiting for me at the gate of the academy at the foot of the mountain. Do you want to go with me and see her?" Chen Pinggan shook his head. "There's no need." Song Jisin continued, "The current Martial Mountains Ma Kushuan has broken through after seclusion. To him, breaking through is like an ordinary person who has eaten something bad and had diarrhea. So he is now known as the second Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple. Apricot Blossom Lane only relies on him, but in terms of reputation, he can arm wrestle with our entire Clay Bottle Lane." "Are you angry?" Chen Pinggan was silent. Song Jisin stretched out two fingers and bent one of them. "I originally wanted to tell you two things in return for the matter of Luopa Mountain's Mountain God Temple. I found that I am still unhappy with you. I will just say one thing. Now in the mountains to the west of Longquan County, with the changes in the situation, it seems that our Song clan has signs of being overturned. Many forces from other countries who have bought mountains and built mansions are not very optimistic about us. Especially some mountain gates near the center of the Aquarius continent, they are planning to sell their mountains at a low price to avoid being used against them in the future. There have been one or two secret transactions that have been successful. Among them, Wan Chi bought 3 mountains in one go. One of them is the Oxhorn Mountain from the Bundle House. If you go back earlier, you may be able to grab 1 or 2 mountains. Now you only need GUU's money." Chen Pinggan asked, "When did this happen?" Song Jisin rolled his eyes. "On the way here, I just heard from Shu Ruo. It happened about 10 years ago. Before that, who would be willing to sell their mountains? Each and every one of them wanted to move their entire mountain gates to Longquan County. It is said that the cloud-splitting mountain where Wei Pai is at has been bustling with noise and excitement these few years. They are all bootlickers. Fortunately, Wei Pai did not refuse them and was willing to deal with them with a smiling face. If it were me, I would have been disgusted to the point of vomiting." Chen Pinggan nodded. "I will try." Song Jisin smiled. "You don't have to send me off." Chen Pinggan said, "Then I won't send you off." Song Jisin laughed. "This has not changed, it is still boring." Song Jisin left the lake and walked towards the foot of the mountain. Chen Pinggan stood in the same place and watched him slowly leave. Song Jisin arrived at the entrance of the academy and smiled at GQ. "Let's go." GQ asked, "Is young master in a good mood?" Song Jisin smiled and said, "I saw Chen Pinggan and he is doing well. Young master is very happy." GQ said, "Oh." Song Jisin looked back at the Cliff Academy and asked curiously, "You really don't want to walk around? If you want, young master can accompany you again." GQ shook her head. "Not interested." Song Jisin sighed. "Do you think the 2 imperial tutor will stand on my brother's side?" GQ covered her mouth and laughed. "Young master, you have asked me many times." Song Jisin said helplessly, "Young master, you are not confident. Uncle refused to tell me the truth, and the 2 state preceptors are so unfathomable. Young master has no foundation in the capital. Compared to Chen Pinggan in the Mud Bottle Alley, he is even more innocent. At least he has an ancestral house. Young master, you have nothing. Except for some people who believe in winning big in gambling, who is willing to believe in you, young master?" GQ comforted him. "You still have me by your side." Song Jisin laughed and raised his arms high. He opened his palms with the back of his hands facing the sky and his palms facing himself. "Young master is a puppet anyway. They can do whatever they want. Chen Pinggan can have today, why can't I have tomorrow?" Jigue was still dressed like a maidservant, but compared to when she was in Clay Bottle Alley, her clothes were more luxurious, and her figure was even sexier. She smiled and said, "Young master, it seems a little embarrassing to compare yourself with him." Song Jisin retracted his hands and clapped his fists. He turned his head and praised, "These comforting words are very pleasant to hear." In the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, the atmosphere was a little strange as the banquet was about to be held. Cai Feng had already asked for leave from Qintianjian, but Cai Feng was nowhere to be found in the Cai family mansion. For some reason, the new top scorer, Lang Zhongdai, had not appeared in the Hanlin Academy for a long time. It was said that the deputy commander of the infantry Yamen, Song Shan, had even gone to the Ministry of Justice. Rumors were flying all over the capital's officialdom and the marketplace. The nominal hill master of Cliff Academy, the Minister of Rights of the Great Sui Kingdom, came to the academy late one night and paid a visit to the deputy headmaster, Maro Xiaodong. They did not meet in the study room, but in the headmaster's hall where the 3 Confucian sages were worshipped. Later that night, Maro Xiaodong did not tell Chen Pinggan about this matter in detail. He only asked Chen Pinggan to leave the academy and go to the Confucian temple in the capital of the Great Sui. Compared to the first time when he asked for an exorbitant price, Maro Xiaodong took away more ceremonial and sacrificial vessels from the Confucian temple. After returning to Donghua Mountain, Maro Xiaodong brought Chen Pinggan to the peak of the mountain. He took out the jade token and sat in the academy as a sage. Chen Pinggan took out more than 30 heavenly minerals and produced treasures that Maro Xiaodong had prepared for him. The last 2 treasures that came late were a 1,000-year-old buffalo horn and a saber from a martial sage in the capital of a country in the central part of the Aquarius continent. The saber contained a strong killing aura. Maro Xiaodong did not pretend to be noble when it came to collecting and refining materials. Instead, he told Chen Pinggan about the origin, price, and uniqueness of these heavenly minerals and produced treasures from the very beginning. Fan Junmaro was the one who helped Chen Pinggan with the preparations when he refined the water word seal in the old dragon city for the first time. Therefore, Chen Pinggan finally understood why Qi refinement warriors would spend a lot of money and time to refine the natal item. For ordinary Qi refinement warriors, apart from relying on money, they also had to rely on luck. If they were unlucky and lacked the key items, it would directly cause the refinement to stagnate. On the path of cultivation, one step slower would lead to another step slower. The invisible losses involved would drive Qi refinement warriors crazy. If they were slightly luckier, they would also suffer great losses. For example, after obtaining a suitable refining item, they would have a rough idea of the price of the supplementary materials. The original plan was to spend 1 grain of grain rain money. This was the real price of the required heavenly minerals and produced treasures. However, Even if they could find all the materials, how would they be able to get their hands on them? Most of the cultivators in the mountains and lakes relied on robbing. They liked to promote killing and robbing, saying that they would be blamed if they did not take it. Most of the immortal masters relied on buying, relying on incense, using the immortal money to buy or barter. If they did not have any friendship, they would be able to spend immortal money at Lingji Zhai of Inverted Hanging Mountain, Baozhai Zhai of Oxhorn Mountain in Longquan County, Qingfu Square and other big immortal shops. This was nothing. The most expensive situation was those heavenly minerals and produce treasures that were in short supply. The immortal shops would have a special heaven and earth pavilion in their sleeves. They would call in some potential buyers and bid for them. They had their own set of business methods that made people cut their flesh and their hearts bleed. Once they reached this step, it was normal for the final transaction price to double the initial estimate of a chi trainer. There were even people who liked to deliberately undermine others. Once they saw that someone was determined to get it, they would deliberately do bad things to disgust him. They would forcibly raise the price of an item from 1 grain of grain to 3 or 4 grains of grain. Should the victim buy it or not? If he did not buy it, many good things would pass by. There would be no such shop in this village. What would he do if he delayed the refinement of his natal item? Not to mention that between immortal mountains, the closer they were to each other, the more they would scheme against each other. Who would be willing to look on helplessly as another Middle Five Realms cultivator, especially an earthly immortal cultivator that could summon the wind and rain? There might not be a fight to the death, but there would definitely be endless obstructions in the dark. Therefore, when Maro Xiaodong finished collecting all the heavenly minerals and produce, Chen Pinggan felt relieved but also a little worried. How was he going to refine his third natal item? According to the established plan, he should already be in the North Continent by then. Could it be that he had changed his mind and wanted to collect the remaining Dali artifacts from the Battle of Old Dragon City, sell them all, and refine the third artifact in Luorpa Mountain before traveling to the North Continent where swordsmen were as common as clouds? Chen Pinggan sighed slightly and could only tell himself that he would worry about it tomorrow. It was not appropriate to start thinking about the third natal item before he had even refined the golden script. It was inappropriate to finish what he had to do today. The right path was to complete what he had done today perfectly. Chen Pinggan collected his thoughts and held his breath. Finally, he took out the artifact refinement tool from the Green Tiger Palace of the Tongye continent, the 5-colored golden stove. Then, he began to recite the artifact refinement formula that the goddess of the buried river had given him. Maro Xiaodong did not speak from beginning to end. It was useless to say anything more. Cultivation was one's own business. Even if it was a preacher, a few words of clarification and guidance would be enough. Even if it was a Tao protector, they wouldn't interfere in this at all. At most, they would try their best to protect the foundation of that person's grand Tao if that person was unfortunate enough to fail in the refinement, and they would do their best to pursue the survival of that person. Chen Pinggan had placed all kinds of heavenly minerals and produce in front of him. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Maro Xiaodong sitting opposite him. He asked, "Mountain Master Mao, I actually have a question that I can't figure out." Maro Xiaodong nodded and said, "Ask." Chen Pinggan asked, "We have a vast world. Since there are 72 academies in the 9 continents, why not 720? Is it because the Central Plains Confucian Temple is unable to do so, or is it because the Holy Master is unwilling to do so?" Before answering this question, Maro Xiaodong said slowly, "I'm only telling you my personal opinion. You can use it as a reference. It may not be correct, but it can be a possibility for you to understand the world. What do you think?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Okay." Maro Xiaodong then said, "I have discussed this with others before. Now, not many people in the secular world remember that a long time ago, before the battle of the 3rd and 4th dynasties, a place called the Worry-Free Country appeared in the northern snowy continent under the proposal of one of the ancestors of the 4 great schools. With the support of the Liu family and the consent of the quasi-sage, there was a place called the Worry-Free Country. The population was about 10 million. There were no Qi cultivators, 100 schools of thought, or even the 3 religions. Everyone was well fed and educated. The knowledge and principles passed down by the teachers were the essence of the 4 great schools and the 100 schools of thought. However, they tried their best not to touch on the fundamental principles of their respective studies. They mainly focused on the classics of Confucianism and the other schools of thought. At this point, Maro Xiaodong paused. He spoke very slowly and seriously. Even as the sage of the academy, Maro Xiaodong seemed to be struggling. Chen Pinggan asked, "Mr. School, are you the sage of the academy that was carefully selected?" Maro Xiaodong shook his head and said, "Of course not. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Because even if it succeeded, the customs of a country would at most evolve into a continent. However, the other 8 continents would starve to death. What is the point of using the culture of the 8 continents to support the peace of one continent?" Therefore, the Liu family of the Snowy Continent secretly prepared for this for nearly 40 years under the supervision of various parties. All aspects had to be approved by the representatives of the 100 schools of thought present. If one person denied it, it would not be able to be implemented. This was the only request made by the Sage of Rights. Chen Pinggan asked curiously, "The final result was not satisfactory?" Maro Xiaodong nodded, "Otherwise, there would not have been the battle of the 3rd and 4th dynasties." Chen Pinggan fell into deep thought, thinking about why. Failure. It was a mess. Maro Xiaodong said softly, "From the Sage of Rights to the Sage of Rights, one elaborated on benevolence, righteousness, and morality, while the other formulated a specific framework of rules." Why? Maro Xiaodong asked and answered his own question. Before answering this question, I also asked that person why the Sage of Rights and the Sage of Rights, after establishing the supreme and orthodox status of the world, still tolerated the 100 schools of thought. Why not just leave behind the knowledge of Confucianism to educate the common people? That person's answer enlightened this blockhead of mine. Only then did I realize how vast the world was. That person said that the Tao ancestor was looking at that one. That was why the remnants of the rebellion were able to migrate to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. And we, the world, did not exterminate the demon race. Buddha only left behind a sentence, predicting that the age of Dharma would eventually come. From now on, in my Dharma, although you have to shave your hair, wear a kasaya, break the prohibitions, and do not follow the Dharma. Maro Xiaodong asked, "What do you think these 3 are asking for?" Chen Pinggan shook his head, not knowing. Maro Xiaodong said, "That person told me that he did not know the answer, but perhaps he hoped to give all sentient beings in the world a kind of closer to the true meaning of Zio, a kind of Z that you don't have to pay any extra price to achieve you." Maro Xiaodong asked, "Do you understand?" Chen Pinggan answered honestly, "I don't understand." Maro Xiaodong smiled, "Chen Pinggan, there's no need for you to ask for the answer to such a question now." Maro Xiaodong stood up and raised one of his feet. It was an inch off the ground and hovered in the air. Then, he raised it twice. "Now that you know the foundation and true meaning of all kinds of learning, step by step, no matter how high a person stands, his heart will be stable. Regardless of those messy and unorthodox ways, at least we scholars should be like this." Chen Pinggan recalled what he had said to Yarou Jinji at the peak of the Great Spring Dynasty, about the circles from inside to outside, from small to large. He smiled and said, "I understand this." Maro Xiaodong sat back down and asked with a smile, "Do you really understand?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Yes." Maro Xiaodong stretched out a palm and said with a smile, "With the right time, place, and people, you can refine items." Chen Pinggan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A golden script gall quietly hovered in front of him. Chen Pinggan was still not in a hurry to start a fire with a breath of pure martial qi. Instead, he recalled the incident at his ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley when he was young. On the 2nd day of February, the dragon raised its head, the candlelight illuminated the beam, peach blossoms hit the wall, and snakes and insects had nowhere to hide. That was probably the beginning of Chen Pinggan's journey in Jianghu. At that time, he had not met many people. But as he walked step by step, he met them one by one. Practicing martial arts was not difficult. Studying was worth it. Insisting on reasoning with others was not something that he would feel good about every time, but he would not regret it. So, I, Chen Pingan, can have such a day. So, Miss Ning's taste is so good. Maro Xiaodong yelled angrily, "You're too happy, stop." Maro Xiaodong almost hit him with his ruler. He scolded angrily, "Even if you have a girl you like, you should think about her after you successfully refine your natal item. By then, who cares how many hours you think about her? Are you happy or not? You don't know how to control your strength." Chen Pingan was resentful. He hurriedly wiped his face, restrained the smile on his face, and calmed his mind. Maro Xiaodong seemed to be annoyed, but he was happy in his heart. He murmured, "Teacher, did I do well in this matter? It's not too much to ask for a reward, right?" At the peak of Donghua Mountain, Maro Xiaodong and Chen Pingan sat opposite each other. There were two people sitting opposite each other in the academy. They were Dong Jing, a great Confucian scholar who was proficient in thunder methods, and Lin Shuyi, a half-disciple. The world was silent and stagnant, and the flowing water of time was showing signs of manifestation. Dong Jing frowned when she saw that Lin Shuyi's natural spiritual light was about to stop. She waved her sleeves and isolated a small world, but this great Confucian scholar was a little tired. Dong Jing said in a low voice, "Don't be distracted. It's the same as reading. When you read the wonderful writings of the sages, you can immerse yourself in it. It's a skill. If you can pull yourself out, it's a skill. Otherwise, you'll be a bookworm for the rest of your life. How can you resonate with the sages?" Lin Shuyi nodded. Dong Jing continued the previous topic, "Don't worry. Try to open up 2 more natal qi residences. It's not too late to break the realm. Us Confucians cultivate qi, and our own physique and aptitude for cultivation are not the most important. The Confucian school is already the most orthodox school in the world, and the cultivation of Confucians is ultimately about the cultivation of knowledge. Let me ask you, Lin Shuyi, why are there so many people who clearly understand the principles of the books, but are still muddle-headed, and even do not stand upright?" Lin Shuyi said in a low voice, "If you don't know a certain principle or the root of a certain knowledge, you naturally don't know how to deal with the world with principles. Therefore, when you get the precious advice, it's like tattered cotton wool that flutters in the wind and can't resist the cold. In the end, you complain that the principle is not the principle. It's ridiculous. You're only half right. The other half is wrong because many principles of the sages are not for people to grasp many things with their hands, but for the heart to rest." Dong Jing nodded, pleased. "Then today, I'll only tell you one sentence from the sages. We'll only make a fuss about it." Lin Shuyi sat upright. "I'm willing to listen to teachers' teachings." Dong Jing asked, "The sages say that a gentleman is not a tool. What do you mean? What does the Book of Rites mean? What does Mellow Scholar Chen mean? What does Goose Lake Academy mean? What does Azul One Kingdom's Tongcheng sect mean? What do you mean by that?" Lin Shuyi was confident and was about to answer this series of questions. Suddenly, he noticed that Mr. Dong had turned his head and was looking out the window. He was much more distracted than Lin Shuyi. Lin Shuyi hesitated. Seeing that Mr. Dong had no intention of looking away, he turned his head to look as well. In the end, he saw a head hanging outside the window. Dong Jing said angrily, "Kui Dongshan, what are you doing?" Kui Dongshan said innocently, "I'm afraid that Lin Shuyi will ask you something you can't answer. It'll be too awkward, so I can help you out." Dong Jing pointed at him and glared at him. "Get out of here." The preaching of Taoism was so serious and solemn, but in the end, the notorious rat Sha *T of the academy made a mess here. Kui Dongshan kept his hands on the windowsill and his feet off the ground. He blinked. "If I don't leave, will you hit me?" Dong Jing calmed herself down. She was about to reason with this guy and threaten him with the Marushan master of the academy. She didn't expect Kui Dongshan to loosen his hands, and the eyesore head finally disappeared. Dong Jing snorted coldly. Kui Dongshan jumped up again and put his arms on the windowsill. He laughed and said, "I'm here again." Dong Jing said angrily, "Kui Dongshan, you're a nascent soul cultivator. Aren't you bored doing this kind of thing?" Kui Dongshan said righteously, I'm bored to death. That's why I'm here. Otherwise, why would I be here? Dong Jing stood up. Want to fight? Kui Dongshan shook his head. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Dong Jing was so angry that she strode away. Cultivators of the thunder method, especially earth immortals, rarely had good tempers. Kui Dongshan tiptoed on the wall and floated backward, waving goodbye. Lin Shuyi smiled bitterly. Dong Jing stood by the window. After making sure Kui Dongshan was far away, she waited for a long time before returning to her original position. Kui Dongshan, on the other hand, did not continue to pester him. He swaggered to a few classrooms and a few dormitories. When he saw Li Huai, who was dozing off in class, Kui Dongshan rewarded this little brat with a few chestnuts. He sat a young woman from the Great Sui dynasty, who was standing still in the long river of time, on the desk in front of her in the classroom. He helped her change her hairstyle into a bun that he felt was more suitable for her temperament. He then went to see a beautiful young girl who was secretly flipping through a book in the dormitory. He took a brush and ink and completely erased the most interesting and embarrassing descriptions in the book with a block of ink. It could be seen that Kui Dongshan was indeed very bored. After wandering around, Kui Dongshan finally glanced at the scene at the peak of Donghua Mountain. He returned to his small courtyard and slept in the corridor. Sharu was wearing the remains of an immortal and could walk freely. Without the last dragon trapping nail, it was more difficult to walk. However, it was still okay to sit on the steps and feel the mystery of the river of time. Without any warning, Kui Dongshan abruptly stood up, giving Xie Xie and Sharu a big fright. Kui Dongshan suddenly remembered the girl named Li Liu a few years ago. At the gate of the academy, she made a threatening gesture to him. The girl seemed to be ignorant of the world and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Kui Dongshan fell backward with a thump. He punched again and said, Master of the Jianghu, no wonder your heart is higher than the sky. Kui Dongshan closed his eyes and fell asleep. Xieru and Sharu turned to look at the peak of Donghua Mountain almost at the same time. For some reason, the flow of time over there seemed to be dyed with a layer of mighty golden flowers. Cheers! However, Sharu turned her head and quickly glanced at Kui Dongshan. That day, when Chen Pinggan said think again, she clearly saw Kui Dongshan, whose back was facing Chen Pinggan, with tears on his face. Kui Dongshan was clearly asleep, but he snapped his fingers. Sharu's stomach suddenly felt like thunder. It was a feeling she hadn't felt for hundreds of years. Kui Dongshan turned his head and reminded her with a smile, don't do it in my courtyard. Hurry and find a toilet. Otherwise, either you suffocate me to death or I'll beat you to death. Sharu was inconsolable and ran away. Kui Dongshan kept rolling in the corridor and said, Xieru, where are you going to find a young master who will help you clean the corridor, right? Xieru could only agree, thank you, young master. Kui Dongshan lay on the corridor and swam from one end to the other like a duck. Then, he turned around and did it again, repeatedly humming, the toad doesn't drink water, the year of peace, oh, the year of peace. First set a small goal, such as 1 second, remember, 15. (4:14). The academy had already become a small world guarded by the saints. The peak of Donghua Mountain was another world. After Maro Xiaodong activated his great supernatural power, it was already autumn at the peak of the mountain. The autumn air was refreshing. Chen Pinggan sat in the west, with a colorful golden stove placed in front of him. He used the spiritual energy in the water mansion to fan the wind and a pure martial artist's genuine qi to ignite the fire, causing the elixir furnace to burn with the true fire of refinement. The elixir furnace suddenly shone brightly, like a sun in the human world. The golden gall floated above the elixir furnace and slowly descended. Chen Pinggan was no stranger to this. He followed the steps and used the celestial art of refinement that originated from the celestial art of rain prayer tablet in front of the buried river temple. He controlled a palm-sized jar of golden sand and sprinkled it into the elixir furnace. The fire became fiercer and fiercer, illuminating Chen Pinggan's entire face bright red. Especially his clear eyes that had seen thousands of mountains and rivers, they became more beautiful. The pair of hands that had burned porcelain countless times did not tremble at all. His heart was like a mirror, and there was also an ancient well that did not have any ripples. The golden gall that was cut out from the heart of city god Shun when rose and fell in the elixir furnace, slowly rotating and flipping. There were the hundreds of years of good men and women in the colorful clothes country that were soaked in incense year after year. There was also the righteous spirit that did not disperse after the death of the civil official, Shun Wen. There was also the divine spiritual light that was nurtured after interacting with the seal personally carved by the great celestial master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. It was like the stars in the sky on the first night. Among the many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the saber that was left behind by the martial saint in the martial temple of a country in the Aquarius continent and the 5-foot-long 1,000-year-old bullhorn were the most difficult to refine. Chen Ping'an's mind was at peace, and he only cared about taking steady steps without making any mistakes as he utilized the myriad of refinement's immortal technique to slowly refine it. The saber that had once followed the martial saint throughout his life hovered above the cauldron and gradually melted. Starting from the tip of the saber, a drop of golden water was melted and fell into the cauldron. The further it went, the faster the water droplets fell, until they formed a line. If someone could use the inner vision technique to stay in the small world of the cauldron and look up, the string of water droplets would be like a golden waterfall that came to the human world. Gold was good for the lungs. And to nourish the lungs, cultivators had already discovered a rule. The Sea of Qi, Shanzhong, and Feishu acupoints were of utmost importance. When Chen Ping'an breathed, he intentionally or unintentionally used the 18 halting sword qi to circulate his qi through these 3 acupoints. Instantly, the sword qi was like a rainbow, and Chen Ping'an's exposed skin rose and fell slightly, like the beating of a drum on the battlefield. The peak of Mount Donghua was silent, but it was actually the small world in the human body. The 3 battlefields were filled with the killing intent of the sword qi, as if the ruins of the 3 huge battlefields still contained the souls of the sword immortals who were unwilling to rest in peace. There was a sequence to the refining of the 30 heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They had to be put into the cauldron on time, and there could not be any deviation in the heat of the cauldron. Maro Xiaodong was currently the scholarly sage in charge of the academy, and he could use a profound secret technique to remind Chen Ping'an without worrying that he would be distracted and lose his mind. It was just that Chen Ping'an did not give him the chance. From beginning to end, Chen Ping'an had been concentrating all his attention without any distractions. He used the immortal material refinement Tao formula to transform the heavenly materials and earthly treasures into virtual ones. He used the spiritual energy and pure zhenqi from the underwater residence to carefully control the heat of the cauldron. He used the 18 holts of sword qi to strengthen the battlefield of the 3 qi residences. Because refining this golden script involved the cultivation of the Confucian school, compared to refining the natal item of an ordinary qi cultivator, there was an additional matter that was extremely troublesome. He had to silently recite some words related to the metal element of the 5 elements. For example, he had to recite the writings and poems of the sages with the words West, Autumn, and Ran. Most of them were chosen by Chen Ping'an himself from the bamboo slips, while the rest were suggested by Maro Xiaodong in the study room. This stage was known as paying a visit to the sages with words from the heart in the cultivation of Confucianism. Maro Xiaodong was actually more worried about this stage. In fact, when Maro Xiaodong went to the Confucian temple in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom for the first time, he not only wanted to take back the dividends of the Cliff Academy, but also wanted to borrow more ritual vessels and sacrificial vessels. This was because Maro Xiaodong was afraid that Chen Ping'an's refining would make a mistake here. After all, Chen Ping'an had never learned the cultivation methods of the Confucian disciples of the academy, and there was no shortcut to deceive them. Therefore, he could only use the rich literary qi in the instruments of the Confucian temple to make up for the mistake. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an did a better job than Maro Xiaodong expected. This meant that Chen Ping'an was really absorbed in the study. Scholars recognized the principles in the books, and it became the foundation of Chen Ping'an's life. Just like what Maro Xiaodong said on the way to the Confucian temple with Chen Pinggan, the words in the books would not grow legs. Whether they could run into the stomach and fly into the heart, they had to rely on themselves to break, the one who had read more than 10,000 books. There were many principles in the Confucian school, but it was not a cage that restrained people. It was the foundation of doing whatever one wanted without breaking the rules. Maro Xiaodong was filled with emotions. In the authentic Confucian temple in the Central Plains, there was a secret hall of learning. It was filled with the writings and principles that the sages of the Confucian school had left for the world and were recognized by the heavens and earth. The words were of different sizes, and the golden light was different. The golden words that were closest to the ground were bigger, and the light they emitted was purer and brighter. Many of the founding ancestors of the 100 schools of thought, as well as some of the rising stars of the later generations, had come here to pay their respects, allowing them to display their divine abilities. Some of the higher up had already been able to write down their works of art. They were able to shake them, and even move them to other places. But to this day, no one had been able to move the golden characters that were as large as grains of rice on the ground. That was because they were the fundamental knowledge of the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Rites. But even so, some of the words hovering above the knowledge hall by the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Confucian Temple would lose their golden light and disappear on their own. This was the first time in the secret history of the Confucian Temple that something like this had happened. The sages of the Learning Palace were shocked. Even the vice leader of the Confucian school who was in charge of the Confucian temple had to take a bath and change his clothes. He went to the statues of the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Rites and lit the incense sticks. However, the two sages still did not show up. It was at that time that the scholar, who was not revered as a secondary sage by the Confucian school of thought, said, "There's no such thing as knowledge that can last forever. There's no perfect essay in the world. There's nothing to be surprised about. Otherwise, why do we need to study and learn?" The people of the Confucian temple were relieved because of that. Maro Xiaodong stopped thinking and looked at the young man sitting opposite him. His figure was lofty and divine, like a tree in a forest. He was naturally otherworldly. His figure was like a luminous pearl. It was like a small moon that was left behind in the mortal world. The gods of the Moon Palace did not take it back to the heavenly court. Countless fragments were like the bright stars surrounding the moon. Maro Xiaodong had such a junior brother. As his senior brother, how could he not be proud of him? This had nothing to do with one's background or cultivation level. Maro Xiaodong's teacher was the Sage of Thought. His senior brothers were Qi Jingchun, Zhuo Zhuo, and the others. He had known Alliance for a long time and was favored by the Li Ji school. He had even asked the scholar from the central region who opened the Yellow River Grotto Heaven with a sword. Maro Xiaodong also had many fortuitous encounters. He had walked many paths of learning and met many experts. He had even drunk with the ancestors of the school of thought and traveled for thousands of miles. However, Maro Xiaodong still felt that he was not as good as Chen Pinggan. That was because Maro Xiaodong had missed too many opportunities. Kui Dongshan once mentioned that Chen Pinggan went through the most dangerous path after he left the Lizhu Grotto Heaven. It was not about fighting or killing. It was about Alliance finding him. That test seemed to only be about luck and no risk. If Chen Pinggan's temperament had changed, he would have ended up like Zhao Yao. Perhaps in the future, he would have another fortuitous encounter like Zhao Yao. However, Chen Pinggan would have missed out on Alliance, Qi Jingchun, the biggest fortuitous encounter that Qi Jingchun had painstakingly obtained for him, the old scholar, and finally the woman he liked. One wrong step led to many wrong steps and he lost everything. Maro Xiaodong could not help but ask at that time, how did Chen Pinggan get through the danger? Kui Dongshan gave a very indecent answer at that time. My teacher knows that he is stupid. Of course, he is also lucky. Maro Xiaodong wanted to get to the bottom of it, but Kui Dongshan was unwilling to talk about it. In the end, the ritual utensils that Maro Xiaodong brought from the capital's Confucian temple were not of great help. They were just icing on the cake. But of course, Maro Xiaodong was even happier about this. This meant that the quality of the life item refined from the golden script would be even higher. Of course, it would be inferior to the water word seal. But where in the world could he find another seal that Qi Jingchun had carved with his own mental energy? Even Maro Xiaodong felt sorry for Chen Pinggan. He had actually destroyed the mountain word seal at the Flood Dragon Gully. Otherwise, he could have created the grand layout of mountains and rivers interdependent. It would not be as simple as breaking through the bottleneck of the second realm and reaching the peak of the second realm of Qi Refinement Warrior after successfully forging 2 life items. He would definitely reach the peak of the third realm, no matter how low the quality of the remaining 3 life items were. As long as he gathered enough of the 5 elements, he would definitely break through the first major threshold of Qi Refinement Warrior and reach the middle 5 realm. But Maro Xiaodong was also clear that if he brought Qi Jingchun's mountain word seal to the inverted hanging mountain, it was very likely that there would be a lot of twists and turns. These seemingly untraceable gains and losses were probably the fundamental knowledge that Chen Pinggan had compared fist techniques, swordsmanship, reading, and even compared to some of the principles that he had already comprehended. Regarding this matter, Kui Dongshan was actually the most knowledgeable. The difference between gods and humans was deep in the soul. Kui Dongshan and Kui Dongshan? On this subtle and deep path, the person who walked the furthest might be the person who walked the furthest in the world. It was rumored that back then, Kui Dongshan, before he decided to betray the lineage of the literary sage, he went to the learning hall of the Confucian Temple in the Central Plains. He did not say a word and looked at the golden script on the ground for a full 3 days and 3 nights. He only looked at the words at the bottom and slightly higher parts of the script. Maro Xiaodong sighed softly. No matter what, being able to successfully refine this golden script into a life item was already an extremely good opportunity. One should not be too ambitious if one did not ask for perfection. Maro Xiaodong no longer let his mind wander. He poured the script from the sacrificial instruments one by one into the elixir furnace. His technique was extremely ingenious. Only then did he thank Sharu for the beautiful scene of the mountain peak being dyed with a layer of golden luster by the flowing water of time. The elixir furnace that was filled with colorful mist suddenly became silent and the smoke dispersed. The golden script gallbladder lying quietly at the bottom of the 5-colored gold stove turned into a golden liquid, and then slowly grew into a 1-finger-tall scholar with a sword on his back and a scholarly robe. It was just that it was completely golden. With a leap, it came to the edge of the top of the alchemy furnace and looked up at Chen Pinggan. However, its face was still blurry and had not yet been shaped. When it became clear, it was roughly Chen Pinggan's appearance. In addition to the long sword on its back, there were a few golden books hanging on its waist with thin golden threads. The little man in the golden scholarly robe said in an old-fashioned manner, "You have to read more. Also, you said it yourself that knowing your mistakes and being able to change them is the most important thing." Chen Pinggan, who was already sweating profusely, wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded with a smile. "Let's work together." The little golden scholar turned into a long rainbow and quickly flew into Chen Pinggan's heart acupuncture point. He sat cross-legged, picked up a book hanging on his waist and began to read. In addition, there was also a golden script that was suspended in the middle of the cave. It was actually one with the little scholar with a sword on his back. Maro Xiaodong was stunned and then began to frown. Chen Pinggan asked doubtfully, "Is there something wrong?" Maro Xiaodong's expression was solemn and asked, "I don't think that the golden script that was refined into a natal item and condensed into a scholar is too strange. However, why did it say that sentence?" Chen Pinggan thought seriously for a moment and said, "After I learned how to read, I've always been afraid that the reasoning that I summed up would be wrong. Therefore, whether it was the green-clothed child or Pei Qian, or Kui Dongshan who asked me those 2 questions, I'm always afraid of my own cognition. In fact, it's reasonable for me, but it's wrong for others. At the very least, it's not comprehensive enough and not high enough in the superficial reasoning. Therefore, I'm worried that I'll mislead others." Maro Xiaodong was relieved and smiled with relief. "That's very right." Maro Xiaodong stood up and waved his hand to remove the saint's direct knowledge on the peak of the mountain. However, the small world of the academy was still there. He reminded, "I'll give you half an hour." Next, you can take out the golden jade token that says I'm good at nurturing the Great Spirit and absorb some of the remaining ritual instruments. Don't worry about crossing the boundary and inadvertently stealing the literary luck and anima of Mount Donghua. I'll weigh the pros and cons. After this, you'll be a true second state chi cultivator. Chen Pinggan quickly stood up and thanked him. Maro Xiaodong waved his hand and complained, I really don't know where you learned to be so polite, junior brother. Chen Pinggan joked, maybe it's from the sage of literature. Maro Xiaodong immediately put on a serious face and said, you have to understand the teacher's good intentions. Chen Pinggan said awkwardly, I'm just kidding. Maro Xiaodong reprimanded, teacher, you teach by word of mouth, by example, bit by bit. As a junior, how can you be careless and joke around? Chen Pinggan could only nod. Maro Xiaodong turned around with a smile. He didn't look angry at all. Little junior, you're still young. On the peak of the mountain, the river of time slowly flowed backward. The golden autumn returned to the midsummer, and the fallen leaves returned to the branches. The withered yellow turned to green. After Maro Xiaodong left, Chen Pinggan took out the golden jade token and held it in his hand. He began to absorb the remaining literary luck on the peak of Mount Donghua that hadn't been refined by the alchemy furnace. A small golden stream as thick as a thumb lingered around the jade token and then slowly flowed into the jade token. Then, it flowed from the jade token into Chen Pinggan's hand and went to the Qi residence where the little man in the golden dress was. Wherever it went, it soaked into Chen Pinggan's heart. When the golden stream of literary luck flowed into the Qi residence, the little man in the golden dress immediately stopped reading. He smiled from ear to ear and jumped around, dancing with joy. This was probably Chen Pinggan's childish nature that he rarely had the chance to show in his life. The little man in the golden stream stopped at the cave residence. Walking along the water, he walked to the entrance of the cavern and shouted. A fire dragon made of pure zhenqi flew over. It jumped and sat on the dragon's head. It roared and swung its legs vigorously. It rode the dragon and patrolled the small world of the human body. Chen Pinggan saw this scene with his inner vision. He was a little embarrassed. Why was himself so naughty? He didn't feel any better than Ji Yu Kan and the little boy in green. Maro Xiaodong had been observing silently. In the end, Chen Pinggan used the golden jade token to absorb the literary luck of the Great Sui Kingdom's Confucian Temple, leaving nothing behind. Refining the natal item almost exhausted the accumulated anima qi in the water residence. Now that he was a real qi refinement warrior, he didn't even take the relatively worthless anima qi, let alone the literary luck of Donghua Mountain. Even though Maro Xiaodong had asked him, he still didn't take a single drop. It was only at this moment that Maro Xiaodong felt that he had a rough idea of why Chen Pinggan was able to overcome the danger. Self-restraint. It was that simple. Such a pedantic and inflexible cultivator who didn't know how to pursue the maximization of benefits would give the smart people in the world a reason to mock and ridicule him. Therefore, the reason that Chen Pinggan derived from this would be especially hated by unreasonable people. Maro Xiaodong's heart suddenly trembled. The huge stone that was pressing on his state of mind, which had almost cut off Maro Xiaodong's path to the 5 states, seemed to be loosening. Reason was not differentiated by culture. Maro Xiaodong respected his teacher and was determined to only follow him in this life. However, he didn't need to be constrained by sectarian views and deliberately exclude the knowledge of the Sage of Rites for the sake of the academy. Some principles in the world were interconnected and complemented each other. Maro Xiaodong sat in the study room and gently took off the ruler. He placed it on the desk and began to close his eyes to rest. Once he was enlightened, the world changed, and the wind and the moon were bright. Kui Dongshan sat up in the corridor of the small courtyard and said in surprise, Maro Xiaodong, this blockhead, is about to merge with the Tao? Kui Dongshan fell back and moved his hands and feet like a snow-white turtle that had been turned over. He shouted with all his strength, why am I still a *T nascent soul? How can I live in the future? I don't have the face to see my teacher. Who can beat me to death, at the bee's tail crossing? The 3 old men walked side by side. They looked about the same age, but in fact, there was a huge gap between them. The old man who was born and raised here was unwilling to show himself in the past. He was really tired of the entanglement of the secular world. But this time, there was an old man who said that you are not a street rat. Why are you hiding your head and tail? So the three of them swaggered into the streets of B-Tail Ferry. The old man named Liu Larocheng had already noticed some shocked gazes, but he pretended not to see them. He laughed bitterly in his heart and silently brought the two beside him to the ancestral house in the alley. Liu Larocheng thought that if they knew the identity of the two beside them, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Other than him, Liu Laocheng's ancestral home was at B-Tail Ferry, where Qing Luan, Qing Shan, and Yun Xiao met. He eventually became the only person in the Aquarius continent who was still alive. He cultivated to the 5 realms with mountains and lakes. As for the other two, one was the old leader of the invincible godly fist sect, Gao Mion. For the sake of loyalty in the Jianghu, he fell back to the nascent soul realm from the pure jade realm twice. He was Liu Laocheng's best friend. So this time, when Liu Larocheng went to fight for the glazed golden body fragment after Du Maro failed to ascend, he specially called Gao Mion. Gao Mion was short and wore hemp clothes. He looked ferocious and looked like a bandit. Compared to Liu Larocheng, he was more like a bandit. As for the last old man from another continent who wore a long robe, if not for Liu Larocheng and Gao Mion's help, no one would believe him even if he shouted out his name. His surname was Zun Yuan. The old sect leader of the Jade sect, the #1 immortal in the Tongyi continent. Cloud Cave Blessed Lands Jiang clan's patriarch Jiang Shangzhen, such a domineering great cultivator, when he saw sect leader Zun Yuan, he had to behave himself with his tail between his legs. More accurately, he was a pure Jade realm immortal. When they reached the end of the alley with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, Gao Mion asked noisily, "Old Liu, when will that kid Jiangyun come to our sect to be a consecrator? With such a handsome face, I reckon that he will be able to trick many fairies to come to our mountain as guests." Liu Larocheng said helplessly, "My disciple went to the ultimate fist sect just to let you have a good look and see more fairies. How can I talk to Jiangyun about such a lousy thing? Why don't you use my face?" Gao Mion strode over the threshold. "Stop pretending. Back then when we were roaming the Jianghu together, you learned that unorthodox secret technique. What were you after? Other than stealing magic treasures, how many fairies did you steal?" Liu Larocheng covered Gao Mion's mouth and said angrily, "Who didn't have a period of youth? Talking about such nonsense, aren't you afraid of disgusting Senior Zun?" Zun Yuan smiled and said, "You flatter me." Gao Mion sat in the courtyard and waved his hand. "Old Liu, go buy a few jars of the most authentic immortal wine. Jiangyun must have finished it at home. Don't even think about it." Liu Larocheng bid farewell to Zun Yuan and left the courtyard to buy wine. When he returned, he saw the two fellows admiring the many small and medium-sized mountains of the Aquarius continent. It was a painting scroll. Gao Mion had already prepared a large pile of immortal money, and there was even more on the table in front of old immortal Zun Yuan. Liu Larocheng was really not interested in these things, but when he passed a pot of immortal wine to Zun Yuan, he said politely, "Senior, you are really in a good mood." Zun Yuan smiled and nodded. On the painting scroll, there was a fairy burning incense and painting. Her figure was graceful, and she deliberately chose a slightly tight dress. Because the scene in the painting scroll could be changed by the spectator, the fairy's sitting posture, even the size of the embroidered stool, was very particular. Her plump figure was fully revealed. Gao Mion glanced at Zun Yuan, who was sitting upright and still, and sneered. He stretched out his hand and rotated the scene a little. Immediately, it was a moving painting of a mountain peak. With a slight movement of 2 fingers, the woman in the painting suddenly expanded a little, and the surrounding scene withdrew from the painting scroll. Gao Mion did not forget to sneer, "What are you pretending to be serious for?" Zun Yuan blushed and smiled, as if he did not dare to talk back. Liu Larocheng minded his own business and drank his wine helplessly. It was said that the two of them, who belonged to 2 different continents, were friends from the beginning. In the various mirages of the Aquarius continent, Gao Mion, nicknamed Jade-Faced Young Master and Marshal 10 Realms, and the Old Master of the Invincible Divine Fist Gang, were the same in their words and deeds. They had a fiery temper and liked to scold people, scolding those pretentious and snobbish fairies. They could not bear to see them flatter and openly flirt with one or two fools, completely ignoring the rest of the spectators. On the other hand, Zun Yuan, who called himself 1-Foot Spear, had been silently spending his immortal money. When he saw something that he did not like, he would not say anything. However, the more money they spent, the more famous they became. The last time, they had a dispute about who was the #1 fairy of the Aquarius continent, He Xiaoyong of the Divine Grandeur sect and Su Jiao of the Upright Sun Mountain. The two of them fought fiercely and each of them said one word after another. Every time, they spent a small sum of money, which made people gasp in amazement. For a moment, people were guessing which sect these two ancestors were from. They were so extravagant that they spent money like it was snow, yet there were no rumors of them having sex with the fairies. In order to attract business for their sects, many female cultivators on the small mountains did not hesitate or were forced to let unorthodox chi cultivators who were good at the bone-touching technique to change their innate appearance and body posture. As for whether this would implicate their fate and affect their cultivation of Tao, they did not care. They really did not care. They just let those cultivators who were proficient in this Tao use knives on their faces. Because of this, Jade-Faced Lang Jun and 1-Foot Spear met by chance again. At that time, many sharp-eyed onlookers noticed a fairy from a certain third-rate celestial sect at a glance. Their facial expression changed greatly, and for a time, they mocked and ridiculed her. That fairy was ashamed and resentful, but she did not dare to say anything back. She just apologized and kept apologizing. As a result, there was more and more ridicule and abuse, and they became unscrupulous. Who would have thought that Jade-Faced Young Master would suddenly throw money and speak up for justice? He scolded those onlookers, and the 1-Foot Spear followed suit. For the first time ever, these two sworn enemies had a common enemy. In the end, after the Lang Jun threw away all his immortal money, he continued to scold, "It's not easy to earn money and cultivate. Does the little girl have a Tao competition with you, or does she want to kill your whole family? Why do you have to insult her endlessly? You bunch of little bastards shouldn't have given birth to your parents. If I had such a great ability, I would have gone upstream along the river of time. When your parents were fighting on their beds, I would have smashed the bed with one slap." In the end, the Lang Jun said to 1-Foot Spear, "You are a capable guy, but your taste is a little bad. You actually like He Xiaoyong more than Su Jiao. At first glance, I can tell that you are not a promising cultivator." After that, 1-Foot Spear became Jade-Faced Lang Jun's sidekick. Whenever they met, 1-Foot Spear would be very obedient. Before Jiao Mian and Zun Yuan threw in money, there were already people who began to flirt with the fairy. In the mirror's image, no one knew who the other was, so they were often unscrupulous. They were used to walking down the street. Often, there would be people admiring the scrolls and water bowls, and there would be a few erotic novels that were popular in the world beside them. Probably because they were implicated, the maidservant who was grinding for the fairy was also implicated. The maidservant's name was Shiqiu. She was a new registered disciple of the Mountain Gate. Whenever the master showed up, she would occasionally appear in the scrolls. If she was not serving tea, she would deliver things, and she would do menial chores like serving people. In fact, her figure was better than the fairies, but cultivation on the mountain was always based on talent and realm to determine one's status. Jiao Mian and Zun Yuan were experienced and used to such things. Generally speaking, as long as it was not too excessive, they would not say anything. However, the maidservant named Shiqiu was probably not used to such unbearable humiliation. Her eyes were slightly red and she bit her lips. Misfortunes never come singly. From the angle of the scroll, Jiao Mian could see that under the table, the fairy was probably annoyed by the maidservants ruining the scenery. She quickly stepped on the maidservant's foot. Jiao Mian originally wanted to start throwing money, but after seeing this scene, he threw a handful of snow money back into the pile. Jiao Mian picked up the wine pot and drank a mouthful of wine. He snorted coldly and said, "It's this kind of woman again. What a waste of the scholarly aura she brought from the secular world. Zun Yuan smiled. Gao Mian felt somewhat disappointed and continued to drink. Liu Larocheng reminded him, "Old Gao, take it easy. You are not drinking. You are from the Aquarius continent. If you drink, the entire Aquarius continent is yours. This is my ancestral home, it can't withstand your drunken madness." Gao Mian snorted and suddenly asked, "Little Fei Sheng, what do you think of the name Invincible Godfist Gang?" Zun Yuan stared at the scroll and said without hesitation, "Strong, invincible, domineering. In the Aquarius continent, it is like a crane in a flock of chickens. It is unique." Gao Mian nodded, "At least you know your place. You know to speak the truth from the bottom of your heart." Liu Larocheng tried to endure, but he could not take it anymore. He said to Zun Yuan, "Old Senior Zun, what are you scheming? For other things, it is fine if you let old Gao do as he pleases. But the bullshit gang name that he came up with caused all the disciples to be unable to raise their heads. Old Senior Zun, you still have to go against your conscience and praise them." I, Shu Larocheng, cannot take it anymore. Shu Larocheng was the #1 and cultivated cultivator in the Aquarius continent. As a great cultivator in the Jade Pure Realm who had fought his way out of the wilderness, he had seen many strange people and things. However, Zun Yuan and Gao Mian were like this. One was the leader of the immortal masters in the Tongya continent, while the other was the ancestor of the Aquarius continent who had fallen back to the nascent soul realm. It was rare to see them like old friends at first sight. Liu Larocheng could barely understand if they did not care about the difference between the two realms. However, Zun Yuan, did you have to flatter Gao Mian, this coarse old man who was illiterate? At first, Shu Larocheng was afraid that Zun Yuan had ulterior motives. However, Zun Yuan did not hesitate to confront the Daoist heavenly monarch Qizhen, and little Fei Sheng went to the skyscreen to discuss the ownership of the broken grotto heaven with the sage in charge. After that, the three of them had nothing to do and traveled together. Even the cautious Liu Larocheng had to admit that Zun Yuan flattered Gao Mian and Gao Mian ordered Zun Yuan around. Both of them were actually sincere. Zun Yuan smiled at Liu Larocheng and said, "I really feel that the name of the Invincible Divine Fist Gang is especially good." Liu Larocheng sighed and smiled bitterly. "I admire you." Gao Mian said, "Liu Larocheng, you are better than little Fei Sheng in other aspects. However, you are not as good as little Fei Sheng in terms of aesthetics." Zun Yuan slapped his knee and said, "Yes, yes, yes. You've enlightened me. I didn't understand why I was so lonely on the path of cultivation, but you've hit the nail on the head today. It's because of your aesthetic sense that I'm too high up in the social ladder that I'm rarely seen. If I did not meet you..." Gao Mian slapped the table. "Do I need you to flatter me? In the Invincible Divine Fist Gang, I have heard so much about it that my ears have grown calluses." Zun Yuan could only shut up. There was no other catoptric deflection to watch today. Gao Mian purposely removed the Qi refinement divine ability and drank himself to sleep. Only then did Zun Yuan dare to throw a few small coins into the painting. He said that if Miss Xiao could appear in the painting alone in the future, his 1-foot spear would be willing to support her every time. Then, Zun Yuan kept the painting. There were many joys and sorrows in the world. Zun Yuan was not willing to get involved in the mud of the secular world. Liu Larocheng hesitated for a long time before realizing, "Senior Zun, as Gao Mian's friend, I, Liu Larocheng, would like to take the liberty to ask. As the sect master of the Jade Medallion sect, do you really not have any plans for Gao Mian?" Zun Yuan shook his head and smiled. "Indeed, I do not. I just wanted to come to the Aquarius continent. Coincidentally, I only have Gao Mian as a friend here. Who else can I look for if not him?" Liu Larocheng nodded. Zun Yuan continued, "However, I am a little selfish. Qi refinement warriors want to ascend to the upper 5 realms by seeking the 2 words, Tao integration. Using this, they can break through their inner demons. How should I put it? This is equivalent to borrowing something from the heavens. You have to return it when you are in the immortal realm. As for the immortal realm, if you want to improve further, you have to cultivate the Tao and seek the truth. It is all about the truth. Liu Laocheng stood up and said respectfully, "Thank you for your advice." Zun Yuan shook his head and smiled. Such a cliché. You are talented, Liu Laocheng. What did I teach you? What can I teach you? Liu Laocheng smiled and sat back down. If not for Jiao Mian, I believe I would never have the chance to sit and drink with Elder Zun, right? Zun Yuan nodded. Because we will never be on the same path. However, this does not prevent me from acknowledging you, Liu Laocheng. Liu Laocheng said, I am very fortunate. Zun Yuan suddenly said, I plan to establish a subsidiary sect of the Jade Gui sect in the Aquarius continent in the next 100 years. Jiang Shangzhen will be the first sect master. Are you willing to be the chief consecrator? Liu Laocheng was shocked. Does Jiao Mian know about this? Zun Yuan shook his head. I did not tell him because I treat him as a true friend. Unlike you, Liu Laocheng, we can talk about this. Liu Laocheng began to weigh the pros and cons. Zun Yuan smiled. Before I leave Tail Ferry, you just have to give me a definite answer. Don't worry, I will not force you. Moreover, your cost is not small. Liu Laocheng nodded. Let me think about it. Even if Zun Yuan was an immortal, he would not know about his small action. She would make the young maidservant named Shiqiu stand still after the sect clearly informed her that she could paint on her own and that she would receive a share of the immortal's money. Shiqiu did not say a word. After the fairy finished venting her anger, she turned around and left. Only when she was far away did she dare to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth and return to the narrow room. She closed the door and crouched down. She carefully took out the brocade pouch and held it in her hand. She covered her mouth tightly with one hand, and sobs seeped out from between her fingers. In Qingluan country, the old assistant minister Liu Jingting went from being a scholarly leader and a cultured sect leader to a notorious person. He became the laughingstock of the court. Even the peddlers began to talk about the erotic affairs of those teachers with great interest. The Lion's Garden had always been closed to visitors, and Liu Jingting never said a word to the outside world. Li Baozhen's great success caused those southbound scholars to lose a literary alliance leader in name. They had no choice but to find someone else, someone who could convince the masses and unite the hearts of the people. Only, Liu Jingting's encounter made many scholars who were originally itching to make a move feel uneasy in their hearts. The various influential families that migrated to Qingluan country could only take a step back and hope to find a leader from within. However, this way, the situation would become complicated. Among them, there were many family heads whose reputations were actually not inferior to Liu Jingting's. However, since they were all foreigners, who would really be willing to be inferior to others? Who would not be worried that the person who was elected would secretly seek personal gain behind everyone's back? For a time, the scholars of Qingluan were in chaos. Those who originally wanted to support Liu Jingting as a puppet to keep the Tang Emperor of Qingluan in check did not stop. That day, Li Baozhen went to visit Liu Qingfeng at the county yamen. The two of them took a walk in the dusk. Li Baozhen smiled at the group of scholars who had no leader and said, Shoutsai can't rebel in 3 years. Liu Qingfeng smiled and nodded. Li Baozhen's face was full of smiles. However, his heart was cold. After Liu Qingfeng left that night, Li Baozhen quickly checked the flaws in Liu Qingfeng's 3 axes and greatly perfected the plan. At that time, those idiots in the hall admired Li Baozhen and praised him endlessly. Some of them were sincere. However, Li Baozhen felt colder and colder. Because Li Baozhen was smart enough to know that those small flaws were the leftovers that Liu Qingfeng deliberately left for him. It gave him room to establish his prestige. This was Liu Qingfeng's way of leaving a way out. When Li Baozhen left the yamen, he could not help but look back at the yamen's memorial arch and murmured with a smile, Fortunately, public cultivation can't be immortal. When they thought of those handymen who had sincerely admired County Magistrate Liu, their gazes became complicated and distant. Some of them even could not hide their pity. Li Baozhen was a little happy. His footsteps became lighter and he quickly walked out of the yamen. Liu Qingfeng returned to his residence and carefully looked through the files. He suddenly remembered the Dali secretary outside the door, whose real name was Wang Yifu. He was the #1 fierce general of the Liu dynasty in the northernmost part of the Aquarius continent. He was about to become the county magistrate in charge of law and order and capturing bandits. Thinking of the great talent who could serve as the pillar of the Dali imperial court, he was just a county magistrate in Qingwan. County Magistrate Liu laughed. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.